want your queries to be uploaded in the Google form, so that during your bank audit you will be able to help out also. So good morning. Thank you that on a very important Saturday of the year, I think, as per our Tamil calendars, you were all able to make it today here for the program, and we hope that SIRC was able to do justice in bringing out the important topics for the bank audit seminar. So on behalf of SIRC, we welcome the members for this 7th program of the bank audit series. I welcome the dignitaries, CA Revathi Loganathan, Chairperson SIRC, Subbarao Sir, Vice Chairperson SIRC, and Yara Tirupataya, RCM, to please occupy the dais. We are going to start this program with the first session, technical session by Aanand P, and he's going to cover. Yeah, so I request the members kindly occupy the seats. We'll start with the motto song. I request the members to stand up for the motto song.
Yaesha supteshu jagrati, Yaesha supteshu jagrati, Kamam 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 Pursho nirvimana nirvimana, Tadeva shukram Tada Brahma, Tadeva Mritamucchate, Tasmin Lokaha Shataha, Sarvetadunatyati Kaschan, Etadvaita, 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 Etadvaita.
Thank you, members. Today morning session we will be having a planning for an effective bank branch audit and audit documentation, audit of loans and advances in bank branch audit. Evening session will be LFAR sessions with respect to advances and LFAR other than advances. I now request CA Revathi ma'am to deliver the welcome address to the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to see everyone all bright and active on a Saturday morning. A very warm welcome to the Vice Chairman of SIRC, CMO Pala Sir, and CA Yara Tirupataya Sir, my Regional Council Member, and of course CA Aanand P, who is the faculty for today morning session. So I will keep it very brief. First, at the outset, thank you very much everyone for registering for this program in large numbers. It motivates us at SIRC to actually, be a little more proactive and innovative in terms of the sessions that we are conducting for the members. We are conducting sessions not particularly for fulfilling the CPE requirements. It is more of updating and upskilling ourselves, and we have a lot of programs which have been planned, and we request all of you to support us through these programs. Good morning and welcome to CA Abhishek, the Regional Council Member. Please join us. So I see a lot of youngsters also here. I request all the youngsters to come forward. We are having every Wednesday an Ideate and Innovate series of programs where we want younger members to come, share with us, different niche areas of audit, and your perspective of the audits, a systems audit, a forensic audit, something, data mining, where you can actually share your different ideas and innovative ideas in doing audits, any apps you have developed, any programs which you have developed, anything which you are using which is going to be of benefit to the members at large. And as Madam said, we are actually having a helpline with a Google form. You can raise your questions during the course of your audit, and it will be you will get your revert within 24 hours, and this will be handled by senior chartered accountants. And we are also happy to say this is the first time in many years that we have had 7 bank audit programs where we try to cover all the different areas of audit, and I think it was a 27 CPR consolidated. And similarly, we are also doing a threadbare analysis of the new income tax bill. Every month we are having either 1 or 2 days. We are going right from zero till the end of the new income tax bill. This is going to be handled by senior chartered accountants, but we are not restricting any young chartered accountants from actually coming forward as faculties. We are also planning to have a mentor session where the younger chartered accountant can go along with the senior chartered accountant, and the presentation skills of the young CA is also going to be improved by the senior chartered accountant who is there along with you. We have deep dive sessions where we are going to do deep dive of GST, income tax, auditing standards, accounting standards. So they will have case studies, case laws, the latest topics of interest. So request you all to also join us for those deep dive sessions apart from the certificate courses. And we also have every month slightly different thing. You go out of Chennai, your CPE program is going to be clubbed along with an outing so that we have the work-life balance also covered. And we will be also having the regional conference hopefully in August 22-23, and this is also going to be a slightly different. We are going to have some games, we are going to have exhibition matches, we are going to have shuttle, badminton, cricket, and hopefully even a shooting range. Please do register. This is a flagship event for us from Chennai after very long time. So requesting all of you to also register for this. In the month of May, we are actually planning a GST conclave in ECR, and this we are going to club along with cruise on that Muttukara Lake. I have no clue as to how that cruise is, but I know that it's becoming very popular, so we are doing that. And sometime in June or July, we are planning trek to the Podugai hills along with the CPE program. This will be done in collaboration with the Trivandrum and Tirunelveli branch for the purposes of CPE, and the number of registrations will be restricted to the number of approvals we receive from the forest department. So these are the things which I wanted to actually keep you all updated on. And yesterday we had the president of the institute with us, and two important things which he told us was one about the proposed, or rather the change in the definition of accountant which has been asked for by the other two sister institutes. Our institute, we are very emphatic that audits can be done only by chartered accountants. It cannot be done. This is not a reflection on the quality of work of the sister institutes. So for this, the president and the central council members have been meeting around 21 MPs in the expert group of the MPs, current sitting MPs, and they have made a presentation to everyone. They've made a presentation to MCA, and I think that they are expecting a very favorable decision on this change in the definition of accountant. And the other important point which he said was about the bank audit. Yesterday the president had a meeting with RBI where he has been asked to represent as to why the allotment of bank audits cannot be done by RBI as it was done earlier. Now we have the allotment of the branch audits and other things by the respective branches, and the fees also decided by the respective banks. So that is also another proposal which is being put forth by the president. And also one more aspect which I want to talk about is the CABF. I think you will all be aware of the CABF and the huge impact it is having on our own professional colleagues, families, and also on our professional colleagues. CABF is a Chartered Accountant Benevolent Fund where we all contribute. Contribution is by the Chartered Accountants, and the beneficiaries are Chartered Accountants and their families. So if a Chartered Accountant is majorly ill and he's not able to actually meet the medical expenses, we at the institute come forward to help them. They just have to make an application with the requisite things, and his medical expenses are met up to a certain extent. If a Chartered Accountant is going to lose his life due to some unfortunate reason and his family is not able to cope, then again CABF steps in, where we give a lump sum amount in the initial stages, and then a monthly payment of 15,000 rupees, which they expect to increase shortly for 10 years. So till the family is able to get up and stand on its feet. And one aspect which you may all wonder is, how do we actually verify that this contribution which we make is reaching the beneficiaries? What we do at the regional level and at the managing committee levels of the various branches is, if anyone comes and requests for a CABF assistance, the due diligence is done by someone, one of the regional council members or by the MC members, and unless and until they recommend, this does not go. So they go to the residents, they see what is the status of the family, and then they verify their records to see what is the income of the family, because we do not want any misuse of the hard-earned money which we are all contributing. And let me tell you, I have done a few due diligences myself, and there was one case in which we said we did not recommend, we did not give the approval, but in all other cases the family's need is genuine, and you feel so good that we are able to help someone who's actually having a problem because of the sudden loss of their breadwinner or son or someone like that. So my request to all of you is, please contribute generously to CABF, whatever you can. Please do contribute. It goes to the corpus. And from SIRC, we have a very, very ambitious target of 50 crores. I hope that with the help of all the members here, we will be able to reach this 50 crores target. Apart from that, at SIRC, we are not only restricting ourselves to all these operational aspects, we are also trying to ensure, or trying our best to ensure, that we will be able to convert some opportunities for the members also. Not enough that we only upskill ourselves in the various certificate courses or the CPA programs. It should also translate into opportunities for us, and we are also trying our level best to do something about that. So without much ado, I will hand over the proceedings to the MC here, and I hope that you all have a very good day of learning, and that you will all come back for all the other programs which we are conducting. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to invite CA Dr. Abhishek Murli, esteemed Regional Council Member, to introduce our distinguished speaker, CA Aanand P.
Very, very good morning to one and all present here. Chairman of SIRC, CA Revati ma'am, Vice Chairman, CA Subbarao, our fellow Regional Council colleague, Yara Tirupataya sir from Hyderabad, and the Speaker of the day, P. Aanand, Most importantly, my dear members who are present here today, the bank audit seminar and the bank audit season in general is something which we all await for. Very longingly, I may add, that we are looking forward to this season. So this season is upon us, and we all know the first thing normally we do, we get that LFAR bank allotment. We open that sheet, we will see what is the number of advances. We will call our branch manager. How much advances, sir, your branch has? So first question which we ask. But the next thing which we normally do, we will take the LFAR. Last year LFAR, what the previous auditor did, download that, what we did in our previous LFAR, compare that and start the work. Now having said that, why the importance of such important bank audit seminars is, you must all be familiar with the recent developments of IndusInd Bank, which has been in the news, which means there is some pressure in the banking sector. In these sort of scenarios, attending bank audit seminars and getting inputs from experienced speakers is extremely important. Because this time, the RBI will be looking more closely at the work that auditors are doing. Very funnily, I am reminded, in one of the bank audits we were doing, my staff was there in that branch for almost 5 days. We finished all the other branches. I am asking him what is the status. Sir, I need 2 more days, I need 2 more days. What is going on? I went to the branch. Then that bank manager, as soon as I came there, I said, sir, it has been going on 5 days. Can we please give the details? Every time I used to ask details, first he will say, sir, we'll go for breakfast. One very nice restaurant is there nearby. Let us go there for breakfast. I said, okay, fine, hospitality, we go for breakfast, we go have breakfast. We come back. I said, sir, the details. Sir, you would like to have tea or coffee? Tea or coffee? I said, okay, sir, tea. Sir, you just give the details. We'll finish our tea, sir, then we'll discuss. So we'll have our tea. Then he said, I said, sir, can you give the details? Yeah, we will compile. Sir, for lunch, where you would like to go, sir? You would like to go to this 5-star restaurant which is there nearby. No, sir, you order here itself, we will finish it off. No, we will go, sir. Finally, after 6 hours, more and more information I am going and asking more and more places he is suggesting where we can visit. Sir, tender coconut water, it is all wrapping up. Then I got little suspicious. Reason being, the banks will pressurize you to complete audit within 2 or 3 days. In 2 or 3 days, they will ask you to complete. In this sort of scenario, we should not buckle to their pressure. And I'm reminded of a joke. There's a man, he goes for shooting classes, and there's a bullseye. So the teacher tells him, this is how you have to shoot, aim for the bullseye and shoot there, like that he's saying. And he's aiming for the bullseye and he's saying, he said, I'm going for 1 week, the coach is telling that student, I'm going outside for 1 week. You just practice, after I come back, you will learn. After 1 week, he comes back. Every shot made by this student is in the bullseye. Every single shot is in the middle. He says, this is better than an Olympian. So he calls everyone and makes them clap for him. Super. How did you do it? How did you achieve? He said, sir, everyone used to draw the chart and shoot. But I shot first, then I drew the chart around it. So we cannot be like that in our bank audits. And we cannot draw the chart around our objective. We must ensure that our LFAR properly communicates what is the essence of the audit we are doing, because that is our ultimate reporting paper. That is the certificate of the work that you have done. It comes in the forms of an LFAR. So to enlighten us on some of this today, we have a very wonderful speaker, CA P. Aanand, who I have the privilege of introducing. CA Aanand is a partner in Aanand & Co. Chartered Accountants, Chennai. He was an article trainee under our past Central Council member, the late CA G. Narayanaswamy at S. Venkatraman & Co. He is currently a managing committee member in the Chengalpet branch of ICAI. And in more than a decade of practice, he has audited corporates, non-corporates. He has engaged in the field of taxation, central statutory audit of banks, audit of educational trusts as well. He is presented various papers in various study circles, and he also holds a master's degree in business administration in international taxation. He is a very pleasant person, a very soft-spoken person, and a good friend. Thank you very much, sir, for taking time out of your schedule to be here today. With these few words, I welcome our speaker. Thank you very much for a patient listening, and over to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite CA Yara Tirupataya, esteemed Regional Council member to kindly present a memento to CA Aanand P as a gesture of our gratitude and respect. Thank you, sir. I now request CA Subbarao Mupala, Vice Chairperson of SIRC of ICAI, to deliver the inaugural vote of thanks.
Yeah, good morning. First, I would like to thank the resource person CA P Aanand, CA Jayachandran, CA SUNDARARAJAN sir, CA GN Ramaswami, who are ready to spare their valuable time to share their knowledge today morning. And also, I would like to thank all the members who attended here, particularly members from all the places. I see a person from Guntur also attended my place, Mr. Das. Without you, it is not possible to have this series of bank audits. Thank you very much. Happy learning.
Thank you, sir. We hand over the dice to CA Aanand P, sir.
Good morning, everyone. First, I thank the Southern India Regional Council of the ICAI for giving me this opportunity to speak before you. Next, I thank my principal and guru, G. Narayanaswamy, who pulled me into the CA profession. Next, I thank late B. Ramani, partner D. Rangasamy and Co., who made me to a bank audit expert. Before going into the topic, topic is mostly in line with our peer review requirements. I will request SIR to share a entire documentation template which I have prepared, and it will be shared to you. It is just one among different templates which has been in circulation by various people. It is only an idea how a working paper thing to be there, so that it can be easily provided for peer review. How many of you have not done the bank audit? Okay, very few. I want to everyone to visualize the entire process, so that I will cover the documentation requirement at each and every stage. Okay. The first stage is getting a invitation letter asking us to give the consent to be appointed as an auditor. This normally comes at the fag end of this month. Normally it has already been received by most of us. Mostly comes late in the evenings or nights, asking us to reply within a couple of hours. That is the normal procedures they follow. So consent letter is nothing but it gives an undertaking by us that we will be accepting the appointment, and we will not accept any other bank's appointment which we receive. So that is just like freezing ourselves for that particular bank. And also a disclaimer will be there in the mail. This is only a formal communication. This not gives any assurance of being allotment in audit. All these things will be there in this. This is just a formal letter, which email which we receive first. Next, we provide the consent. From the consent, the previous emails, you try to make it PDF, scan it and keep it in the folder which is specifically mark it as a pre-audit documentation. So once you get an acceptance, they will give you all the details of the branches and the all other instructions to be followed in the by us in the branch audits. So there will be some fidelity and secrecy, acceptance letters, everything will be there. So that it has to be sent again they will give 1 or 2 days time, a couple of days within which we have to give. If we are rejecting, we have to communicate in telephone also. That is what normally they insist us to do it. So that letters, that email ID, the email ID is most important because it is the offer email which is being sent by the particular bank. So once we send an acceptance email, all those things you document as a pre-audit documentation which will come around. So another 4 or 5 papers which has begun our pre-audit documentation. The slides are just for me to take up the topic in some order, but the main crunch is the entire documentation paper which there will be SIRC will be sharing with you, or at the end of the things I will share my contact numbers. You can contact me for sharing that also. Okay. Next comes the crucial phase. We have to, once we are accepted, we should contact the branch managers for the preliminary details to be obtained from them. What are the details? Let us ask for a GL balance file. If possible, loan balance file of the previous month. Current month loan balance file, the 31st March will be generated. Normally it should be generated on 1st April, but it will take for closing things to be happening, and it will take some couple of days. So 3rd or 4th, I think it will be completely will be available, the loan balance files. These 2 files, which is the loan balance file and the GL balance file, will be the preliminary documents which will guide in planning the entire audit. So the entire audit we can plan only if we have this. So the entire portfolio, what the portfolio of advances the bank has, what is the deposits portfolio they have, what amount of time we need to spend, all these things we can judge only by analyzing these files. How to analyze this and how to go about all the audits, we are not going to deal with it. We are only restricting our scope only to what are all the documents that need to be prepared at each and every stage of the audit. So once this file is being received, we can prepare a plan how to go about it. What are all the areas we need to concentrate? All these things we have to document it properly, and of course we can access the materiality concept also. That is also one part of documentation where you have to find out what is the materiality threshold, which we can use it advances as a thing, all the revenue or both the business of the bank branch assets. So that is advances plus the deposits together. We can have any criteria as we think it will be fit for that particular branch. We will find out what is the materiality amount. So that materiality amount we are going to apply across all the verifications so that we can cover it in a entire thing, which is also form part of our standards of auditing, how we conduct the audit based on the materiality concept. So this materiality which we will take it along with our samplings also. Whatever sampling methodology we are going to use, this materiality figure will have and this is only not at a static, it may become a dynamic also depending upon the audit findings. If our audit findings throw us a different picture, we may need to revisit the materiality. So don't keep it as a strict value, but mostly whatever we find out on materiality, it will hold good for the completion of the audit. At times when our sample says something different, the results come out in a different manner, we may increase the materiality or we may increase the scope of verification of all other advances or deposit as the case may be. Sir, we have to first think what is the purpose. This is only regulatory thing is there, statutory binding is there, and overall audit objective is there. So we have to see to that all the parameters are covered when we plan and we have document the entire process. So this is just what we are going to do in a bank audit in a broader prospect. So next comes, once we have analyzed all these things, we have documented pre-thing. Next, first thing we have to know, we will communicate to the branch manager that we are coming on this and this date. So when you are communicating, try to see that you finalize your audit team who is going to visit that particular. Who is the audit manager, who is the staff or the audit assistant who is going to be in the team, and who is going to be the engagement partner, who is going to conduct that particular branch. All these things you formulate. Normally we do it in a oral manner, but within your firm itself, have a pre-audit meeting, finalize all these things, record the minutes, convey this team to the branch management or the branch manager, and also hand over a. So if an engagement partner is not, or any other partner is not going to the particular branch, give a formal introduction letter with the signed who are going to be the part of the team, get the signature attested by you and send that to along with the acceptance letter to the branch. This will be the formal communication that you are going to engage that particular team in the particular branch audit. So this also you document it, so that it will be, this is the engagement team which is going to audit the particular branch, and these are all the schedules. You can easily spell this from date to this date they will be auditing. So date may be extended, or if it may be or completed within the time, or it may be completed earlier also. So you give a tentative date from start date to the end date, what all these things to communicate with the branch manager. Next come the, once we have done all these things, this is all we are doing it in office. When we are going to step in inside the branch premises, once we step in, first thing is there is a pre-audit meeting which we have with a branch manager. So with a coffee or some snacks we will have a pre-audit meeting. Normally we don't document that. Document that with complete minutes. So what all the things you are submitting, say the acceptance letter, the team letters, on all these letters we are submitting, that document that we have submitted those to the manager. Then get copies of the GL balance file, the advances, loan advances or loan balances files, and what are all the things, other things which you require, you communicate with him and document in the minutes of the pre-audit meeting which you have with the branch manager. So this is another important factor which you have started commence the audit, and all these are the findings. Normally when we commence the audit, the branch manager or normally they will inform the regional office that the particular branch audit has commenced. So for that, if there any queries has come that how we have audited this, pre-audit meeting minutes with the branch manager will be the starting point, which we will have documented and which we have what are the points which we have discussed. Knowing the business, the knowledge of business is more important. So once you step in, normally we know what are the banking operations. So banks do the lending and acceptance of deposits, or everyone know. That's not only that is only a broader perspective of the business, knowing the business. But when it comes to in-depth knowledge of what that particular branch which has been allotted to us doing, it may be a completely housing loan driven branch, it may be a rural branch dealing with agricultural advances, or it may be completely dealing with business fundings which is more CC accounts and term loan accounts. So bifurcate that according to the advances portfolio, what is the type of branch, you understand what the business itself. So it may be situated in a textile zone, primarily lending to textile industry, or it may be in an automobile zone, or it may be in some other business zones which is catering it a particular type of industry, or it may be in an urban which caters to all types of industries. So document it, because the samples we are going to take and how we are going to audit, the risk involved in finding out what is the risk involved, all these depends upon the business of the entire branch. So one branch and another branch, we cannot be take it granted as a same state of verification. So what is the methodology we are going to adopt in conducting the audit depends upon the entire business of the particular branch. So kindly keep in mind that this is business profiling. So once you have the loan balance file, you can profile the entire loan balance file. So those who have attended some technology using Excel, how to profile that entire thing, that can be done. So if you want anything help on that also, you can ping me for that. We can help in profiling the entire advances file. That is most important. So once you profile it, you can determine the materiality. With that you can easily select the samples. So now you know there is an LFAR, there is a separate thing they are asking how many advances, total advances is there in each category, how many accounts you verified, all those things detail. You have to collect all these statistics also. For that this profiling is the most important, otherwise we cannot say how many percentage we have audited, the entire sample what you have selected and audited. So that is also a requirement which we have to do based on the understanding the business. And finding the areas of risk. Profiling will also help in assessing the risk also. So if you come across a branch with more CC accounts, so the risk is percentage somewhat high. Or even with agri loan branch in a rural area with only gold loans, there are higher risk advances branches are there, and similarly low risk advances branches are there in that category. So we have to assess what is that particular risk associated with that branch. We have, if you see the documentation which is going circulated, you can find it out the entire thing, how we can risk profile the branch according to the risk factors. So once risk profile is in that order, then we can tune our audit program accordingly. We can change the audit program accordingly. See, this audit program, audit planning per se should start before entering the branch premises. Kindly ensure that. So fine tuning can be done when we enter the, when we start the actual process. But all documents, whatever we are going to prepare, entire set you prepare in a draft stage before commencing the audit. Because only a couple of days or 3 or 4 days they will be giving us for us audit, and preparing the working papers, documenting everything at the within that 3 or 4 days is a very difficult task. It is not so easy, and those who are conducting the bank were going to go for the audit for the first time, and for other seniors who have done the audit before, there is a challenge now because documentation became per se very important. Next bank audit we cannot sign without a peer review, and for peer review we have to showcase how the entire documentation process is there, and that is crucial point. Completing audit, we know everybody as an expert, we can seeing the balance sheet itself we can formulate and we can complete in couple of days or 3 or 4 days. Only thing time takes is the availability of information to us. Mostly the say the balance sheet will not be closed, the data will not come to us. All those things are the only challenges in a branch audit. Otherwise, completing the audit we can complete in 2 or 2 days if every details are available with us when we commence the audit. That will not be if you get all the information when you commence the audit, that will be very great. That doesn't happen at any level. Even for central chartered auditors who are doing quarterly audits on a regular basis, details are not available when they commence the audit. The audit programs are well communicated and well, all our large advances branches been handled by higher officials with more professionals. There also we cannot get any details. That is what the bank audit itself, it is bank audit means it will be like that only. We have to accept and we have to continue. So documenting within this limited period of time is the challenge we have to be that we cannot escape. Once we complete that audit, no, when we step out of the particular branch, we cannot get any documents from the bank. Even for central statutory auditors, this is holds good. Once you sign that quarterly things, no, you cannot get any information from them. That is the way they behave, they treat it. It is the truth, we should accept it. So try to collect as many informations, as many evidences while doing the audit itself. So if you prepare the entire documentation sheets, normally with say simple less than 20 crore advances, I prepared it. Preparation is not, I am not say spent thousands of hours in preparing. The Institute GPT gives me entire working paper, whatever way we ask, it gives in wonderful way. So you can go through that, or if you can say prompt, give a correct prompt to the GPTs, now you can get the working papers as you wish. So that is not a bigger thing, but only thing you should see to that the entire pre-audit, during the audit and conclusion of the audit, all the phases are covered and all the documents are being completely filled up and complete in all aspects. So that should be there. So collecting evidences during the audit is most important, and that will form part of your working paper. So if you are going to verify any advances, you need to check whether that any documentation with respect to sanctioning of the loan is being properly done. You have to document it when you see the advance file itself. So if you missed, say, stock statement, I have not verified whether the stock statement is available in that file or not. If you, after completing the loan verification or advance verification of the particular ABC client, you come back to filling up LFAR where there is a clause asking you whether there is proper receipt of stock statements. Then you suddenly remember, though, a stock statement for that ABC I have not verified. You ask them to get that file again, means it will take time. So they will not, until you complete the audit, they will not say, they will not, I will not give it. But getting that will be a very difficult task, because their files will be loaded in some other place. In our place, whatever files they took from the locker room, no, they will keep back in some other place till the audit completes. So finding the file will be difficult, or they will engage us in different things so that that file is not coming to us, or they know that the stock statement is what the criteria for which the file is being asked for. They will replace the latest stock statement from the client and they will give it to us. All those things will happen. So while preparing or conducting the audit itself, try to prepare the working sheet, what you have to do, what is the particular way you have to do, all these things prepare in advance. That is why profiling before entering the branch premises is more important, so that you can have number of sheets or number of Excel sheets which you are going to have, no, that it can be prepared based on the advances you are going to verify. Say for you are going to select a CC account, 10 CC account, 10 files can be kept ready, and you can fill it up that as such when you conducting the audit. So timeline, this is what I am more insisting. So timeline is more important, and sticking timeline and the documentation is even more difficult. So I am insisting more and more again, try to prepare the entire document set before commencing the audit. So this is what we have discussed, having a meeting with the branch manager at the first instance, a very first introduction meeting. So as Abhishek was clearly told, no, they will distract us to too many other things, unwanted things or wanted things. They will distract us to not to concentrate on the particular audit objective which we are going to there. So try to don't antagonize them. Till the branch audit is completed, we need the entire support of the branch management, without which we cannot do it anything. So don't antagonize him. Speak in a very soft tone. Bring back to the subject and ask him whatever we want. So you will try to deviate from the subject as and when you simply bringing back to the subject and get the details. This is what we can do. Once we get antagonized now, then without support of the manager, nothing will happen. None of the staff will cooperate and will not get any information, and completing the audit will be very risky factor. With respect to advance verification, I am not going to dive into how to verify advances. I will touch upon what all the documents that are required for keeping advances. So, why profiling is necessary? Because documentation for verification of advances based on the different category of advances will differ. So, for verification of housing loan, the checklist and the methodology of audit is completely different when it comes to the jewel loan. And agri jewel loan and jewel loan will have a different thing. CC account will have a different parameters. CC account for different businesses will have a different parameters, and term loan will have a different parameters, and the government scheme based loans which will have a different parameters. So our working paper or our checklist will differ from each loan. So our bank audit guidance note gives all kind of checklists. You can verify it. If you want it, you put it in the GPT, the entire guidance note. You can get whatever checklist in a formatted way. Your GPTs can give it. Try to use the technology of AI so that you can complete it. And for completing the documentation also, you can use the AI, provided you ensure that the security and the other aspects are properly taken care. Because once we are not without the consent of the audit team, we cannot use their data to be put in the public forum to get things. So that very be careful when you put data of the branch in the AI to get any information out of it. But if you have any personally tuned AI, or if you safeguard so that the information is not leaked known, then that can be done using AI. You can get even profiling and other things. AI can do it within a fraction of a second, which otherwise will take 1 or 2 hours for us to do. But be careful in dealing with AI. That doesn't mean you should totally avoid AI. AI can give you, assist you in bank audit to a very large extent, so that the audit can be the planning stage, performing stage, along with the documentation. It will take care so that you can minimize time. How many of you have attended the AIC 11.1? Very few. Okay. Others try to attend it. You can just have what AI can do in your regular audits. Okay. And how many of you are aware that the institute chat GPT, which is available for all, only fraction of the audience. Others kindly go into our ai.ica.org and check what all the GPTs available, which will assist you in studying the entire a gamut of publications has been given by the ICA, which elaborates in all aspects. Searching each and every time everything within a short span of time will be very difficult task. That ChatGPT AI of the ICA will help you in doing that. And if your question is, normally we are very good in questioning, so if you question it properly, the answers will be proper. And those who are youngsters who are very new to things, just see to that the answers are, you compare the answers with the different GPTs so that it is appropriate. Seniors will understand by the answer whether it is appropriate or not, but juniors try to put it in different GPTs so that it is giving an appropriate answer or not. It is giving a disclaimer. GPT may be wrong, but you think that disclaimer is always correct in respect of AI, other than the audit disclaimers which give. Asset classification. This is IRAC norms. That circular, go and read at least 4 or 5 times for each branch. This IRAC norm circular, when you read each and every time, it gives you a different perspective of how the classification and income recognition has to be in a particular branch itself. So it differs from branches to branches, the way you read it. The more you read it, the more confusion it will give and more clarity it will give. So that is how the circular is there, and the master circular will cover the entire thing. When you download the guidance note with ICA, it is they have given all the master circulars and other circulars. It's a bundled format, so they need not search each and every year, every time places for the circulars. And I have tried to put the entire guidance note, the circulars and other regulations into a separate GPT so that it will answer. That also you can try it. By SEC, the Audit and Assurance Board GPT, which gives us the exact answers for entire documentation process which we require for bank audit. And provision of NPA is nothing. We can verify all these things. You document all these things. NPA provisioning, normally what we do in branch audits, we skip those things. So there is some issues which is arising, which we have seen across through our experiences. This NPA provisioning, there at times there may be wrong due to different presentations. The NPA schedule which is being prepared is of the CBS, or they have a separate software which is linked with CBS, it prepares. Normally CBS doesn't prepare the provisioning and other things, or you should be very careful how it picks the values. So if it is secured asset, the same security may be put up across all the say loans taken by the particular borrower. Maybe 5 or 10 loans they would have taken. The security, same security value would be been taken by all the loan accounts. Then the provisioning will have an effect for that. So provisioning also we need to verify with respect to NPA accounts, and also we have to verify whether that existence of that security also, that is also one part of our verification. And kindly document this, that you have verified that NPA provision also, it is also form part of not only the performing assets, non-performing assets also have a equal importance in verification in respect to the bank audit. With respect to income recognition, normally when we verify the advances, what we will do now, we will verify the documentation aspects, whether the loan is properly classified, whether interest is served or not. So when you verify this interest are served or not, kindly document it in a separate thing so that it will have an impact on finding out when it comes to P&L item, the revenue part, whether the income is recognized properly or not. All these files which for advances which you are verifying will be a sample for that also. So simultaneously you can perform both these things. So we are verifying the advances. Kindly see to that the income recognized in the profit and loss account is in accordance with IRAC norms, so that you cover the P&L income part also when you are verifying that advances. Simultaneously you can do. If you otherwise you have to again go in verify, there will be different samples. So the samples are very important because this is what we have documented, and anything which is going to happen at a different point due to that particular advances or the particular borrower, if it comes under our scrutiny, which is coming under our scrutiny, which is coming under our say sample, which turns out to be an NP at a later point of time, there may be a query to us why you have not provided an early warning sign of NP or other things that may arise. So I am not exaggerating anything. I don't want to say create a panic-like situation that may arise to anybody. So try to see that the sample is an appropriate thing and you document it properly. So if you cannot find out anything, kindly see to that sample is not taken. If sample is taken, see to that you complete in all aspects and document it thing. You say, so sometimes what it happens, a small advance we may take, say vehicle loan. There may be a missing say registration certificate. Registration certificate may be missed. When we verify, we would have requested the branch manager or the staff would have told, no, I will get it from the client, sir. You wait before completion audit, I will show that registration certificate, you will say. So we will not complete that. we will completely forget that, we will complete the audit, we will come back. So that registration certificate, maybe that vehicle may be sold, or the endorsement will not be done, or some issue would have arise at a later point of time, then we will be in a trouble. So then I am just giving this small example. For this small example, nothing will happen. But I am giving example is a small, bigger example. If we take, no, it will have a different perception. So try to complete that documentation. You ask them to get that particular thing before that day end, so that that documentation is completed before the day end itself. So if you give them more time, no, definitely the details will not come and your documentation will not be complete. So this is also, the problem comes or not, whether when it comes to peer review, documentation will be incomplete and they may also raise queries. Why this is not whether they will say, why you are not reported in the LFI at this point? Why you have kept it unaddressed? Any point which is unaddressed during the process of our audit, which is a more risky factor when it comes to peer review. So whatever things we come across when observations, it should be completed, and we should have completed that observation. There should not be anything which is hanging upon that which we have not concluded. Conclusion should be marked in the working paper itself. And if any assistants are doing the audit, kindly see to that the engagement partner reviews the entire things and comments are being given by the engagement partner and publish the documentation. So normally what we do now, we prepare documentation, but completion should be there. That conclusion should be there. Whether that particular point, whether it is reported in the audit report, or reporting is not required, or reporting is to be to the management, or reporting to be in the LFAR, all these conclusion remark mark in the documentation itself, so that it will be complete in all aspects. The reversal of NPA income. So you find out one account which becomes non-performing, and you mark it as, you give an MOC for reversal of interest. Making an account NPA itself will give so many challenges. So the management will not agree. He will say, I will call the regional manager or the zonal manager, whatever things. Once you mark, reversing of income is another thing. What they will do now, they will give, say this is the amount. So try to calculate the entire unserviced interest. It may run across years also. They will say that only you have to reverse current year income. Don't stick on to that. As per IRAC norms, reversal of income should be for the unserviced income. Whatever unserviced interest portion is, it should be reversed. That is what the circular says. So read that circular multiple times. Mark that particular reference in your working paper for NPA which you are marking it, and also document that this is what the amount of interest which is unserviced on the particular loan, and which I am reversing, and kindly tag to that particular document to that MOC which you have been going to give. And another thing is this MOC, when you give, normally the bank managers at branch level, they do not know how to prepare an MOC. Now we are supposed to prepare the MOC in the software itself. So you have to, each bank has its own software. Certain banks, whenever you mark a particular loan as an NPA, it automatically reverses the entire unserviced interest. Certain banks will not do it. Certain banks will give you a wrong picture. So don't come to a conclusion whatever it shows is right. Go and verify that particular loan accounts, whether the interest reversal it shows or it may not show, whether it is correct or not, it is reversing. This MOC software is a separate thing, and whenever there is software, now when accidentally it will say accept or it is say commit, so it will freeze that particular MOC. So once it is freeze, the branch manager may say you cannot revise that MOC. All these things will say, because accidentally you will say accept or done. We will not know. Each and every bank has a different terminology of submitting the MOC. So once they submit it, they will say it is cannot be reversed, or accidentally they will make it without punching in all the loans which we are marking as MOC. All this will happen when we do the audit. But whatever submitted, it can be reversed by regional offices also. And if they say it is not, no, you can always put it in your physical audit report. This is what the MOC, and also you can give a covering letter saying that what the MOC system generated is not to be taken, and what is the physical thing what you have calculated should be taken. That you can always mention, so that if it is any error happens in the software which is being MOC you are passing, no, then that can be, you can say whatever I have finding, what I have given in the report, you can say that you have completed the audit in whatever the correct fashion it has to be done. Another thing with the loans and advances is the classification of loans and advances. They have different categories. There will be a priority sector lending, non-priority sector lending, agricultural lending. So many classifications are there, sub-classifications, categories, all these things. Try to, there will be separate certificates and other things. Try to match that balances along with your GL balances and make it a point that you have verified that. What it as such the per se in the particular branch audit, it may not be a significant factor, but classifying or wrong classification of advances with respect to different categories will have a different effect in the head office level or in the branch level itself for the Basel norms preparation. The Basel figures what we arrive, normally we don't verify what is how it has been arrived, but there is a significant impact. It goes to that weightage factors when the advances are wrongly classified. So see to that the classification is correct, and kindly allot half a day for completely verification the signing documents along with the GL which is being given to us. The loan balances file, the GL, the certifications, the P&L balance sheet, what we are going to do. Try to correlate all these things. There may be some gaps in this, there may be some subgroups, there may be some notes which will give us, throw us what the breakup of that particular balances. So kindly document that, because that is most important. Certain certain figures will be very alarming figures only when we get it drilled down into the particular ledger account. Say for the sundry balances accounts, sundry balances, they will give one schedule. Whatever the previous year schedule they will give you, current year they will add something and they will give you. Drill down to the account level and see, there will be alarming things which will be hidden inside it. So when you preparing a document itself, try to go as depth as itself for these kind of important ledgers and collect the evidences, because these things whatever files you, text files or other files which you shared by the branch or whatever you get during the audit will not have the breakup of these things. So once you drill down only you will get all these breakups. Try to go inside and see to that the particular GL figure is getting, or if you want any GL printout copy also, ask them to get it. Another thing is the GL they will give you the sub GL ledger balances, and they will not give, they will give GL as a whole which will have clubbed with 2 or 3 sub GLs. Try to get the sub GL also. They will normally, the branch manager will say, I don't know how to get all those things. Ask him to contact the regional office, other things. Then you say you will put 10 MOCs, then you will give all these details. So we have to strategy our audit thing itself, so that we get the details, because all these are to be meticulously collected, so that our peer review documentation or our entire regular documentation will be complete in all aspects. Provisioning is done at head of HO level. So for a branch auditor, I need not look into provisioning. This is again the same thing which is for classification. If wrong classification, the provisioning also will become a wrong figure. So see to that provisioning values. You need not verify the entire provisioning methodology. You take 1 or 2 samples and find out how the provisions is done. Then you can understand how the provisioning works and how it calculates. And all these provisioning, and again it is not coming from CBS. They will show everything that is being from CBS, but it is not so. So they have separate module for this provisioning and NPA marking and all. see to that it is being properly in line with the CBS. Cash balance verification. It seems normally when we take up the audit, first day we go and verify the cash balances, and we count the cash, what is there in the teller counter. Then we go into the say cash chest, currency chest, where we have the bundled notes. We will verify that, and they have a cash ledger. 2 cash ledgers will be there. One is daily cash ledger, one is the currency chest cash. Both these things we will verify. We will tally with it. Try to get this tallied with the GL balance file, along with the denomination wise it is entered in the GL also. So that printout, normally they will say it will not available, it will not come, all those things. So try to get that. And also for certifying the excess cash, we need the entire cash balance of the 365 days. That also reports are available. Try to get that report also. Cash balance as on each date for the entire 365 days, so that we can get an information for that, for LFAR purpose and also for our documentation purpose. When we verify cash balance on a date subsequent to the year end date, we can always have a reconciliation between the year end date and the verification date. That should be a form part of working paper. See to that is also done, and it is been properly documented. And when it comes to ATM verification, there will be on-site ATM, off-site ATM. They will give all jargons, they will give you slips and all these things. Try to get the verification slips verified, and see to that it is also matching with the GL balance. Normally there will be some differences. They will say that day and closing, before that day and closing there is some errors, all those things. So something which has been there, say timing between the ATM and the ATM time and the system, the recording of transaction, there may be some delays, so that there will be balances as per our GL, and the ATM balances may differ. Subsequent date it will be normally within 12 to 24 hours it will get rectified, and try to get what all the details for that rectification and mark it in the documentation. Normally we miss to do that, but try to do that wherever there is a ATM cash difference arises due to this timing difference between ATM balances and the ledger balances. Fixed assets, normally say everything is taken care at HO level. Say depreciation will be taken care at HO level. All these things they will say. But as far as balance sheet audit is concerned, we are fixed asset verification, existence, the appropriate measurement and appropriate disclosure. It is our duty to verify these things. Kindly stick to that. What the FA verification as per audit norms is that. Kindly do that. If all the banks are circulating their accounting policies, try to check with their accounting policies what the depreciation or other accounting aspect of fixed assets has been in line with the accounting policies which is circulated to us when we get the appointment, is in line with the branch, what the presentation which they give in the branch balance sheet. And also see to that the assets are properly, the additions, mostly additions are properly accounted for it. There may be assets which may be put to use, but the amount may be in advances, parked in sundry advances. So try to verify that whether all the assets have been properly classified and capitalized. Advances is not only the main criteria, deposits also have equal importance with respect to bank audit. So try to get a profile of deposits also, verify all the deposits also. While verifying the deposits, see to that AML and KYC norms are properly dealt with. Most of this KYC, AML frauds occur in the deposits portfolio only. So if you take for advances, if you going to take 2 days, at least spend some half a day for deposits also. So that that area is also covered, because we are certifying both the sides of the balance sheet. So whatever advances is there, deposits also have an equal importance. Try to cover the deposits also. So also see to that wherever there is a deposits, loan against deposits are there. When you verify loan against deposits, verify the deposits also simultaneously, so that both aspects will be covered. All these things can be happen only when we are able to plan at the initial stage itself. So first day discussing with the manager, preparing all these things, you sit and take, you don't go and verify everything. All these things you do whatever in Excel, it will be helpful in completing the documentation and completing the audit in time. So if you don't do this work and you want to complete it at a later point of time, then you will come out with surprises for verification. There may be some surprises which you say, I have CC account, this CC account seems to be very odd, I have to verify it. Then it will be a very difficult task to verify at a later stage. So again I am insisting, pre-audit documentation is a most important point when it comes to bank audit. All this interest calculation, we have talked about the loan. When we will verify that loan, we will calculate the interest. Have the Excel templates for verification of interest, so that normally one of the templates which I have given also to verify the variance analysis, all the balance sheet items and P&L items, you put a variance analysis and get in LFAR itself is there a point whether you got a satisfactory reply from the branch manager with respect to variances in the income and advances and other factors. With that itself, you also dig into that variances and see to that why there is variances. Mostly the difficult part in verification is there will be interest resets at different point of time. Get that interest resets at different point of time. Try to populate in Excel with one of or two advances which you are going to verify the interest rate. You populate that interest rate, change in interest rate, and then find it out. So for that is also different templates also available. You can search it also, or if you can request, we can also prepare one template so that for the different interest resets, what will be the interest for the particular year that can be calculated. That is possible. This fraud detection, normally, when we are not there to find out frauds. We are going to find out whether the true and fair, the financials are there. But in the course of branch audit, we will come across frauds. Where we can come across all these things is one thing, by experience we can find out, or try to find out there will be some correspondence file with the regional office and HO level. You take that file and go through the file particular year. Again you go through the internal auditors or the concurrent auditors file, or the RBI, the risk-based internal audit which is being carried out by they will complete in all aspects. The RBI audit, if you go through it, they will have a detailed audit. All these, you put some time and effort to study all these things. If possible, if you are able to get that file in say text format or any PDF format, and by say redaction you upload to a GPT and get the details, you can get it. Try not to do it as such, because the client names or other things may go to the public domain. You see to that secrecy what we have been giving to the branch audit is also not compromised. So that documentation also we should keep it. If you are going to find out using this any artificial intelligence tools, you should document it properly that I have used this AI tool with due things that I have redacted all these names of branches, all the client names, and only the content has been put. That also you keep it as a for documentation, so that when it's something, whatever we say, it is not in public domain, it is already available. But it should not say, they should not say that through you it is gone to the public domain. For that we should have some safeguard, for that we should have some documents. That should be taken care. Be very careful in these things. And also while you're getting documents in text format or a PDF or whatever the files which the branch management gives to you, try to see to that it is being delivered to your official mail ID which is communicated to the zonal or regional offices, not to any other mail IDs. That is one part to know. Wherever any data breaches or anything that happens at a later point of time, that then they may charge us that you are given a different mail ID through which the data breaches occurred. And fraud detection, all these files, once you, when you detect a fraud in a particular branch which is being communicated, there is an entire separate audit procedures and entire documentation that needs to be followed. Try to keep that in mind and completely document, because we are supposed to inform the branch management at HO level. We are also supposed to inform the RBI. We are also supposed to inform the central statutory auditors. We are also supposed to inform the audit committee of the branch. All this to be informed, so that whenever you come across a fraud, the fraud documentation should be proper in all aspects. And if you are not come across the fraud and you don't know whether during an audit process you are not come, you get a declaration from the branch manager that there is no fraud happened, and separate MR also, you put a separate class, all those things, and see to that you have not missed anything which is in the concurrent audit or internal audit list. They have marked as fraud, because it is most important. Because in LFAR also you are not giving that you have read the particular say concurrent audit report, this internal audit report or RBI, whatever the audit reports we have read, we are mentioning the LFAR. These are all the reports we have read of these particular dates, identifying the dates. If you are not verified, don't put it there. You are not verified. When you put it there, go and have an in-depth analysis of what is there in that. So it will be lengthy only, but don't bother. One of the engagement partner and any of the senior person who was dealing with the audit, kindly go through the entire this previous year audit papers and this internal audit, all these papers. First day if you do those, no, all this will be, you can complete the entire thing. The collecting, you can have one assistant collecting all the other information for profiling and other purposes, and one of your senior persons or the engagement partner can go through this documentation, and based on this we can discuss at the hotel room or at our office. After the day one ends, no, we can reformulate the entire audit plan and audit program, so that the second day and third day it will be a smooth process. All documentation, normally what we do know, when we conclude the audit, we have to look upon that whether our conclusion is in line with what we have documented. That is one part we should be very, very careful. There are places where we come across, we would have documented one loan, there may be some gaps, we would have written the account may be NPA or something in the documentation. In final report, nothing, no MOC is given, nothing is given, or now mentioning in LFAR is given. That documentation, if it goes to peer review or it is been taken by the QRB, then there will be a very big problem. So don't leave any documents uncompleted. So that is most important. Before signing you keep everything, the audit report and every documents, even you didn't generated, keep everything ready before signing. Go through entire documentation, see to that none is incomplete. Some reference are to be done. You complete the documentation, then sign. So this is most important. Then once you come out, then we have to rework everything, means it will be a difficult task. Once you have documented something, you cannot remove from that also, because the sampling what you have taken, you are going to report in LFAR. Previously it was not that, but nowadays they are asking you to report what is the total number of samples we have taken, what is the percentage of sample taken. That number of samples, advances total, everything should match with what we are giving in LFAR. That also see to that is being properly dealt, because at times due to say lack of information or something, some other point, we may remove some sample from our verification that would have missed when the profiling what you have done. So you see to that completion and the starting, everything is in line with what we are concluding. So before preparing this audit report, this what are all the observations you take, you bifurcate what are all key areas, what is required to be reported to the management, what is to be reported in the audit report, all these things you formulate it, draft, you formulate it, then you will come to know where to appropriately fit that particular thing. Certain things may come under LFAR, certain things may come under audit report, certain things may warrant for an MOC. All these things have a draft, formulate it. Once you decide, before formally concluding the audit report, it is prime focus for us is to discuss with the manager what are all your findings, what we are going to deal with it. We have to get a concurrence. In my documentation, I have given a concluding meeting with the branch manager also, that has to also be documented. So whatever audit findings and other thing, don't put it in a report without discussing with the management. Maybe manager may throw some different light, or if he is unaware, he may call for regional managers. And in most of my audit cases, regional or zonal managers, they have come to me for discussion for a couple of hours, then only it is concluded. So discussion, the escalation factor, whether that is to be addressed by the regional manager or zonal manager, depends upon how you present it to the manager. So the manager may not know or may not wish to know all those things, or he will not be forced, he will be forced not to disclose certain things with you. All those things will happen. Depending upon the veracity of your findings, try to speak with the manager, and if he is not able to convince you, ask him to contact the regional office, or you can contact the regional manager, definitely will contact. So normally when there is an issue in a particular branch or the audit is taking time, the regional manager used to call the auditors. So that happens, and if you mark more MOC also, the regional manager will call you. So try to have a discussion with the management before concluding, because this will help you in a later stage when something occurs. No, they will say it is not discussed with us, this point is not valid. So all those things will not happen in a later point of when you have discussed it. And also discussion normally happens, but we don't document the discussion. Whatever discussion, minute to minute, you minute the entire documents, entire proceedings. Get the acknowledgement. You give him a minutes copy to him also, get that acknowledged. That is most important, that we normally miss it. So that minutes meeting, no, that record the minutes meeting, get it certified by the manager also, or if a regional manager or zonal manager comes, kindly record it, then that will have a conclusion. What is the final conclusion we had based on the audit observation, what the, for the observation, what the reply they have taken, all those things will be properly in a in a peer review angle, it will be documented. MR, I think most of us have started getting MRs previously, 10 years or back or no, MR from branch is very, very difficult. They will say we are not supposed to give all those things. Nowadays that is been most of the branches will give, and try to get the MR, or if they are not giving a MR, give your engagement letter covering all MR point, ask them to acknowledge that letter itself. Mostly MR they will give you. If they don't give it, no, at least get that that you are circulating, this is what our understanding, this is what you are required to do, and based on this, that letter they can acknowledge. If they are not giving the MR, that should be one part. And MR, don't think it is a complete in all aspects. MR is only a supplementary thing. MR will not save you from any proceedings that happens. It is only a supplementary thing, is one part of a documentation which we should have applied. So all these things, keep it prepared before starting the audit itself. You have to, they will ask for the branch address, name, who is the branch manager, contact names, what is the regional office under which it is covered. All these things you complete it before itself, because this preparation, so entire documentation which we need to get it signed, including our audit report, other things, no, from our side. Let us not speak about what are the certificates and balance sheets items which is bank is going to prepare. From our side, it still takes half a day. So preparing entire thing, getting printouts, 3 or 4 copies they will ask. The entire thing it takes 3 or 4 days. When we start preparing at the branch itself, it will take more hours, 3 to 4 hours it will take. So when you are already prepared, no, only small tweakings it will take, within a couple of hours we can take. Normally we can avoid that late night signing. So when we prepare in advance, that will not happen, or otherwise, no. Most of the audits we used to sign late night at 12 o'clock or 2 o'clock. That will be because audit would have completed by 5, but getting arranged all the papers, putting seals and everything getting signed by the branch manager, assistant manager and our engagement partner or the partner who is going to sign, all this takes more hours. It will say 4 or 5 hours it will definitely take for a small branch itself. That is the amount of time it will take for signing the entire set of documents which is required to be signed. This is what we are discussing. Closing meeting, discussion of findings and final audit report submission. All these things you document. And normally one thing we miss, I also missed many times, is whenever we hand over the papers, signed papers to the see, normally what they will ask for, to send one copy to the central statutory auditors at zonal office, one to the regional office, one to be handed over to the bank management, one our copy. What we will do now, we will hand over the entire 3 sets to the bank manager, ask him to send. And he may normally 100% or 99% he will send. If there is no documentation for us, whether we have handed over the document for sending to regional office, that is one part which is missing in the peer review documentation. So whether you have communicated or whether to the appropriate persons or not, you will not have any document with you. So physically you are handing over the copy. You have a covering letter for that. So stating that, kindly hand over the regional office copy or the zonal office copy to the respective offices. Mention the office address also in a covering letter and get it acknowledged. Or else you send your copies directly from your office through speed post or other things. You keep it as a document for that. So that will complete the entire cycle. Some small things we will miss it, but at later point of time that may throw some different picture. What happens normally, when we as central statutory auditors consolidate at a zonal level or a regional level the various branches, certain papers will be missing. What we used to get a binder, or we will tag everything and we will submit to the branch manager. When it comes to the central statutory auditors at the central office level, some papers will be missing. So it is, I will not say it is voluntarily missed, but it is accidentally it will missed. But they will not know what it is, that paper is not. Later, if something findings comes, they say you are not submitted, central auditors or the zonal offices, you are not submitted. This covering letter, these things will save you that this is what I have given to them. I have got the acknowledgement. If it is something missing, it is at your end, you investigate, we can very well easily say that. This is what the importance I have made for the closing meetings. Clarity, so gather management insights. So what are the recommendations and what are the agree on actionable steps which we get it. So key findings in an audit report, normally that you have a different picture thing which already I told. When you formulating the audit report, you arrange according to where the particular finding has to fit in place, whether it is an audit report or LFAR. You document that so that it is not giving any problems at a later point of time. All discussions, whatever key findings, discussions, you minutize the entire things what you discussed with the manager. And when you complete this conclusion itself, there will be some evidences which we may require to collect. Normally, the ATM cash balance that paper what it is coming is a thermal paper which we may request for a Xerox copy, which we may have not received at the time. You will say when we verify, they will say we will take the Xerox and give it to you, sir. That will not be available. We may forget all those things. So all those things, when we formally have the closing meeting and finally verifying the closing audit documentation, we can collect everything so that nothing is missed upon. And structure and other things, everything in the report would have been circulated by the branch to what all the format should be there. Kindly check that format whether it is in line with our standards. Normally in 99% it will be in aligned with our standards only, but also have a verification so that they would not have copy pasted the previous thing, something may be missing. So at times we have received communication from the central statutory auditors that these points in the audit report are missing, you give your fresh reports. These things have happened in the previous years also. So see to that you check all those things with this, whether in line with the latest audit report format which is applicable for the bank as per se. Bank audit as a very highly risky factor and also easy to complete also when we know what is the risk. So when we are able to identify properly the risk at the first juncture itself, then the audit process itself very easy to complete it. So it is not a difficult task, and in our regular audit schedule, what we come across in a day-to-day with the income tax audit or a company's audit or an internal audit, this bank audit is a different experience as together. So enjoy it and complete it in a proper fashion so that we don't miss any documentation, because the risk factor which is associated with any other audit and bank audit is something tremendously different. The risk factor is huge. We are supposed to be answerable to various authorities. The AFI, if you get any information, none of us should get any remarks from AFI. If you get any remark from AFI, handling them is a very difficult process, because they know from sitting at the head office, they know from each branch of any bank what all the advances portfolio, what will be the problem. So the entire drill down of the entire branches they will have, but depending upon the significance they handle each and everything. But we cannot say that we don't have seen this. Only thing, if it is not falling under our advances sample, then we are quite safe. But it falls under our sample, then it is we should see to that our verification documentation is very perfect. And if it doesn't falls under our sample selection should be appropriate. That we should take care. It should not be an account which is a significant account which we have omitted in our sample. So something internal auditor or standard, normally they will all this take from all this, RBI or internal auditor or concurrent auditor would have reported on a particular account multiple times in a particular year itself. Then if you have omitted that in sample, or we have not considered that why we have omitted, we should have not documented, we would have not documented that why we have omitted that particular sample from our audit. No. So concurrent auditor say 6 months he has reported upon a loan. That loan we have not taken in sample because whatever the observations has been particularly answered by the manager, and it is our satisfaction, it has been closed. That report has been closed and closure report has been submitted to the HO through the manager. We have verified the closure report. So we are not dropping that from a sample. That should be our working paper for not taking that sample. So otherwise, not verifying anything which is waked up in these kind of papers, will put us in trouble. It may rake up in a different point of time. Yes, sir. I can. Sir, sample percentage, it depends upon your materiality factor which you are going to find out. So that you have to work out for each and every branch. You have to profiling, you have to verify. Depending on large branch, they say 10% of advances you would have verified, and each branch is giving some threshold limit. This is the number of this is the percentage you would have verified in selecting the sample. They are giving that. See to that, that is also being you are taking care. In acceptance letter, they are giving some 100 pages or 200 pages depending on the branch. The document is been circulated. Kindly read to that also, because they may give some instructions to have a different level of sample also. So we should see to that we are covering that all. Normally when we don't do this at the initial stage, when coming the reporting in LFAR, so normally LFAR now it has been computerized. They are asking us to put it in computer. So they will ask us all details, how many advances, everything. Then we will see to that the number of advances missed. So this will happen only at a later point of time. Then we will audit will get extended, or so many embarrassing situations will happen, because the manager would have intimated the RO that audit has been completed, and now you are asking again, means the RO people will ask why you are not done previously. All these things will happen. So materiality factor determining itself, you find out whether what is the things they are asking us to do. Whatever I have given only a bird's eye view of what is there. I will ask the SIRC to circulate the model working paper template which I have prepared, or there is n number of templates available prepared by various experts. You can use anything of that, or if you are expert in using the Institute AI, you can get it fine-tuned as per your requirement. That can also be done. But see to that the complete aspect, all aspects is covered in that your audit working paper. In peer review angle also you verify once. There is a separate checklist to verify whether for peer review your documentation is perfect. So that also should form part of the documentation, so that everything is, all important thing is you put everything in one folder, and that folder you archive it or you completely zip it and keep it separately, because we need to preserve this for 7 years. It may be required at any point of time. So this is also you can also have, normally we have a habit of keeping in a pen drive and attaching that pen drive in our physical files itself, so that accidentally deleting in the computer folder or something, also we will have a copy, soft copy available in the pen drive. That you can also have it. Any other questions? It depends upon the veracity of the particular client. So we have done for a couple of physical visit, we have visited the client spaces. Normally it is not required, because the bank will say you are unnecessarily burdening with so many costs for us, why you are going to physical verification. But you have put it in justification why you wanted to verify it. If the stock audit report is not available and you per se find it out, there may be some differences, you can always insist for physical inspection, and you can go very well and inspect, and also you can ask them to manager to have a stock verification, so that will have it. Depends upon the client, you can always take a call for that.
So it's not always required.
It is not always required. Whatever documents they have provided, you can rely upon it, and you see to that. By relying, you see to that what all the documents you are seeing is appropriate. Say normally all 12 month stock statement one day they would have given. Seeing that the paper itself, we can find it out, it is given at a last minute. So you cannot say that to him. So he will object. No sir, daily only, monthly only I have got that. No, he will say. So you put some other pressure, you verify that with your audited figures. So if there is huge difference between audited figures and the stock statement submitted, you say that I will only abide by audited figures. You put the audited figures as the balance for the working capital limit. You calculate the working capital gap. We can take whatever other steps we can take it in finding out whether we can rely on stock statement or not.
So that way assets created out of term loans also need not be verified.
That is also normally what they know. They will ask for photographs, they will ask for the billing will be going through the bank. If all these things are available, you need not go and verify. If nothing is available, then you have a suspect. Always you can take a call for inspection. But normally, bigger loans, it is depending upon risk factor also. So smaller loans, what it will happen, this mudra loans, where you live 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 150,000, they will give for the various assets they are going to purchase. That will be very difficult for us to verify. We cannot go inspect for each and every person's. There we can find it out what the declaration they have got, whether they have purchased, whether the money has gone to the particular vendor. All these things we can ask them to give a trace and give a report on that. Or if it is, we cannot find it out, all samples, we can always have, if we have any doubts, we can always report it in LFAR, that for all these loans on the proper purchase of asset verification not done by the branch management, that you can always give it in long form audit report.
Okay.
The common one. Large borrowers verification.
Normally,
each bank differs, or they generally same for all the banks?
No, normally that large borrowers is same for all branches. Only thing is the percentage of verification, they may give you a different picture. So they may ask you to have a very in-depth verification also. Normally they don't mention, but why I am asking is that acceptance letter, they have given instructions that we should read it meticulously, we should not miss any points. So at times that they may give a separate different percentage or something that may be missed when it comes to audit. So other things, normally materiality factors, what we determine per se based on our... We
can decide this.
Yes, that we can decide it. What that decision you should know when you check with the LFAR requirements, there they are mentioning this is the number of accounts which you should have verified. So when our materiality says only 5% verification, or say 1 lakh or 2 lakhs is what the amount, the threshold amount is, verification amount is what we got from our materiality calculation. In that account only it covers say 8%, and the bank has asked for us to verification 10 to 15%. Then that different gap, what is our sample, how we are going to increase that sample, that should be decided before commencing the audit itself.
Sir, last year we came across one case of advance where they have got a lot of stock, and they are showing that in the stock statement. Balance sheet, they are not.
What is there in the balance sheet, we should abide by that.
Yeah. So we mentioned in the LFAR that they are giving the stock statement to the bank for borrowing, but it's not reflected in
when you mention in LFAR, see to that due to that difference in stock statement and the audited figures, the drawing power should not go below the sanction limit and the actual drawn. If it is this case, you see to that what is the amount drawn, whether it is excess of drawing power, whether amount drawn is in excess of drawing power is greater than 90 days or 180 days, which is as such a case. That verification part you should have verified, and you should have concluded that marking it as an NPA is not warranted or not. So that conclusion you should see to that you have done, because that should be very careful. The stock statement is very critical, very difficult to find it out.
No, they have the party is a sound party, but that figure is not there in the balance sheet.
No, let us.
It's not there in the balance sheet.
No, let us think. The same thing happens when we certify our audit, whatever our clients' files also. But as a branch bank auditor, let us not see whether that particular party will repay or it is sound. See to that we document it so that we are covering what is suspect, because we are not subject to the institute regulations. We are subject to Reserve Bank of India regulation. The AFI will take a different stand. We cannot answer him. So when you mark it in LFAR, see to that it is properly dealt with in your audit report. And when anything, if you make an MOC, see to that particular case is you report in long form audit report also. Vice versa, you see what are the implications.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful, insightful and enriching session. On behalf of SIRC of ICA, we truly appreciate the time and effort you made for this program, sir. Thank you. So we will now have a 10-minute short tea break. We request all the members to reassemble after 10 minutes so we can continue with the session without delay. Before we begin, I would like to inform that due to some personal commitments, CA Jayachandran GK sir is unavailable to join us today. However, we are honored to have CA Loganathan are with us as our esteemed speaker. I request CA Loganathan sir to occupy the dais, sir. CA Loganathan sir is a fellow chartered accountant and a disqualified member of our institute, certified in concurrent audit of banks, forensic auditing and fraud detection. He is also empaneled peer reviewer, former advanced analyst with Resnick Professional Services Private Limited. With over 15 years of expertise, CA Loganathan R brings an in-depth knowledge in bank audits, forensic accounting and consultancy. On behalf of SIRC of ICI, I thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and taking the time to be with us today. As a token of our appreciation, I would like to invite CA Raghuraman sir to kindly present a memento to CA Loganathan R. Thank you, sir. I now request CA Loganathan R sir to take over the stage. Session.
Good morning. Now it's good afternoon. I'm not the original intended speaker for the day. However, yesterday at 7:30, I got the call to make this the topic. As a challenge, I accepted it. Hope I do justice. Let's go into the topics. I think mix of crowd. A lot of senior members are there. Well-known members are there. Youngsters also is there. I'll put forth a question. How many of you have prior experience in bank audit? Lot of members are there. So, you know IRAC norms, NPA, provisioning, all those aspects you would be already familiar with. But however, since we do it as a year-on assignment, we need to have a brush up or a revision. Like prior to the exam day, we'll have a revision. Like that, we'll go through this topic. How many of you got bank audit for this, branch audit for this year? Already got the communication. So, members who have got the branch audit only are attending the program. That's also there. Challenge is there because, but yesterday we had a program in SIRC. President came yesterday. He gave some positive insight, returning to prior 2004 mode of appointment of branch auditors. He is putting a lot of efforts in that aspects. So hopefully we believe it materializes and ICA retains the power of those prior days of 2004 that period. What I thought of taking to, we have only 1 hour or odd time, and I don't want to take much of your lunch time. So next speaker is an excellent speaker, SUNDARARAJAN sir. He is like a master in this bank audit. Any topic from end to end, A to Z of the bank audit he can address. Prior to that, a small person like me, I don't know how I'm making to good justice. Hopefully I'm doing good. I thought how to make about, because always a question comes when branch audit is given. At least when I was doing articleship, the branch audit used to be aspect of like end of February or first week of March. The banks used to send a call for you are being selected as the branch auditors, and by mid of March we'll get the branch. We know the branches. By 23rd March we do a prior pre-closure before 31st March. Documentation aspects we used to cover in the first between 24th to 30th. We'll be sitting at the branches covering the documentation aspects of new loans. first week will be only like a closure. So the target of like 10th April or 15th April was more or less aspect of achievable target that time. But post, I think last 8 years, we are seeing bank communication itself comes in the last week of March. Branches, they are giving only in the first week of April, 2nd or 3rd only we are able to get know the branches itself, which branches. Then we have to prioritize our travel, how to, which partner to take up, how to make our commuting. IRCT, we go and get the train tickets. All these aspects we will be working out. Still, they give a maximum date of 15th April by which we have to complete our branch audit. Looking at this aspect, I thought the topic is audit of loans and advances, because the major part, can anyone say why loans and advances is more important in a bank? Yes, sir. Sir? That is advance, fixing of fees, okay. Sir said correctly, sir. That is the asset, revenue earning asset for the bank. See, what we say, any asset should generate revenue. Only then it's a valuable asset for us. So, for a bank, loans and advances are the major revenue earning assets. Someone can say, sir, recently we came about bank charges also making important revenue for the banks. Sir, that is very small portion, sir. Loans and advances are the key business of the banks. So, whether that alone is sufficient, if you say assets, what is the liability side of a bank branch? Deposits. Savings, current account and fixed and recurring deposits. These are the assets. I thought not just focusing on the loans and advances alone, we will go through the IRAC norms, everything as a brush through process, but focusing on not just loans and advances, I thought let's walk through the process of a bank branch audit, how we are going to conduct. Because now, say for 2nd April, we are going to get the allotment of branch. We fix on 4th, we are going to visit the branch. With a staff team of 4 to 5 members, we are going to take up. So, how we are going to complete the audit, how the process. That's what I thought more valuable process, give a value addition to members as such to plan your audit also. So, Aanand sir would have covered in the first session audit planning. So, I will not be overlapping into this aspect, but I thought how in a 3 or 4 days or 5 days period you can complete the branch audit. Once you get the appointment letter, sir, we get the branches allotted. First step, prior auditor communication. We send the prior auditor communication, email ID will be there, we are sending the prior auditor communication. Along with that, send the engagement letter. The format of engagement letter is there in the guidance note of ICA. 2 documents you have a key important in bank branch audits. One, ICA guidance, wherever we can refer, whenever there are doubts or clarification in the audit procedure. You can refer to the guidance note issued by ICA. You can refer to the master circular. Last master circular of RBI was on 2nd April 2024. In a day or two, 2nd April 2025, they issued the recent master circular. You take that document, 40 pages, that would be our mantra for audit of these loans and advances also. So, once you receive the appointment letter, we are sending the prior audit communication. Along with that, send a engagement letter. Because now everyone by next year we should have the peer review certificate with us. Otherwise, we cannot continue as bank branch auditors. Even if you are a category 4 firm with no clients with above 50 crores borrowings, no other criteria as there. Still, if you want to do your branch audit, if you are a category 4 firm also, Still, you have to get yourself peer reviewed by before next bank branch audit. 1st April 2026, you should be holding your peer review certificate. So this engagement letter is an important document for your peer review process. You could ask, sir, you won't get a countersigned document. Put a sentence in your email. This is the engagement, our letter of engagement. We request you to return a signed copy. If not, this email under Information Technology Act, it's a valid communication. Within 10 days, before complete audit, we will consider this as a final engagement letter. If any amendment changes that, the branch should inform. Engagement letter. After that, we will call the branch. What is the important question, sir? SARS and loans and advances. Based on that only. Comfortable with Tamil also, no, sir? Okay. In between, I will use Tamil. That's super, sir. Hindi theriyadu, sir. Hindi malu negi. So we will call the branch. First question, advance evalo. So we will get to know, we will look out our fees. We know our picture. Along with that, ask for additional informations. What is the composition of these advances? It can be, if it is a rural branch or a semi-rural branch, major portion is going to be a gold loan. Other loans, you can ask what is the ratio, or you can even ask last balance sheet. Sir, you can please send the last balance sheet of 28th February. Or 15th March, something what generated. If it's Fennacle, I think any day they can generate the balance sheet and the reports server. Banks also should have that facility. You ask that balance sheet, go to the balance sheet. You get a fair picture of the branch you are going to audit. What is the composition of a branch? Because each sector of a branch can have a different composition. Mostly as a branch auditors, I think we would not be getting branches more than 250 crores advances, and average I think above 50 crores only now they are making the appointments also. Rarely along with one branch they might give a 20 crore branch. If they are giving you a 100 crore branch, they will give another 20 crore branch. 2 branches only, not 3 branches also. So that would be your ideal composition. When we go to the balance sheet, take the balance sheet and the P&L. P&L not much, we will go into the expenses part of the later on. But in the balance sheet, you are going to look at the liability side first. You know what is the deposit, whether the branch is deposit driven or a loans advances driven. Because if you look at the industrial finance branch or a overseas branch or a specialized branches, the advance portion will be major. There won't be much of deposits. Your current accounts will be. But on a normal regular branch, on a normal urban branch or a normal semi-urban branches, the deposits will be more. The composition of deposits will be like NR account, savings account, all these aspects will be there. Because when you come to the audit, you have to verify those KYC documentation also. Take a sample. Prepare yourself for a savings account. Take 10 savings account. Verify whether they have completed the proper KYC has been followed. Current account opening. Check how they have done the document, received the KYC documentation. Comply with your RBI guidelines on the KYC. With that, savings and current accounts, slightly we can go about it. Then comes the loans of advances. In the loans and advances, there will be various aspects of loans and advances. It's like ODCC accounts will be there, term loans will be there, gold loans will be there, car loans will be there, retail sector, priority sector lendings. Depend on the branch, where the geographical position of the branch, your advances composition will vary based on the geographical, usually on the geographical location of the branch where it is placed. With that, we'll go. So we'll go into the auditing loans and the bank branch audits. First, we'll look into the IRAC norms. and the document verification process. What all the loans and advances, document verification process we will go about. Loans and advances is very critical asset. That's the asset of the branch, which is very important. That is the revenue generation. IRAC stands for income recognition and asset classification. One, if it is an NPA account, you cannot recognize income out of that advance. Second, if it is doubtful or NPA, once it's classified NPA, if it's unsecured, where its realization itself becomes doubtful. Like that, we will go into the classifications. As I said, Master Circular was issued on April 2nd, 2024. In respect of loans and advances, the major part will be whether it's a performing assets. Otherwise, identification of NPS. That is the major component of any bank branch audit. In respect of advances, usually there are two terms used. One is overdue, other one is called as out of order. When out of order is used, if it is like a OD CC account where there's not a principal repayment doesn't happen on a regular basis, it's only on a interest alone is service, then that type of loans will be classified as out of order if it is a non-performing asset. If it is out of order for a period, we will come into the IRAC norms next. There we will see out of order. Other one will be yes, sir. ODCC account, sir. No, உங்களுக்கு EMI மாதிரி இருக்காது. There won't be a fixed repayment of principal. If any term loan you say you will be repaying a principal also on a regular basis. This will be on a renewal basis. Like you will not be paying the interest on either on a single shot or something. Interest alone is serviced. Where the condition is that if you keep on serving the interest, the loan is good. In that case, it is called as out of order. In the other cases where principal repayment also comes into picture, it's called overdue, where you are not paying principal or anything. Any amount due to the bank under any credit facility, if not paid by the due date fixed by the bank, becomes overdue. Any amount due, that means it includes both principal as well as interest component. If any amount due, some people used to tell that, sir, interest pay pannitaar, sir, classify pannadinga. No. Any amount due, if it's not paid on that due date, the loan is an overdue. When an account will be treated as out of order? The outstanding balance in the CC or OD account remains continuously in excess of the sanction limit drawing power for 90 days. Your OD or CC account, say they are sanctioning a limit of 50 lakhs. Continuously for 90 days, 50 lakh, even 50 lakh, 100 rupees, 1 rupee. If it's going to be more than that 50 lakh sanction limit, continuously for 90 days, then that account becomes out of order. Even in between, say out of an 88 day, continuously the account is above the sanction limit. On say 81st day, there is some credit into the account. It comes down below the sanctioned limit. It will not be out of order. 89th day, if some amount is credited, but you need to check the genuinity of the credit, how that credit comes in. That will be our skill set of auditing, how it comes, or a genuinity aspect. But even on 89th day, there's a credit in the account and balance goes below the outstanding balance goes below the sanction limit, then that becomes out of order. It will not fall under the out of order. But 90 days continuously, it is above the sanction limit, definitely that account is out of order. Second condition, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Drawing power. Drawing power will come into next into later on aspects, because drawing power is usually consumed through the or stock and books statement. Say next scenario, when OD or CC account can be out of order. The outstanding balance in the CC or OD account is less than the sanction limit or drawing power, but there are no credits continuously for 90 days. 50 lakhs sanction, 49 lakhs used. But all through the 90 days, no amount has been deposited. There is no credit entry in the account. Credit entry through customer induced transaction or a deposit of turnover transaction, not some wrong entry. That can usually sometimes how manipulate banks will manipulate. No, they put some check deposits of someone else. They have simply put into the account, then transfer it to original account to whom it should reach. System will not identify such a entry because it finds that there is a credit. So within 90 days, though there is not actual transaction happen, that could happen the credit transaction. System will think that it's a genuine transaction. Those aspects, when you are going through the account statement, we can verify that. So for 90 days, no credit has happened in an CC or OD account, but the balance is below the sanction limits, still it is out of order. The outstanding balance in the CC or OD is less than the sanction limit or drawing power, but credits are not enough to cover the interest debited during the 90 days period. 50 lakhs, 45 lakhs sanction, interest will be like say 45,000 per month, 3 months. Still the account will not cross the 50 lakhs sanction limit. But the part there would have been a customer induced deposits. Instead of 90 days credit would be say like 1 lakh. The customer would have deposited only 60,000, 70,000. Still the account fails to meet the conditions, it will be out of order. If it is the credit happens to be like more 1 lakh 10,000 or 1 lakh 1 rupee or up to interest amount, then it is not out of order. The 90 days, later on I will touch upon that 90 days because RBI Master Circular says 90 days or more. So generally we will take that on 91st day only we will be classing at NPA. There's in between there was a clarification issued by RBI. In that they mentioned that more than 90 days. Sorry, this is more than 90 days. That is 90 days or more. So on 90th day itself, by a day end process, if these things are coming into place, that the account should be classified as out of order. This comes to the other aspects when overdue conditions. Out of order is for ODCCC. We looked into when an account becomes out of order. Once it's out of order, it's a non-performing asset. Loans and other types of advances where overdue condition comes into place. First we'll look into term loan. If it is a term loans can be of various natures. If it is usually staff housing loans will be like first they will be repaying the principal, at the end only they will be paying the interest. Certain loans there will be two components. One fixed principal repayment and interest payment. Certain loans there will be EMI, mix of principal and interest. Like that various types of term loans will be there. In such cases of term loans, interest or installments remain overdue for a period of more than 90 days. So banks fixed a bullet payment or whatever every month installment or what is it. If for 90 days if repayments overdue, that means first, second, third, say if it's on a monthly aspect, first idu mudiga pay panla, second idu service panla, third idu service panla, then that becomes the overdue. 90 days overdue, it becomes a non-performing asset. If it is 60 days overdue, there's a separate classification. If it's 30 days overdue, there's a separate classification. But those are not non-performing assets, but they will be specified as special mention accounts, which will be also certification is required under recent now we have to issue certified SMA accounts also. Because SMA are the more risk-based accounts, because there only these adjustments happens. Instead of making the account slip into an NPA, they will make some adjustments and try to make account look like an performing assets. So SMA will be a major, but in case of a term loan, if the installment or interest remain overdue for a period of more than 90 days, then it's a non-performing asset. In case of overdue or cash credits, we looked into the previous slides, if it is out of order, then it's an NPA. Bills purchased or discounted. Majorly, I think these aspects of now bill purchase have been mostly reduced in most of the banks, because after Nirav, that fraud all came up, this bill purchasing, LC discounting, all this, it has been transferred to the specialized branches. At our normal regular branch level, nowadays we are not coming across these aspects mostly, but still for a theoretical purpose, let's understand if a bill's purchase or discounted has not been paid on the particular due date and within 90 days it has not been regularized, then it becomes a non-performing asset. For 90 days, if the bills purchase or discounted due date by the due date is over and 90 days is over, then that account becomes an NPA. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Out of order, sir. Sir, out of order under condition vandirukkum, sir. Sir, if yes, sir. Yeah. Sir, out of order na NPA, sir. Overdue na 90 days, sir. So overdue we should look into 90 days, sir. Once an account is out of order condition la it is saying 90 days. That's the difference between OD and term loan. In case of agriculture loans are a separate category where we look into the aspects of crop season. What is agriculture loan? Under RBI they have given a separate annexure. Only if the loan falls under that category, that loan will be agriculture loan. Any other agriculture loan, if doesn't fall under the prescribed category of RBI in the master circular in the annexure 1, those loans are not agriculture loans. The similar conditions of term loans or other loans will fall to verify whether that account is NPA or not. For agriculture loans, we'll look into we'll come across later on. Short duration crops will be treated as NPA if the installment of principal or interest remains overdue for 2 crop season. Crop season usually is defined by the SLBC, State Level Banking Committee. If you ask the branch, they will get the circular. Sir, inga 6 months, sir, they will be orally telling, sir, this is 3 months crop season, 6 months crop season. Crop season short term 12 months crop season solvanga. They will do all. You ask for the circular. Their head office circular will be there. SLBC circular number kuduthu they will tell. These are over nature of crop. They will say this is the crop season. And the crop season of geographically also this crop season will vary. Some places rice. Some places it will be 4 months or 3 months crop season. Some places it's a 6 months crop season for even rice paddy. SLBC is state to state, sir. Each state has a SLBC, state level banking committee, sir. If some floods happen, they decide on the agriculture aspect, because agriculture under constitution comes under the state subject. So when it is a priority sector lending agriculture, because it is like geographically we are divided. In a situation, RBI at the central cannot take decision on agriculture loan. Basically, that's why, and to make on a more decentralized administration, they allowed this SLBC. Because of that, SLBC, they will decide based on the state government input, particular places, Chandavar got flooded, and rain, then that place alone they will give some benefit. Those aspect there they will give some extension. Based on that, but SLBC alone decides the crop season for each crop. So you can refer that circular from the branch for what nature of crop the borrower has received the loan. Based on that, you can decide the crop season. In case of short-term crops, if it interest or principal is not paid for 2 crop seasons, then that loan becomes an NPA. In case of long duration crops, it's 1 crop season. Say like 2 crop seasons. Sir, if you look into the guidance note of ICA, they have more given nice examples of date wise they have given when short-term crop loan will become an NPA. Nice tabular is there. Even if you go into the recent guide, we will almost be familiar with the date we are going to audit also. So that example you can take from the guidance note of ICA, where how to classify this agriculture loan as when agriculture short-term loan becomes NPA, the date was given. If the loan is given on this date, the crop season is 6 months. Say first 6 months, it becomes the end of the crop season, the loan becomes due. From that crop season, 2 crop season for short term. So another 6 months, another 6 months. They also decide the date. So third crop season when it completes and the loan is not serviced, automatically that becomes an agriculture loan NPA. Long duration crops, it's 1 crop season. Usually RBI says 12 months. Any crop season which is more than 12 months, because some crops might even take 24 months or 36 months. So RBI says any crop which is more than 12 months, then which crop season is more than 12 months, it's a long-term crop. In that case, 1 crop season, apart from the crop season for which the loan is sanctioned, another 1 more crop season, the loan is not serviced. End of that crop season, that long-term agriculture loan also becomes NPA. Sir, we'll come, sir. Stock statement, those aspects also will cover. Basically, out of order, I said the out of order decide pandra sir. Other certain cases, OD and CC accounts will be considered as out of order apart from this 90 days also. Technical, exactly. Technical details. But if you see the master circular, sir, one place they would have said for mere technical lapses, the account should not be classified as NPA. The exact wording is for mere lapses or temporary in nature. Okay, that means, sir, 6 months you are not submitting stock, 7 months submit panna. அதனால அதை கிளாஸிஃபை பண்ணிடாதீங்கன்றதே சொல்கிறாங்க. பட் ஒரு இடத்துல இப்படியோ சொல்லுவாங்க, ஒரு இடத்துல அப்படியோ சொல்லுவாங்க. அதுதான் ப்ராப்ளம் இல்லை. அதனால் we have to be on a conservative side, sir. கன்சர்வேட்டிவ் சார். நம்ம டிசைட் பண்ணிட்டோம்னா அவ்வளோதான், டிசிஷன் தான். For long duration crops would be crops with more than 12 months as per RBI. Anything not a long duration crop is a short term crop. State by SLBC will decide the crop seasons. Okay, they are guiding for agriculture loan because it depends on the days, periods, everything. Banks should fix a reasonable time limit. This is the annexure 1, sir, which all loans should be classified as agriculture loan. If it doesn't falls within this category, then those loans are not agriculture loans. In my experience, I have never come across a loan which is not an agriculture loan, which doesn't fall under this category. So mostly it will be agriculture loan, because even they are allowing lending to corporates also for other breeding or like poultry farming, fishery, all those things also they are allowing. For individual farmers, loans to individual farmers including SHG and limited liability groups, joint liability groups, JLGs. These things you can see mostly into rural branches. I think urban branches mostly won't have much of SHGs. But in rural branches, you can see even now they are coming up with a new concept of district level lending also in the banks. Like a huge one for each district, one big group will be there of 500 people. They are giving 50 lakhs, 1 crore, 2 crore also to those SHGs. It is all like mostly these SHGs will be of a team of 20 people, 5 joint liability group will be 5 to 10 people. SHGs will be like 20, 30 people, mostly for small businesses, like they can keep up like what they say, the manpul வளர்க்கறது, பானை செய்யறது, டெய்லரிங்கு, ஆல் சின்ன சின்ன பொட்டிக்கடை வைக்கிற அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கும் SHG groups. Purpose they would be stating, whether genuinely applied, no one verifies. Yes, sir? Agriculture gold loan, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Any gold loan, if you see, sir. Sir, I think that limit has been increased, sir. From previously, the limit was 3 lakhs, sir. If your gold loan has to be your AGL, agri gold loan, up to 3 lakhs, your ration card is sufficient along with your Aadhaar. No other document, single page and loan application. Your ration card is more than sufficient, sir. But if it's that above limit, if you are going to issue a gold loan above 3 lakhs, then you have to ask for additional documents, chitta, patta, and A list and solvanga, A list, and the VO classification, and to prove that they are holding land, agricultural land, to capture. But I think that is strictly followed only if the loan is subjected to subvention. So I have recently seen some banks allowing to issue AGL up to 25 lakhs also, with no chitta patta எதுவும் கிடையாது. வெறும் ஒரு ரெகுலர் கேவைசி வச்சு அப் டு 25 lakhs வரைக்கும் இஷ்யூ பண்ணலான்னு சொல்லிட்டு சர்க்குலர் கொடுத்து நான் பார்த்துருக்கேன். ஐ ஹவ் சீன் தி சர்க்குலர் வேர் agri gold loan has been allowed up to 25 lakhs also at the branch level, branch discretion. So that is allowed. Only thing, when if it comes to interest subvention, then RBI comes into picture. RBI oda norms இவங்க ஃபாலோ பண்ண the condition க்கு வராங்க. When there is no benefit out of agri, then the bank is under the aspects. What all loans as covered under agriculture? Loans to individual farmers, including SHGs and joint liability groups, to individual farmers, provided banks maintain disaggregated data on such loans. I don't think any banks are maintaining those data. Engaged in agriculture and allied activities, with dairy, agriculture not just cultivation, sir. Dairy, கோழி வளர்க்கறது, ஆடு வளர்க்கறது, மாடு வளர்க்கறது, all these aspects also is part of agriculture only. That's why they're saying dairy, fishery, animal husbandry, poultry, beekeeping, selective up to cocoon stage. Okay. These are activities what they call as apart from cultivation. Any cultivation, you know, Supreme Court decision, anything grown in the ground. Agriculture, any agriculture loan norms, sir. Poultry வந்து அப்பா நம்ம SLBC circular எடுத்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க, அதுக்கு டெஃபினிஷன் கொடுப்பாங்க. If it is goat, lamb or goat வளர்க்குறீங்கன்னா under gestation period 18 months. So if it is that crop, அதான் அந்த ஆடு வளர்க்குறது பேர் crop season. 12 months மேலே இருந்துச்சுன்னா it's a long term. If it is chicken, இந்த poultry வச்சுருக்கீங்க, what is it? Boiler chicken, நாட்டுக்கோழி இல்லை, boiler chicken, then it's only 26 days or not at the gestation period. So that will be short term. Loans to others such as corporates, this is what I said, sir. Even loans to corporates, partnership firms or institutions for agriculture and allied activities. So seen certain corporates in the Yara Pandan Solvanga. They have got huge loans under this sectors. Crores lo vaangirukanga. Those will be classified as agriculture loan. Prawn is a profitable business. Dairy, fishery, piggery, poultry, beekeeping, etc. up to aggregate limit of 2 crores per borrower for a following purpose. 2 crores limit they have fixed. So they will open multiple companies, YFL, everything. They'll get 1 crore, 2 crore. Short-term loans for raising crops. The purpose for to other than individuals. Short-term loans for raising crops, crop loans. Medium and long terms for agriculture. Even purchase of these farm equipments also is covered, sir. Agriculture loan. Loans pre-under, post-under. Loans to farmers up to 50 lakhs against pledge or hypothecation of agricultural land. Loans to small and marginal farmers purchase. These are the, as I said, I have not come across a situation of agriculture loan which is not an agriculture loan. Almost all agriculture loan is agriculture loan only. In case of other accounts which are not we have seen like not a term loan, overdraft, bills purchase, agriculture loans, idella illama other loans eppo we will be classified. Any amount receivables remains overdue for more than 90 days. It can be a situation of any receivable for a bank. I could not get an example for this. Other accounts, yet loan illada other account for a bank. TOD வந்து OD sir. Interest service பண்ணல அப்படின்னா அது classify ஆகும். For credit cards, minimum amount is not paid within 90 days from the due date, sir. You know, almost all of us are using the credit card. So once we swipe the card, end of that period, they issue a statement and fix a due date for the credit card payment. They cite you 2 amounts. One, total amount used against the card. Another one is minimum amount due. If this minimum amount due is not paid within 90 days from that due date, then that credit card account becomes a non-performing asset. If that minimum amount is paid even in the subsequent period, but there's also certain in the master circular they are given where the banks have to intimate. They have to wait for 1 week or some time from the due date to intimate to this CIBIL or those aspects are there. But for us, for auditing, if a credit card has to be classified as a NPA, the minimum amount due is not paid from the due date is not paid within 90 days, then that credit card account also becomes an NPA. Other situations, sir. You ask me, sir, out of order irka at other situations, sir. Yes. Credit card account, who maintains? Generally, credit card is a separate, like a specialized branch, sir. But there are credit cards issued from the branches also. Depends on the bank you are going to audit. Certain banks at the branch level, the credit cards are assigned. There will be, if you see the balance sheet, credit cards will be there. So those credit card accounts we have to check. Even though the statement will be dispatched centrally, account to sanction would have happened at a different place. Still, if the account is assigned to that branch, it be liable to verify that account falls on us as auditors. Other situation when an account could be an NPA, sir, stock statement or working capital accounts has not been submitted, sir. How this stock statement works? Every month you have to give a stock and book debt statements to the bank. In case of a working capital loan, based on that stock statement, they have to work out the DP as per the sanction terms. Based on giving the directions for the reduction for the margin fixed everything, they have to work out the drawing power and feed that drawing power in the system. RBI condition they have to feed, but practically many banks what they do is they comes before 5th, but they stock statement still they received on 10th, but invariably they feed us some figure in the statement. condition is if for 90 days the stock statement that not received and the figure is not, DP is not fed into the system, then that account becomes an NPA. So 3 months stock statement submit பண்ணி அவங்க entry போடலன்னா that account becomes an NPA. The drawing power is sir, we are in a dilemma sir, because one place they are saying temporary, அதாவது வந்து ஏப்ரல் மாதம் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் கொடுக்கல, ஜூன் மாதம் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் கொடுத்துட்டாருன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க, ஸ்டில் இட் ஓன்ட் ஃபால் அண்டர் இந்த இதுவில் டெம்பரரி இதுவில். பட் ஆனால் சீரியலாக பார்த்தீங்கன்னா they have to ensure that all 12 months stock statement is received, because once stock statement is not received, drawing power becomes zero. If they are not feeding the stock value and DP is not worked out, DP is zero technically. But what the branches do, they feed some figures, that's a mistake they're doing, but it's liability falls on red to check. No sir. Banks what they do, no sir, இவ்வளோ ஸ்டாக்கு போட்டால் டிபி அவங்களுக்கு அந்த லிமிட் கேட்ட டிபி வரும்ன்ற மாதிரி ஃபீட் பண்ணுறாங்க. But technically, but now I think that system has been more reduced because their inspection also is more stronger. Internal inspection warrant also they are looking into the aspects. Stock statement for working capital loans, if it is not submitted for 3 months and not fed into the system for 90 days, or DP falls below the value, then that account is an NPA. Renewal sir, renewal, what usually they do is they give a short review or short renewal, and if an account is not renewed, renewal due 180 days kulla that account has not been renewed, that account becomes an NPA. 180 days sir, here alone the time limit is 180 days for renewal of loan. Usually banks what they do, as RBI permits 2 short renewals sir, or they say as they won't say short renewal, review, short review, the 2 reviews allowed. That means once it becomes renewal is due, they will give a short, because otherwise the account naturally the DP becomes zero, the loan slips. So what they do, they give a short review and say that 90 days review standard, another 90 days they give. And when 180 days they going to renew, say by that time they make 10 days or 15 days after that they are renewing it. They say that we have renewed the account. This 180 days starts from the original date when the account falls due on renewal. Now your short review doesn't count in this 180 days. Usually banks what they say one OD account is renewal on 31st May. They give a short renewal of 90 days. It falls on October. Another 90 days. 31st January is the second renews due date completes. So they say from the date 180 days குள்ள நாங்க ரினியூ பண்ணலனா சார் NPN வந்து பேங்க்ல ஆர்கியூ பண்ணுவாங்க. Not sir. Original renewal, that means 31st May into 180 days kulla regular renewal happen agala appadina, then that account becomes an NPA. Sorry sir. Sir, renewal is 180 days kulla renew aayichu sir, January actually that account is NPA from 1st February to 28th February. They have upgraded account sir, we'll come into later on and the upgradation also sir. Renewal of account not done, that I explained this 180 days sir. Irregular major part of the year but regularized by balance sheet days sir. This is a subjective aspect where we have to apply our skill set to find out that it is not regularized to some non-allowable means. இன்னொரு லோனை கொடுத்து இந்த லோனை சரி பண்ணுறது, to another loan this account has not been regularized, for some funds somewhere put into the account made regularized, again on 1st April it's transferred. So these aspects, If you check the account, it is NPA, it is not, it is a overdue or irregular account almost for a full year. Suddenly, February it is regularized, or 31st March it is regularized. Those aspects you have to see. So, they are not saying you have to classify it as NPA. Check whether it is correctly regularized or properly regularized to allowable means, then it is not an NPA. Otherwise, you classify it as NPA. Erosion in value of securities, in cases of secured loans, where the security value falls below the, say they value the asset at 1 crore and the something happens, like say metro work happened or something, any other aspects of happened such that the value of the asset falls below 50%. From 1 crore, if it falls below 50%, in that case, irrespective of whether the loan has been serviced properly, whether EMIs are paid properly, up to date, everything is done. Still, since the value of security has fallen below 50%, you have to classify it as NPA. Security in this case includes stock also, book debts also. Our major book debts, we are given, we are somewhere we are dependent on one party customer, and that customer suddenly become bankrupt. The value of security falls below 50%, or that party is admitted under IBC. Then chances of recovery is so automatically your security value falls below 50%. In that situation, irrespective of the past record or the how the account is maintained, it should be classified as NPA. Restructured accounts, any restructured accounts, no partiality, anything, straight away NPA. Once it's restructured, you have to classify it as NPA only. All restructured accounts are NPA. They say restatement, you have to check for proper documentation in this case. See that it is restructured. If it is restructured, it is an NPA. They cannot upgrade a restructured account.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Erosion in value of security.
Yes, sir.
There is a fire. There is a fire.
Stock.
Property, stock declared to the branch is 1 crore and after market DP has been entered.
Yes, sir.
So DP has been entered, and in between next 10 days or next 15 days a fire takes place. Stock value comes to 25%.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
But claim has been admitted by insurance company.
Yes, sir.
So we have to consider that based on the
Insurance cover also. Insurance
based
cover
on that we have to do it. That
exactly
exception
correct,
we
sir.
have
Correct. Sir. Insurance we have to consider. If insurance you are going to receive and that will cover, then no problem.
We may have to remark for this reason we are not adopted.
So usually when this situation comes, sir, because fire nowadays when we are checking the documentation, we will checking the insurance cover also, various aspects of insurance cover. Sometimes that insurance is not covered. Say it will be fire, burglary.
Claim admitted, I said.
They will usually take for fire, burglary, earthquake, theft, ella vechirupanga. Unknown aspect, adla cover agada or aspect molama and stock lose aachuna, that situation, sir. You have a land, suddenly CMRL takes over that land,
But
or
there also,
that land in between it takes part.
If compensation is determined and amount is ready to come, then we can give an exception.
We see one situation, sir. What happens is, that's a parcel of land. Suddenly, Southern Railway took a portion of that land, laid a track in between. One part of that land is inaccessible. So that land doesn't have any value. If you go and value now, that land value will be original value vida kammiya irukum. So there will be a situation of less than 50%. There can be multiple reasons, but the condition is if the security value falls below 50% on any aspects, then that account will become an NPA. Restructured accounts, anyway, once it's restructured, that account falls under NPA.
50% of the original valuation or the loan.
Value. So, usually lending, sir, there we have to see the exposure also. If say I have given a 5 crore property, but my loan is only 50 lakhs, sir. Even 50% fall ஆனாலும் 2.5 crores இருக்கும். That we have to again what usually banks technically பார்த்தா இதுபடி we have to classify NPA. Banks could go for a revalue. Based on the revaluation, they still the exposure விட இருக்குன்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு second sanction மாதிரி பண்ணி with circle office ஓட approval வாங்கி they have to classify it. Yes. Once restructured, sir. So restructure எப்போ வரும்னா you are unable to go with the original plan. Sir, any loan if you see into the banks, term loans will not be more than 78 years, sir. Though RBI for large projects, heavy investment projects, they allow 15 years. You are putting up a power plant or say a sponge unit. Sponge iron from iron ore you can convert it to base. Sponge iron unit is a iron and steel sector. Investment value will be somewhere like 1,000 crores. And how will you repay in 15 years repayment? I will not accept for those sectors. But they will create a situation like that, sir, we can able to pay in 15 years. Even original 8 years they will accept. 8 years கழிச்சு பார்த்துக்கலாம் அப்படின்ற சிச்சுவேஷனில் they will accept. They will try to serve properly, but in between they cannot do that. But general term loans will be 7 to 8 years. Any long term loan will be 7 to 8 years by bank. In the matter when originally when they borrow, they would not have a proper project planning, so they would end up requesting for they will be a good party, there will be assets, but they will be ending up with a restructuring plan. They will say that okay, we because of the expected, so we expect a buoyancy in the market, but the market fall down, so we will not be able to our expected turnover could not be reached, but we are achieving this much turnover. Based on that, another extended period of 3 years, but it is a restructure. They say restatement, restructuring. Once restructured, NPA da. Till they complete the loan, it is an NPA. No, sir. That is a different situation, sir. Where if you see like what happens, government contractors or somewhere it's otherwise a good party. They have a overdue limit, but say sometime they are abruptly stopping the business. Say for 75 years I say I want to retire from the business, but OD one day close பண்ண முடியாது. Next 2 years I am planning to shut down my business. Please convert this OD into a term loan. They can convert into a term loan, a short term term loan, 3 to 5 years convert பண்ணலாம் OD. That conversion of OD into loan is not a restructure. That is a permissible by RBI also. See, if a party voluntary comes and says that OD ஏன்னா ஓடியோட பிரச்சனை என்னன்னா அசல் அப்படியே நின்றுக்கிட்டே இருக்கும். Usually sometimes people think that they have so much money in their hand. When the diversion happens, this money, your business cash flow is good. You don't require this working capital, but you got a limit from the bank. Natural businessman tendency is go and put it in the real estate sector. Okay, but suddenly this business caught in a cash flow situation. That time they will not be able to meet this. They have diverted the fund, but they will not be able to meet this commitment. That situation, what happens? They cannot liquidate the real estate also when they want to meet. In those situations, they will get stuck. But that is a diversion situation. It's actually fraud because the intended purpose they have not used. But there can be other situation where banks permit, RBI permits conversion of a CC or OD account into a short term loan, where I voluntarily come and say, sir, I want to, it is a loan, any day it is a loan, it is outstanding, I want to complete it, but I cannot complete it in a single shot, then I require a time period to pay it.
Sir, normally we call it as a cash credit limit with reducing drawing power basis. Normally they will say.
Sir, they use lot of terms, sir. But
and that should have proper security. It should not be like account is normal.
Sir.
That only will be able to work.
Other points to be verified in the loans and advances, sir. NPA identification on ongoing basis, sir. If the bank size is above 2,000 crores, sir, on a daily basis, system driven, they have to classify the NPA. That means இன்னைக்கு என்பிஏனா இன்னைக்கு என்பிஏ முன்னெல்லாம் என்னென்னா இந்த மாதத்தில் என்பிஏ, தட் மீன்ஸ் எண்ட் ஆஃப் த மந்த், எண்ட் ஆஃப் த குவார்ட்டர், அப்படி தான் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருந்தாங்க பேங்க்ஸு. பட் நவ் இட்ஸ் a system driven ongoing process. Daily basis, if account becomes NPA, that is an NPA. On a daily basis, they should carry out. Generally, banks have changed the system, though it falls under the central statutory auditor's preview. You can also verify this, whether because to slight modification or a bank manager konja intelligent or smarter irundanga, they can make certain accounts not fall under NPA. So அந்த மாதிரி இல்லாமல் இட்ஸ் a classification should happen on a daily basis. NPA identification should be on a daily basis, ongoing basis, then and there, not month end, quarter or provision. Provision can be done quarterly. Provision because they give the financial statements quarterly. At that time you make the provision for a doubtful debts, 100% provision, loss as a 100% provision, otherwise 20%, and the category wise you provide. SMA also should be monitored regularly, sir. They have to generate SMA reports regularly. SMA 0 means overdue from 1 to 30 days, SMA 0. 30 to 60 days, SMA 1. 60 to 90 days, SMA 2. There's no SMA 3. SMA 3 na NPA. Yes, sir.
Less than 200 crores.
2,000 crores, sir. Less than 2. Not the branch size, sir. Bank size, sir. I don't think any public sector bank size is less than 2,000 crores, sir. All banks, sir. 2,000 crores. If the bank size is more than 2,000 crores, then NPA identification should happen on a daily basis. That's why 1,000 to 2,000 crores, that's a prescription in the RBI Master Circular. I did not pick up it because any bank we are going to audit in Tamil Nadu, Chennai, it is going to be more than 2,000 crores at the bank size. So naturally, NPA identification should happen on a daily basis. SMA 2 is, as I said, SMA is special monitoring account, sir. That is, the account becomes overdue from 0 to 30 days, 0, SMA 0, 30 to 60 days, SMA 1, 60 to 90 days. Why? Because if the SMA 2 and 1, you can be more careful on that aspect, because that is the situation when it falls, the manager also awakes. Okay, this account is not paying the EMI properly. Otherwise, they in the regular work, they won't see which account is skipping. As long as EMI is service, everything is there, they also won't go and look into the account. Once it falls into SMA 2 or 1, they wake up. That time only they start following the parties. So usually manipulation will happen in the SMA 2. They'll wait for the party to come and pay. If they doesn't pay SMA 2, it becomes an there where so SMA 0, 1, 2, you take the report to you. From there you can see that whether slip on account இவங்க ஏதாவது manipulate பண்ணி NPA account பார்த்துருக்காங்களா, we can easily find out there also. System based classification, that is what I said, on a daily basis, and the system, the CBS core banking system they follow should identify and classify the asset, standard NPA வந்து system தான் பண்ணணும், not manually. They cannot go and alter the thing. Interest to be charged every month, sir. Most of the loans interest to be charged every month. Agriculture loan crop season wise கொடுக்கலாம், but otherwise every loan account interest வந்து டெபிட் ஆயிருக்கான்னு பார்க்கலாம். ஓகேங்களா? ஜொல் லோன் வந்து அது வந்து புல்லட் பேமெண்ட் சார். ஸோ இது பண்ண மாட்டாங்க, மோஸ்ட்லி ஏஜிஎல்ல வரும். இப்போ ஜொல் லோன், ரெகுலர் ஜொல் லோன்னா இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் மாதம் மாதம் டெபிட் ஆகணும், உள்ளே வரணும், ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் இல்லை. When it comes to this system-based classification, I have an well experience when I did my first branch audit. SIG account, we audited a rural branch near seashore branch, Kaveri Pumbatti or இடத்துல we audited a branch. SIG loan பார்க்குறோம் நாங்கள், அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் ரிவ்யூ ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் உள்ளே போய் பார்க்குறோம், none of the account got any credit and loans were issued 3 to 4 years before. அக்ரிகல்ச்சரு எதுனாலுமே இன்னாட்டி கிளாஸிஃபை ஆயிருக்கணும். By that time it should have been NPA, but none of the accounts have been classified MCA. Manager says, அப்படியா சார் தெரியலையே சார், வரலையே சார், புரியல சார், அல்ல. Then we investigate a little bit, then only we are getting something is not correct. We went into the master data of the loan account. Loan account due date வந்து தூக்கின்னு போய் 15 வருஷம் கழிச்சு போட்டு வச்சிருக்காங்க. 15 வருஷம் that account would have not gone into, typically would have been a fraud case. As a branch auditors, we cannot go much investigate into a fraud aspects. But as a, to safeguard ourselves, we have to report it in the LFAR. But what we, because of we reported that branch and the bank and they have to change their software, CBS software. அவங்க இன்னொரு software வச்சிருந்தாங்க. Next year they changed to Finacle. RBI came, inspected, said you people are allowing manipulation of master data which is not correct. Master data once fed பண்ணானா அமன் பண்ணக்கூடாது. அதனால master data வந்து should be monitored. Implement Finacle. But என்னன்னா RBI forcefully pushed Finacle. They did not allow banks. I don't know why, but forcefully pushed Finacle into that bank at that time. NPA borrowers, sir, we were into interest to be charged every month, and exception is agriculture loans and crop season. Jol loan, agri jol loan na bullet payment, so it will be end. Otherwise, regular jol loans monthly interest. Upgrading of accounts, sir. Usually, what happens is, say 90 days overdue, 91st day, once before. If the account slips into an NPA, they service some amount. Ensure that overdue period is less than 90 days. Abdina, it account won't slip into NPA, it will be continuing as a account. But once it falls into NPA, to upgrade that account to from NPA to a regular account, a standard account, they have to service entire outstanding amount. 60 days குள்ள வர மாதிரி நான் சர்வீஸ் பண்ணுறேன் சார், இட்ஸ் ஓவர் டியூ அமௌண்ட் மட்டும் பே பண்ணுறேன், சே ஓவர் டியூ மட்டும் பண்ணுறேன், மீதி எனக்கு அப்கிரேட் பண்ணுங்கன்னா முடியாது. பை பேயிங் தி ஓவர் டியூ அமௌண்ட் யூ கேனாட் அப்கிரேட் த அக்கௌண்ட். என்டையர் அவுட்ஸ்டாண்டிங் அமௌண்ட் ஷுட் பி பேட். ஒன்லி தென் அக்கௌண்ட் விச் இஸ் NPA கேன் பி அப்கிரேடட் டு அ ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் அக்கௌண்ட். நோ சார், மொத்த அவுட்ஸ்டாண்டிங் அன்னைக்கு டேட் வரைக்கும் எவ்வளோ அமௌண்ட் டியூவோ மொத்தமாக பே பண்ணணும். சே லைக் 6 மாதம் டியூ இருக்குன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க, 6 மாதத்தையும் பே பண்ணாதான். யூஸ்வலாக என்னென்னா 90 days கால்குலேஷன் பண்ணி 4 months ஓவர் டியூ பே பண்ணி 60 daysக்குள்ளே கொண்டு வந்து ஓவர் டியூ 60 சார் ஓவர் டியூ பே பண்ணிட்டாங்க சார், ஸோ NPA கிடையாது சார், கிடையாது சார். தே ஹாவ் டு பே தி என்டையர் அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் ரெகுலர் ஃபுல்லாக இது பண்ணணும். ஒரு பாதி அமௌண்ட்டை பே பண்ணி வந்து அப்கிரேட் பண்ண முடியாது. எஸ் சார், not the outstanding amount, outstanding EMI, outstanding interest and mari full. Say sir, on 1st January the account is NPA, 15th March they want to convert it into standard account. 1st March 90 days overdue, that means 90 days interest and principal was not serviced. 15th March to upgrade, இந்த 90 days அமௌண்ட்டு மட்டும் பே பண்ணிவிட்டு மீதி 2 மாதம் தானே 60 daysக்குள்ளே தானே இருக்குதுன்னு சொல்லி தே கேனாட் எஸ்கேப் தட். 15th March அன்னைக்கு எவ்வளோ டியூ அமௌண்ட் இருக்கோ, அவங்க அக்கௌண்ட்டில் எவ்வளோ இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட்டும் பிரின்சிபலும் ரீபேமெண்ட் காமிக்கிதோ அந்த அமௌண்ட்டை பே பண்ணால் தான் தே கேன் பி அப்கிரேடட், அதர்வைஸ் தே கேனாட் பி அப்கிரேடட். சிஸ்டமைஸ்டு Finacle I have reviewed almost even overdue பண்ணி. யூஸ்வலி பேங்க் மேனேஜர் வந்து இது தெரியாதவங்க என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா, பேங்க் மேனேஜர் அந்த ஓவர் டியூ அமௌண்ட் கட்டிடுங்க சார், இது பண்ணிடலாம் அப்கிரேட் பண்ணலான்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. நவ் சிஸ்டம் ஆஃப்டர் பேயிங் தட் சிஸ்டம் அப்கிரேட் பண்ண அலோவ் பண்ணுறது இல்லை. தென் தேர்ஸ் அ டிஸ்பியூட் பிட்வீன் தி பிரான்ச் மேனேஜர் அண்ட் கஸ்டமர். Then we have to explain to the branch manager, madam, no provisions are changed. Now we have to upgrade பண்ணனா மொத்த டியூவும் கட்டினா தான் முடியும். Yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, master circular sir. சார் இன் பிட்வீன் சர்க்குலர்ஸை பார்க்கலன்னா கூட பரவாயில்ல சார், மாஸ்டர் சர்க்குலர் எடுத்துட்டிங்கன்னா எல்லாமே அதில் கவர் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க சார். ஐராக் நார்ம்ஸு எஸ்பெஷலி மாஸ்டர் சர்க்குலர் தான். அது இந்த 2 வருஷம் ஆஃப்டர் 21 I don't think much of circulars changing the IRAC norms has comes. Yes sir. That's the NPA account, non-performing assets. Yes, yes, yes. NPA குள்ள வந்து 3-4 கேட்டகரி இருக்கு. Okay.
Sir, that is why banks used to have one critical amount. The critical amount is just to avoid NPA. So in the case of after becoming NPA,
SMA 012 லியே ஃபாலோ பண்ணி சார் இவ்வளோ கட்டிடுங்க சார், 50,000 டியூ இருக்கும் சார், 30,000 கட்டினீங்கன்னா கூட போடும் சார், ஸ்லிப் ஆகாது சார் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி they try to make இது பண்ண. எஸ் எஸ் பிஃபோர் SMA 2க்குள்ளே முடிச்சிடணும், அவங்க சரி பண்ணணும். ஒன்ஸ் ஃபால் ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா பிரச்சனை. அதை சொல்லி தான் மேனேஜரும் இப்போ பண்ணுறாங்க சார், ஸ்லிப் ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா நீங்கள் மொத்த அமௌண்ட்டை கட்டணும் சார், ஸ்லிப் ஆகாமல் பார்த்துங்க சார், எப்படியாவது கரண்ட் பண்ணி இந்த அமௌண்ட்டை கட்டுங்க அப்படின்வாங்க. தே ஆர் டூயிங் தட். Yes, 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 CC account interest service பண்ண போட நமக்கு out of order conditions பார்த்தோம்ல சார். If they are satisfying that out of
how they circumvent actually, what they will do is unavailed portion in CC month end they will transfer it.
ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் ஒரு SB அக்கௌண்ட்டுக்கு எடுக்க ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ணிட்டு திருப்பி இன்னொரு அக்கௌண்ட்ல இருந்து கிரெடிட் கொடுத்துருவாங்க.
That will take care of the interest servicing and also turnover in the account also, and they may blindfold the auditors.
Exactly sir. That's why we had that condition of irregular for majority period, at the year end they are regularizing. All those conditions we have checked sir. There won't be sir, I have seen CC accounts interest because they would have got CC of 1 crore 2 crore. Stock nowadays they have some easy trade finance, LAP, CC OD based on property, all this yeah. All. Sir, that's why we are coming next, sir. NPA borrower wise, sir. Customer ID wise, sir. Once a customer becomes NPA, entire all is all account. CC account NPA achna term loan NPA da. Term loan CC account NPA aiche. Home loan correct ah kattittu vararu. Home loan account also NPA. Customer ID wise and customer ID vachi all accounts should be classified. Usually they sometimes they miss out because they have separate customer ID. We difficult, but once it falls under same customer ID, it should be classified NPA. Agriculture and for natural calamities, circular check sir. Please check the circular because they usually give a geographical location. தஞ்சாவூர்னா தஞ்சாவூர், திருச்சினா திருச்சி, மதுரைனா மதுரை, சென்னைனா சென்னைன்னு கொடுப்பாங்க. பட் என்ன பண்ணுவோன்னா அந்த சர்க்குலர் யூஸ் பண்ணிவிட்டு கன்னியாகுமரியில் இருக்கிறவங்க யூஸ் பண்ணுவார், கோயம்புத்தூரில் இருக்கிறவங்க யூஸ் பண்ணுவார். ஸோ செக் தி சர்க்குலர் ஃபார் பெனிஃபிட் ஆஃப் தோஸ் அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் லோன்ஸு பேக்டு பை கேரண்டி சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட். இஃப் தி லோன் சம்டைம்ஸ் ப்ராஜெக்ட் லோன்ஸ் கொடுப்பாங்க, சம் கவர்மெண்ட் ப்ராஜெக்ட்ஸ் ஓடுறதுக்கு லோன் கொடுப்பாங்க. வெட்டினரி காலேஜ் இந்த மாதிரி ஏதாவது காலேஜ் கட்டுற அந்த மாதிரி லோன்ஸ் கொடுக்கறது வந்து இட் வில் பி guaranteed by if it is a central government project, central government will give guarantee. If it is guaranteed by central government, it the income recognition norms will be applied sir. அதாவது வந்து இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வந்து should not is once it is be treated as NPA, but central government guarantee இருக்கனால நம்ம NPA ட்ரீட் பண்ண மாட்டோம். பட் ஆனால் இன்கம்மை வந்து நம்ம ரெகக்னைஸ் பண்ணக்கூடாது. இன்கம் ஷுட் நாட் பி ரெகக்னைஸ்டு, பட் அக்கௌண்ட் வில் நாட் பி கால்ட் அஸ் NPA பிகாஸ் இட் இஸ் guaranteed by central government. But state government guarantee-na NPA norms applies. Once NPA, interest and other charges must be reversed from the date of NPA. So date of NPA is more critical. But we are for running short of time, sir. I'll move agalappa. Move battery illiya.
Sir, the software itself is automatically classifying as an NPA.
Sir?
Correct? Our duty is to only check.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
செக் பண்ணி ரிப்போர்ட் பண்ணோம் சார். செக் பண்ணிவிட்டு கண்டுபிடிச்சிட்டு ரிப்போர்ட் பண்ணலன்னா மாட்டிப்போம் சார். ஏன்னா நிறைய மெஜாரிட்டி சுச்சுவேஷன் என்ன வில் ஐடென்டிஃபை வில் ஃபைண்ட் அவுட், பட் நம்மளை ரிப்போர்ட் பண்ண விட மாட்டாங்க.
When the system software is complied with that, then our manual will be almost 99% will be correct.
Yes, yes. Oh. Okay. This is SMA 01 classification rules, sir. Document verification, ODCC. Credit guarantee, sir, that is not central government guarantee, sir. Sir, if you see that CGSTME scheme, ஃபஸ்ட்டு கொடுக்க மாட்டாங்க பேங்க்கு. நீங்கள் இப்போ போய் நீங்கள் அப்ரோச் பண்ணி பாருங்கள், நம்மலாம் போய் கேட்டால் கொடுக்கவே மாட்டான். ஆனால் அவனுக்கு எவன் பே பண்ண மாட்டான்னு அவனுக்கு தான் கொடுப்பாங்க. CGSTME loan is a trust, sir. CGSTME is a trust formed with member banks. ICICI, HDFC also member bank. நீங்கள் எந்த HDFC பிரான்ச்சுக்குள்ளே போயிட்டு எனக்கு CGSTME loan கொடுக்க மாட்டானுங்க. பட் தே ஹேவ் டார்கெட்டு, லிமிட்டேஷனு, அவங்களுக்குள்ள ஒரு கிளாஸிஃபை பண்ண இதுக்கு தான் கொடுப்பாங்க. பட் இட்ஸ் அ வெரி எக்ஸலண்ட் பர்பஸ் அண்ட் அப்ஜெக்டிவ் இஸ் வெரி குட், பட் நாட் ப்ராப்பர்லி ஃபாலோடு. நல்லவனுக்கு கொடுக்க மாட்டாங்க, எவன் ஏமாட்டோன்னா அவனுக்கு கொடுப்பாங்க. எஸ் எஸ் சார், இட் இஸ் நாட் த கேரண்டி டசன்ட் falls under the central government guarantee, sir. CGSTME trust guarantee, okay, because that is an unsecured loan. CGSTME trust gives even in those cases when the claim goes to the CGSTME, that time they say some reasons and reject that claim also. That those situations also happening, but that CGSTME doesn't fall under this, sir. We'll come into documentation, we'll rush up, sir, another 5 to 10 minutes, sir. Document verification, we know, sir, what all documents for ODCC. First, loan application, any loan we look for loan application. Second, we look for a demand promissory note. Loan agreement, loan application, loan agreement, demand promissory note. 3 வருஷத்துக்கு மேலே ஆன லோனுக்கு வந்து ரிவைவல் லெட்டரு, அப்படி இல்லைன்னா பேலன்ஸ் கன்ஃபர்மேஷனில் கையெழுத்து போட்டு இது பண்ணிருக்கேன். ஏன்னா டைம் பார் டெப்ட் ஆகக்கூடாது. ஹைபோட்டிகேஷன் இருந்தால் ஹைபோட்டிகேஷன் அக்ரிமெண்ட்டு, கேரண்டார் இருந்தார்னா கேரண்டார் அக்ரிமெண்ட்டு. இந்த கேரண்டார் அக்ரிமெண்ட்டு ஹைபோட்டிகேஷன் எல்லாம் ஸ்டாம்ப் பண்ணியிருக்கணும், கோர்ட் ஃபீஸ் ஸ்டாம்ப் வச்சு கேன்சல் பண்ணியிருக்கணும், பேங்க்கோட சீலை ரவுண்ட் சீலை வச்சு கேன்சல் பண்ணியிருக்கணும். ஐ வில் கம் சார், ஒன் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட். இஃப் இட் இஸ் செக்யூர்ட் லோன்னா வேல்யூவேஷனு, லீகல் ஒப்பீனியனு, both legal opinion and valuation report. Loan amount more than 5 crores na 2 valuations. If both valuations are hugely differing na third valuer. Okay, these documents we will check. Revival letter for more than 3 years loan, new loans guarantor, idu MOD பண்ணிருக்காங்களா, EC வந்து ப்ரீ டிஸ்பர்ஸ்மெண்ட் போஸ்ட் டிஸ்பர்ஸ்மெண்ட். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ECல வந்து வேறு எதுவும் என்கம்பரன்ஸ் இருக்கக்கூடாது, வில்லங்க இல்லாமல் இருக்கணும். போஸ்ட் டிஸ்பர்ஸ்மெண்ட்டு லோனு கொடுத்ததுக்கப்புறம் நம்ம பேங்க் பேர் அங்கே வந்துருக்கணும். லோன் ஆமாம் இந்த ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிக்கு அகேன்ஸ்டாக லோன் இவ்வளோ லோன் போயிருக்குன்றது போஸ்ட் டிஸ்பர்ஸ்மெண்ட் ஈஸி. கம்பெனியாக இருந்தால் சார்ஜ் கிரியேஷனு, ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் ஹோம் லோன்ஸ்னால் அந்த கேட்டகரிஸ் அண்ட் அப்ளிகேஷன்ஸு. வேறு என்ன, ஜொல்லோனுக்கு சிங்கிள் அப்ளிகேஷன் தான். லோன் அகேன்ஸ்ட் டெபாசிட்ஸ் வந்து சிஸ்டம் பேஸ்டு இது பண்ணியிருக்காங்களான்னு பாருங்கள். லீன் மார்க்கிங் பின்னாடி. வெஹிக்கிள் லோனில் வந்து முன்ன மாதிரி கிடையாது. ஆர்சி புக்கில் நமக்கு ஹைபோட்டிகேஷன் என்ட்ரி இருக்கான்னு பார்க்கணும். ஆர்சி புக் ஜென்ரலி அந்த 30-60 days ஆகுது, பட் ஆஃப்டர் 30 days அந்த ஆர்சி புக்கில் இது இருக்கா என்ட்ரி, ஹைபோட்டிகேஷன் என்ட்ரி இருக்கான்னு பார்க்கணும். இன்சூரன்ஸ் செக்யூர்ட் லோனாக இருந்தால் அசட்டு இன்ஷூர் பண்ணியிருக்கணும். ஸ்டாக்கு ஓடி இதில் ஒர்க்கிங் கேபிட்டல் லோனுக்கு ஸ்டாக் இதெல்லாம் இன்ஷூர் பண்ணியிருக்கணும். எக்ஸாக்ட்லி சார். சார் ஒரு 10 நிமிஷம் அந்த இது போய்ட்டோன்னு பிரான்ச்சுக்குள்ளே போனோடனே ஃபஸ்ட்டு மேனேஜரை பார்த்து நல்லா குசால விசாரிச்சுட்டு நீங்கள் இந்த வருஷத்தில் உங்களுக்கு என்ன நல்லா ஆடிட் நடந்திருக்கு, ஓகே, ரெவன்யூ ஆடிட்டு கன்கரண்ட் ஆடிட் பிரான்ச்சுனா நமக்கு கொஞ்சம் சேஃபு. அடுத்தது கரெக்டாக February மாதத்தில் அவங்களோட இன்டர்னல் இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷன் நடக்கும். இஃப் இன்டர்னல் இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷன் ரிப்போர்ட் எடுத்து படிச்சிங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்து யூ ஹாவ் கெட் அ பிக்சர் தட் வெதர் திஸ் பேங்க் இஸ் குட் இன் டாக்குமெண்டேஷன் ஆர் நாட். இன்டர்னல் இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷன் வந்து ஒரு 20 பக்கம் 30 பக்கத்துக்குள்ளே இருந்துச்சுன்னா ஓகே நல்ல பேங்க் நல்ல பிரான்ச்சு, ஓகே டாக்குமெண்டேஷன் கரெக்டாக இருக்குது. இன்டர்னல் இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷன் ரிப்போர்ட் வந்து ஒரு 200-300 பக்கம் இருந்துச்சுன்னா மற்ற லோனுமே வந்து டாக்குமெண்டேஷன் போர்ப்பா. அதில் இருக்கிறது நீங்கள் செக் பண்ணிங்கனாலே யூ கேன் ஃபைண்ட் அவுட். இன்டர்னல் இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷனு கன்கரண்ட் ஆடிட் ரிப்போர்ட் வந்து இப்போ மோஸ்ட் எத்திக்ஸு பெருசாக அந்த ரிப்போர்ட் அவுட்புட் உங்களுக்கு அவ்வளோ கிளியராக இருக்காது. கோ வித் இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷன் ஆயிருந்துச்சுன்னா we are more safe and the inspection report we can take it as இது பேஸ். அதுக்கப்புறம் இருக்கிற லோன்ஸ் எல்லாம் ஃபுல்லாக பார்த்து அது வரைக்கும் இந்த லோன்ஸில் அதில் சொன்னதை மட்டும் பார்த்தாலே we will be covering much. Agricultural loans and private sector. Sir, you get for each loan, each bank, இதுதான் டாக்குமெண்ட் வேணும்னு சொல்லி ஒரு லிஸ்ட்டே இருக்கும் சார். ஒவ்வொரு லோனுக்குமே they give a list of documents to be obtained. You take that, அது வேணால் ஒரு சர்க்குலர் மாதிரி இருக்கும், அதை வாங்கிட்டிங்கனாலே போடும். யூ கேன் செக் ஆல் லோன்ஸ் ஈஸிலி டன் சார். பட் டைம் லிமிட் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இட்ஸ் நாட் மச் ஆஃப் அ சேலஞ்ச். இப்போ கோயிங் வித் அ டீம் ஆஃப் 4 to 5 பீப்புள்னா யூ கெட் தி என்டையர் லோன் பேலன்ஸ் ஃபைல், லோன் பேலன்ஸ் ஃபைல்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, இல்லைன்னா லிஸ்ட் ஆஃப் லோன் அக்கௌண்ட்ஸு ஓடிசிசி அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் மட்டும் வாங்கிட்டு நம்ம ஒரு அப்படியே பார்த்தனாலே பை அவர் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் வி கேன் ஃபைண்ட் அவுட் அந்த அமௌண்ட்டு மேலே இருக்கிறது, ஓவர்டு ஏதாவது அவுட்ஸ்டாண்டிங் சாங்ஷன் லிமிட்டோட வேறு எக்ஸஸ் ஆகிருக்குது, டேட் ஆஃப் சாங்ஷன்லேருந்து அசலுக்கு விட்டு குறைஞ்சே இருக்காது. 3 வருஷம் 4 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி லோன் கொடுத்துருப்பாங்க, பட் அசல் குறைஞ்சே இருக்காது. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி எடுத்தாலே வி கேன் ஃபைண்ட் அவுட்டு. சிம்பிள் வந்து டாக்குமெண்டேஷன் வந்து எப்படியும் போன பிரான்ச் ஆடிட் வரைக்கும் அவங்க பார்த்துருப்பாங்க. ஸோ இந்த வருஷம் கொடுத்த லோன்ஸை மட்டும் நீங்கள் எடுத்துக்கலாம், டேர்ம் லோன்ஸு. ஓடிசிசி எனிவே ரினியூவல். ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி நீங்கள் கொஞ்சம் அப்படியே டிவைட் பண்ணி போனாலே ஒரு 4-5 days ஈஸியாக முடிச்சிடலாம், பெரிய விஷயம் கிடையாது. அந்த டீமை கரெக்டாக செக்ரிகேட் பண்ணி பசங்களை கொஞ்சம் வேலை வாங்கணும். என்னென்னா ஹாஸ்பிட்டாலிட்டிக்கு நம்ம இடம் கொடுத்துடக்கூடாது. என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா 11:00 லஞ்சுக்கு கூப்பிட போயிட்டு 4 மணிக்கு கூப்பிட்டு பிரான்ச்சில் விடுவாங்க திருப்பி. நம்ம என்ன சொல்லுவோன்னா, சார் லாஸ்ட் நாள் நம்ம சாப்பிட போகலாம் சார், லஞ்சை வர வச்சுடுங்க, மீல்ஸ் போடும், நீங்கள் 60 ரூபாய் 80 ரூபா மீல்ஸுக்கு பக்கத்தில் இருக்க மீல்ஸ்க்கு வாங்கி கொடுங்க போடு, நாங்கள் அதுக்கு மேலே சாப்பிட மாட்டோம். நீங்கள் ஆனால் வந்து நைட்டு 8 மணி வரைக்கும் இருக்கலாம், அவரும் இருப்பார். நீங்கள் ஓரளவுக்கு நீங்கள் மேனேஜர் கூட இன்ட்ராக்ட் பண்ணும்போதே வந்து யூ கேன் அனலைஸ் யுவர் ரிஸ்க் ஃபேக்டர், ஹவு டு கோ அபவுட் இந்த ஓகே எஸ். Yes sir, yes sir. இல்லை சார், தட் இஸ் கம்ப்ளீட்லி டிஃப்ரெண்ட் சார். இது லெண்டிங் சார். அது வந்து அவுட்ஸ்டாண்டிங் பிஸ்னஸ். யுவர் வெண்டார், மை வெண்டார், ஐ எம் நாட், இஃப் இஸ் an MSc ஐ எம் நாட் பேயிங், தட் கண்டிஷன் டசன்ட் அப்ளை ஹியர் சார். சார் அவ்வளோவெல்லாம் டீப்பாலாம் போயிட்டு லோன் அவன் ஒழுங்காக இஎம்ஐ கட்டுறால பார்க்கலாம். ஆடிட்டட் பேலன்ஸ் ஷீட் வாங்கினா சார் 25 lakhs மேலே லோன் இருந்தால் யூ ஹேவ் டு ரிசீவ் தி ஆடிட்டட் பேலன்ஸ் ஷீட்டு. ரூரலில் பார்க்கும்போது பார்த்துக்கோங்க, ஐடிபி எல்லாம் சைன் பண்ணி கொடுத்துருப்பான். தட் இஸ் நாட் ஆடிட்டட் பேலன்ஸ் ஷீட்டு. certain documents, latest sanction letter, restructure control sanction letter, OTS related documents, analyze the bank manager oda powers என்னன்னு பார்த்துக்கோங்க ரீட்டைல் செக்டாருக்கு. கன்சால்டிவ் மீட்டிங் மினிட்ஸ், லீட் பேங்க் சர்டிஃபிகேட், டெக்னிக்கல் வயபிலிட்டி சர்டிஃபிகேட், பேங்க் ஸ்டாக் ஆடிட் ரிப்போர்ட். ஸ்டாக் ஆடிட் 5 crores மேலே இருந்தால் கம்பல்சரி ஸ்டாக் ஆடிட் இருக்கணும். ஸ்டாக் ஆடிட் ரிப்போர்ட்டு, ஸ்டாக் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட்ஸ் ஃபார் இயர், டைட்டில் டாக்குமெண்ட்ஸ் ஃபார் பிரைம் அண்ட் கொலாட்டரல் செக்யூரிட்டிஸ், அது எம்ஓடி பண்ணியிருக்காங்களா, ஈசி வாங்கியிருக்காங்களா, எல்லாம் எம்ஓடி, மார்கேஜ், ஹைப்போட்டிகேஷன் டீடு, சார்ஜ் கிரியேஷன், எம்சிஆர், வெட்டிங் லெட்டர் சார், லீகல் வெட்டிங் பண்ணணும் சார். இஃப் லோன் இஸ் அபவ் சர்டன் லிமிட்டு, தேர்ஸ் நாட் லீகல் ஒப்பீனியன் கிடையாது, documentation and legal vetting. Why documentation important na sir? Once a loan fails, you have to enforce your rights on them to pay. Documents are not proper abdina, court will outright reject your claim and the borrower will escape, bank will not get the loan. That's why document is very very important. The stamp, if the document is not stamped and cancelled abdina, revival letter vaangalana, loan cannot be enforced. So and these aspects only document is very important for us. So vetting, legal vetting, if you are usually they have a limit of 10 crores. If the borrowing is above 10 crores, legal vetting is compulsory. Our advocate will check all the documents and give a certificate. I verified all these documents. Documents are good and enforceable. So legal vetting is different from legal opinion. 1 crore sir, legal banks differs on the banks sir. அவிடேஜுக்கு சாங்ஷனு டிக்ளரேஷன் ஆஃப் எட்ஜ் கரன்சி எல்லாம் பெருசாக நம்ம பார்க்க மாட்டோம். ஸ்டாண்டிங் இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன், கிரெடிட் ரேட்டிங்கு. Credit ratings are also some banks ensures after above 5 crores you have to get an external credit rating. CRISIL and மாதிரி இருந்து வாங்கணும்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. There will be an internal credit rating also. Latest audited financials, pledge of shares promoters, if it's like a securities, loan against insurance and மாதிரி இருந்தா அந்த documents இருக்கா. SERSI is important sir. SERSI ID இருக்கணும். Mostly they won't have the SERSI details, but SERSI ID compulsorily required. 10 loans இருக்குன்னா 10 ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிஸ் இருக்குன்னா 10 ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிக்கும் SSI ஐடி கிரியேட் ஆகிருக்கணும். பேலன்ஸ் கன்ஃபர்மேஷன் தான் சிமிலர் டு அ ரிவைவல் லெட்டர்ஸ். சான்சன் நான் கொடுத்துட்டு போகிறேன் மேடம். இப்போ பிபிடி ஷேர் பண்ணிடுறேன் அவங்ககிட்ட. எடுத்துட்டிங்களா? என்கேஜ்மெண்ட் லெட்டர், திஸ் இஸ் தி ஃபைனல்ஸ். நம்மளோட அந்த என்கேஜ்மெண்ட் லெட்டர் அனுப்புறது லாஸ்ட்டாக மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் டே கொடுக்க மாட்டோம்னா சொல்லுவாங்க. அது தெரியாது. 10 பண்ணோன்னா உள்ளே வச்சுட்டு சார் இதுவும் சைன் பண்ணுங்கள் சார், நாங்கள் அனுப்பணும் சார் என்ன அப்படின்னு சொல்லுங்கள். நீங்கள் உங்களோட ரெப்ரஸன்டேஷனாக கொடுக்க மாட்டாங்க. யூ ஹேவ் எ டிராஃப்ட். நம்மளோட கைடன்ஸ் நோட் க்ளீனாக டிராஃப்ட் இருக்குது. உங்களுக்கு நீங்கள் என்னெல்லாம் பாயிண்ட்ஸை சேஃப்கார்ட் பண்ணணுமோ எல்லாத்தையும் உள்ளே போட்டுட்டு கடைசியாக. ஆனால் ஒன்ஸ் யூ அவுட் ஆஃப் த பிரான்ச்னா திருப்பி போய் எல்லாம் கையெழுத்து வாங்க முடியாது மேனேஜர்கிட்ட. அதனால் அவர் மொத்தமாக கையெழுத்து போடுவார். அவரும் பார்க்க மாட்டார். அவன் அசிஸ்டண்ட்டாக கூட இருப்பான். கூட வச்சுருங்க, லாஸ்ட்டில் வச்சுருங்க, நடுவில் வச்சுருங்க. கரெக்டாக மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் ரெப்ரஸன்டேட்டிவ் எடுத்து வச்சுக்கோங்க. நமக்கு இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் சார். எல்லாருமே பேர் ரிவ்யூ போகிறோம். ஆஸ் அ பேர் ரிவ்யூவர் நான் சொல்கிறேன், கண்டிப்பாக இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் வாங்கி வச்சுக்கோங்க. பேஸ்ட் ஆன் அவர் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ் ஆன் ஆடிட்டிங் வி நோ. ஓகே சார், அவ்வளோ.
Thank you so much, sir, for engaging in the thought-provoking section. On behalf of SIRC of ICI, thank you once again, sir, for your time, expertise, and dedication. Okay, we will now have a break for lunch. We will reconvene at 2:15 p.m.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, sir. To have a brief summary of C.A. Sundararajan sir. C.A. Sundararajan sir is a fellow chartered accountant and a qualified information systems auditor specialized in audit and assurance practice. With more than 4 decades of experience, C.A. Sundararajan sir has significantly contributed to the profession, demonstrating expertise in bank audit, corporate audits, tax audits, due diligence and assurance standards. Beyond his exemplary practice, he is also a visiting faculty at esteemed institutions including ICAI, Institute of Cost Accountants of India, Institute of Company Secretaries, Comptroller and Audit General of India, and various other institutions. He has also been actively involved with ICAI and has contributed on guidance note revisions, corporate audit, and accounting and auditing standards. He has also been co-opted to various committees of ICAI and SIRC. Furthermore, he has been a convener of the Chartered Accountants Study Circle and has conducted numerous workshops, seminars, and annual conferences. He is presently the treasurer of International Fiscal Association India branch. Additionally, he exemplifies dedication to social causes through lionism, blood donation, and contributes to the social needs of the society. It is indeed an honor to have with us such a distinguished professional with us today. On behalf of SIRC of ICI, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to C.A. Sundararajan sir for accepting our invitation. I now request, as a token of appreciation, C.A. Aanand Kumar sir to present a memento to the speaker.
Dear members, for you and for me, it's a challenge to try to sleep, because both the speakers in the afternoon will not let you sleep, in spite of whatever good lunch you had.
Thank you, sir. Sir, over to C.A. Sundararajan sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here again. It's a pleasure to be here again in the SIRC. In fact, yesterday I was there for a different group on peer review perspective of bank branch audit. I am seeing a couple of people who have been there also here. And today when I met a couple of people, each of them have been telling that, I have come only for your sessions. So that pressure is on me. I was talking to my friend, the person who just gave me my memento, my Aanand Kumar. He was telling, sir, I have also come to you. I said, I am being pressurized because so many people are coming and telling me. So what he was telling is, I am sure that you will not be able to be pressurized. He came onto the dais and said that it's a challenge for you to sleep. I am having a challenge to ensure that you are not on a sleep mode. Because definitely the food was so good, it seems. I was not able to enjoy it partially because of this Amavasya. But let us try to make it as interactive and as interesting as possible to ensure that none of us are asleep. I will also try to ensure that whatever be the way which we are supposed to do. But one advantage is this session is very, very important. You had a second session in the morning on IRAC norms. What has been seen in IRAC norms, how it is to be reflected in the LFAR is very, very critical. So as far as bank branch audit is concerned, this is going to be very, very important. I'm just sharing one advertisement which has been of one NBFC. There was a lots of hoardings were there. I hope many of you or most of you will understand Tamil. அதனால நான் தமிழ்ல சொல்றேன். பேப்பர்ல குறை இருந்தா பரவாயில்ல, உங்க நோக்கம் தான் நல்லா இருக்கணும். This is what an advertisement of a NBFC, where they were saying that I'm not interested in your papers. As long as you have the methodology of making the payment in a proper manner, I am sure that you will be able to give a loan. But unfortunately, that is not applicable in respect of a bank. In respect of a bank, account should also be good, borrower should also be good, and paper also should be good. Because ultimately, if the paper is not good, the respective officials will be hanged. And along with the officials, those who have seen the audit also will be hanged. Concurrent auditors, definitely there is a responsibility. Branch statutory auditors, there is a level of responsibility. Don't presume that we don't have a responsibility. We are only seeing at the end of the year. But all said and done, we are signing the financial statement which consists of the advances. So, for a moment, we can say that papers are not sufficient or papers are sufficient. As far as we as auditors are concerned, 100% sure that papers are sufficient. Let me go into this first session, first topic, first slide, which is a basic introduction, which will keep you just slightly cool. All of us know that traditional banking has gone for various changes, but nothing is changed as far as advances are concerned. Because as far as bank is concerned, advances is the main criteria, that is the revenue source, because the entire money is being blocked into the advances only. On that basis, the advances is the critical area. And as far as branch statutory advances are concerned, two activities are essentials. One is advances and also deposits. Earlier, I am talking about a couple of decades before, people are saying that the bank branch audit is only a balance sheet audit. It is no more like that. Even the liabilities we are supposed to see. Our friend GNR is going to talk on other than advances. There, lots of items are there, including the liabilities. Everything is coming under our purview. We cannot leave it like that. But my point is restricted only in respect of advances, which is an important area, and in respect of the advances, non-performing assets is a critical area, which has been held up in the second session in the morning. I am sure that all of you would have gone through this grind of identifying the NPA. There is no changes at all as far as NPA norms is concerned, but still, we are required to go through that, particularly in respect of the freshers who are taking up the audit for the first time. Please ensure that the master circular is being verified. Only on that basis, the LFAR also can be verified. So as far as this advances is concerned, what is it we are going to see at the end of the year? What is this audit of advances? These are the 6 items which you are supposed to verify as far as advances is concerned. Number 1, statements for the month of March for the year March 31st, 2025. In that, what are all the statements which will come in the next slide. And the next is extent of verification. To what extent we have to verify? Obviously, everybody will come and say, sir, we are given the audit on 29th of March, asking us to take up the work on 3rd and wanted to complete on 6th. How do we do it? We have to do it. Because having taken the responsibility, we have to do it. But whether the 3 days compulsion is there or not, nobody can explain. It's a rat race among the branches. I don't have to be caught in the rat race. We can very well say that we will be giving only after the audit is completed. So what is the extent of verification within the 3-4 days where it's going to be done? And what is the stages of verification? What all the items just to verify? First of all, we have to say the statements has to be verified. What is the extent of verification and stages of verification? The important item, next line, is indicators of fraud. All of us know about SA 240, which is relating the requirement of auditors reporting on frauds. Immediately the question will come, sir, can we identify a fraud? Is it responsible for us to identify a fraud? Definitely not. But at the same time, wherever the indicators of fraud are there, we are supposed to report. The responsibility is added actually. The responsibility is added because of the Reserve Bank of India's specific circular on red alert systems. They have given very clearly what are all the essential items where you are to look for these red flagged accounts. I will come to that in detail subsequently, but please understand, we cannot be shying away from the point of verifying fraudulent activities. Next is verification of non-funded advances. That is also to be covered because non-funded advances can become a funded advance at any point of time once there is a default. And the last one is reporting. That is also important because what you have done is not sufficient. How you are supposed to do it is finally coming under the report. Once you have decided that these are the items to be done, we should know what is that we have to ask for. Unfortunately, many of us, once we are going to the bank branch audit, they are dumping us with documents. What are all the documents they are dumping? Only those documents which are required to sign. Because the branch manager's responsibility is only that. As far as he is concerned, he wants to get the signatures on the papers which is supposed to be signed and ask you to get out as early as possible. Because he can start up with the next of the job. But as far as we are concerned, we cannot leave it like that. So we will have to ask for what all the things which are required for us. So I have given you 6 items to be done as far as advanced verification is concerned. To cover those 6 items, what are the items which you are supposed to ask for? The first item is sanctioning powers of the authorities. Because when you want to verify the advances, first of all, we will have to see whether the quality of the as far as this material is concerned, I have already circulated this PDF file to the SIRC. Please circulate to them because yesterday's meeting also they were asking for the copy. Few of them I will send it across. You send it immediately so that they will not be required to go through that. You don't have to take a copy of it. We are sufficiently explaining. Critical points alone you can please note down because we get diverted if you are going to only answer. This PowerPoint is only for ensuring that our focus is somewhere. Because if the focus is removed, all of us will go to sleep, which I don't want. Sanctioning powers of the authorities. This is very, very critical because depending upon the sanction only, we will have to see whether the advances is having a proper assessment at all. So as far as sanctioning authority is concerned, let us take a case of a scale 2 branch. Scale 2 branch. The branch manager's powers will be very, very limited. He will be having the prior, in respect of priority segment advances, he can give whatever be the amount. In case of all the non-priority, he does not have the power at all. It will be escalated to the above head office, either it is a zonal office or regional office. So in that scenario, if he has given a sanction in respect of one particular loan which is not eligible to be given as a loan, first of all, the main report itself has to be qualified because we will say in that all the transactions which has come to our knowledge is coming within the powers of the authorities. That is the first thing which you are going to give in the report of SA 705. Leave alone the advances. Straight away the power is being violated, for which you have to ensure what is the sanctioning authorities of this particular branch. Same way, not only the branch, Z office, zonal office, what is the power, regional office, what is the power, central office, what is the power, credit committee, what is the power. Depending upon that only, when you do the verification, you will be able to ascertain whether the amount which has been given by way of a loan is coming within the powers of the respective concerned sanctioning authorities. Second portion is NPA statement of the previous year. NPA statement of the previous year. We are supposed to certify only the NPA statement of the current year, no doubt. But the current year NPA statement can be fully properly ascertained only when you have the NPA statement of the previous year. Why? All of us would have read in the morning also, we have read independently in the earlier years also. Whatever be the NPA, first year identified, it becomes a substandard asset. Once it becomes a substandard asset, the next year it becomes a doubtful asset. So whatever be the items which has been classified as NPA in the last year, as on 31st of March 2024, it is an NPA, continues to be NPA, but the classification goes for a different segment altogether. From substandard it is going to the doubtful. So what is the impacts there? Obviously, when you move it from substandard to doubtful, the provisioning norms also get changed. Whether it is only in respect of substandard to standard, it can be from substandard to doubtful also, doubtful 1 to doubtful 2 also, doubtful 2 to doubtful 3 also. So doubtful 3, irrespective of the security, you are supposed to make a provision. How do you ascertain that it is happening? For which you have to necessarily start with the opening balance. Even in respect of all the corporate and non-corporate advance also, we start with verification of opening balance, even today. Similarly, we will have to ensure that the NPA norms has to be verified. Sir, can we say that if they don't give an NPA statement, what do we do? I had an example of one of the similar branches in, I think Canara Bank Siva. There, the earlier year was unaudited. Earlier years was unaudited. So we had, I'm talking about 10 years back where we are having such a similar branch. Earlier statement was unaudited. So in that situation, we will not be able to have the first two opening statements. But we asked for the NPA statement as submitted to the head office. They were not having the copy. We did not have any other option other than to give a disclaimer. In the NPA statement of the current year, we had to give a disclaimer that the opening balance is not very favorable in the absence of detailed breakup of those items. Sir, if it is not going to give us disclaimer, what will happen? Please understand, if they don't have the breakup of the NPA as on 31st of March 2024, you are not sure which account was an NPA in the last year, which account was doubtful, which account was substandard in the last year, whether it is to be downgraded once again. There is every possibility an NPA of the previous year could have been upgraded also. I am sure that in the morning you would have seen how upgradation can happen. Upgradation can happen only when the entire arrears is clear. It is not that it can go from an NPA to SMA2. Once it is identified as an NPA, unless it goes to SMA0, it cannot be upgraded. I am sure that all of you understand this. Once it is a standard asset, it can be in standard for two terms, that is SMA0, SMA1 and SMA2. Once it goes to NPA, from SMA2 to SMA1, it can come, even the arrears is cleared. SMA1 to 0, it can come once basic arrears is cleared or one installment is cleared. But from substandard, once an item is classified as substandard, the entire arrears has to become 0, which means it has to become SMA0. In this scenario, what happens is, what is an NPA identified in the as on 31st of March 2024 if you don't have the breakup? We will not know whether this current year NPA is right or wrong. So, necessarily, it is a very, very important, that is why I am spending more time on that. Please ensure that NPA as on 31st of March 2024 is obtained. Please check up whether all those items are identified in the current year also. More than that, consider whether it has been downgraded accordingly. SSAs has to have been taken to D1, D1 has to have taken to D2, D2 should have been taken to D3 if it has completed 2 years, because D2, it can be there for 2 years. That you please examine that statement. For unfortunately, if it is not available, what is identified as NPA in March 2024, if it is not available in 2025, there could be only two reasons. One is the account would have been closed, or the account could have been become upgraded. So if it is closed, you will have to ensure that the account is closed. Please ensure that it is being verified. Other than that, you will have to verify if it is upgraded, whether the entire arrears is clear. If these two items are not able to be seen, the NPA statement which you are going to certify as of 31st of 2025 is wrong. Am I clear on this particular aspect? See, I always ensure that whether it's clear. If it is not clear, there is no point in keeping it. I don't want to have a monologue. Yes, sir. Sir, all the essays will be applicable. But unfortunately, we don't go into the opening balance verification literally because it's a continuous affair. See, as far as accounts is concerned, it is a continuous affair. No entries are passed in respect of 31st of March, entries are passed subsequently only. But only thing is, we have a particular reporting, whatever be the MOCs which has been given in the earlier year, whether the entries have been passed in the current year. We commit it. What does it mean? The MOCs which has been created on 31st of March 2024 is not passed in the respective branches. It is done at head office only. So head office reverses that on 1st of April. So effectively, the respective branches are asked to pass the entry in the current year. That is why they are asking whether this MOC have been given into the effect. So opening balance we don't verify because it is a continuous ledger account, something like an ERP scenario where we don't have a separate set of accounts. So opening balance we don't verify. But the NPA statement is an independent statement which is being certified by manually prepared, and it's not manually prepared, it is extracted from the same record only. But wherever adjustments are required, the adjustments are being made and it is being signed. So that you have to ensure that opening balance is brought in. I am sure that all the essays SA 200 to SA 580, all the standards are applicable in respect of bank audit also, including 580 management representation. But at the same time, bankers are not willing to give that management representation. That's a different issue, game altogether. But all the standards are applicable in respect of bank audit also. In fact, 315 is very, very relevant. ROMM is very, very relevant for bank branch audit. But only thing is, it will not be 100% applicable as in the case of a theoretical requirement. But you have to have definitely go through all the standards. So as far as this NPA is concerned, very, very critical. Please go through that. Balance sheet and profit and loss account of the previous year. This is also required, because unless and otherwise you have the balance sheet and profit and loss account of the previous year, we will not be able to do a comparative analysis. Only on the basis of comparative analysis, we will get a better sight of the branch, better oversight of the branch. On that basis only we can look at it. And the last one is audit report and long form audit report of the previous year. This is also very important. Why? If at all the LFAR of the previous year have lots of adverse remarks, your methodology of computation, methodology of verification can also go up. If the LFAR is clean, you can slightly relax, but don't relax it because that auditor could have made a mistake. Don't take it for granted. If already they have lots of adverse remarks, I have to be more careful. This is basically a difference between compliance testing and substantive testing. Compliance testing, you see a couple of items, if you are comfortable, you don't go into the substantive testing. But this itself is one of the tools for compliance testing, because if the previous audit report is reasonably good, without much of an adverse remarks, and they have said that all the systems are properly followed, you can have a slightly better cushion. But if they themselves are given an adverse remark in a more manner, please ensure that you have to increase the verification in a different manner. Apart from this, there are other reports which has to be done, but for the time being, I am leaving it like this. So what are all the statements as on 31st March 2025? What the first slide which you have shown is what are the items which you should ask for. Now I will go to the first of the 6 points which I have told you. Statements which are relevant on 31st of March 2025. These are the various statements we do sign also in these areas. First is facility party-wise list of accounts outstanding along with outstanding balance. Very, very important, because in this statement itself you will be able to identify whether a particular account is slipping into NPA or not slipping into NPA, whether it is performing. All these things will be able to ascertain. How is it possible? See, one thing you can be rest assured is the system maintains everything. Unless and otherwise it is tampered, it will give a best of the scenario, because we are not, that is, no officer is eligible to go and tamper with the basic data, etc. So what has been created at the time of first advance, that will be permanent for the whole period. I am just taking a classic example of an advance which has been given on 1/1/2023. If they have given on 1/1/2023, the date of advance will be exact, the amount of principal which has been given is exact, what is the EMI which is going to be given over a period of time, that also mentioned, when is the EMI date also will be mentioned, everything will be keyed in, interest date also will be keyed in. Once it is keyed in, anytime you pick up the same top, it will come with the same figure only. So you don't have to have much of a botheration. This is why the reason system audit is very, very important. Whether the system, whether any tampering is happening or not, that has to be verified. If that is not there, this facility-wise statement, you will be able to ascertain. For an example, I am telling you. Today, 31st of March 2025, you are seeing a particular account of CC account. The CC sanction limit is 10 lakh. And the drawing power is around 10 lakh and 50,000 rupees. Can the drawing power be more than the limit outstanding? No? Drawing power can be. So one session is saying can be, one session is not saying can be. See, the drawing power is determined on the basis of the stock statement or book debt statement you are giving. The limit up to which I can operate is either the sanctioned limit or drawing power, whichever is lower. So in this scenario, I am having a stock statement of 20 lakhs. 60% is the margin. 60% margin, 20 lakhs, 40% is the margin, 60% is the eligible amount. So 12 lakh will be the drawing power effectively. But the drawing power will be restricted to the sanction limit. So sanction limit is 10 lakh, drawing power is 12 lakh, balance outstanding is 10 lakh and 62,000 rupees. You can very well say from that itself there is some anomaly. Take another case where the limit is 10 lakh. Limit is 10 lakh. Sanction limit is 10 lakh, drawing power is also 10 lakh, balance outstanding is 8 lakhs. Is there an anomaly or not? Balance outstanding is 8 lakhs, sanction limit is 10 lakh, drawing power is also 10 lakh. That is for the purpose of security. I am only talking on the NPA calculation. NPA calculation, is there any limit? No. Everybody say no anomaly. But one point which has to be mentioned is, we have to verify is, what was the opening balance? If the opening balance is 6 lakhs and closing balance is 8 lakhs, even though the sanction limit is 10 lakhs, even though the drawing power is 10 lakhs, this is an anomaly, because the balance outstanding has been continuously increasing. Effectively what happens is, the debits is not compensated by the credits, or the credits are not sufficient to cover the debits. So don't presume. Why I am raising this particular point is, everybody was nodding in the side. There is a limit, there is a possibility. We will have to see. So the point is, please understand, we cannot take anything for granted in bank. We cannot take anything for granted in bank. Normally, everybody will be telling the same thing only. Balance outstanding is 8 lakhs only. It is very much within the sanction power, then what is the problem? Please understand, it can have a problem in an example which I have just now narrated to you. So opening balance also has to be seen. In the facility-wise balance outstanding, balance as on 31st of March 24 also will be mentioned. Balance as on 31st March 2025 also will be mentioned. So you can go through that. One thing all of us have to accept and understand, auditors have an eagle's eye. It is for sure. Auditors have an eagle's eye. So if you go through that, definitely you will be able to ascertain something fishy is there. So go into the term loan. I will just give you an example of a CC account. Go into a term loan. As far as term loan is concerned, date of sanction is 1/1/2010. We are auditing the fees of 31st of March 2025. 1/1/2010, sanction limit is 10 lakhs, drawing power is all 3 lakhs, balance outstanding is 4,25,000 rupees. Definitely there is an anomaly. Definitely there is an anomaly. And more than that, if it is 10 lakhs and 5 years before the loan has been given, normally a term loan is outstanding only for 5 years. So 5th year it should have been fully over. More than NPA, it should have become the D3 itself. We will be able to observe from that itself. But there are exceptions which are available. What are all the exceptions? A loan, term loan given for 5 years with a holiday period of 3 years. So for up to 8 years it can run. For which, once again, date of first installment available within the statement. The same Excel sheet which is going to be given, there the date of first installment also will be given. So we can very well say, from the first installment to this date, how many number of installments could have expired. So still, it is coming within the performing assets only. It's a possibility. Only a possibility. I am not giving a I am talking about a hypothetical situation. Go into an education loan. Education loan which has been given in 2010, normally it is payable in 5 years time, 2025. But in 2024, that guy would have gone for a higher education. In that situation, the education loan itself gets extended by another 3 years. This is not restructuring. Please understand, this is not restructuring. A person who has been given a loan for graduation, he is applying for a post-graduation, and that time once again one more loan is being given, it can be given. At that time the period is extended by another 3 years, so he don't have to pay at all. So we will have to examine, in respect of those cases, if the balance outstanding is continuously increasing, we have to examine those particular area and check up whether it is within the parameters or within the anomaly or not. Is there any anomaly or not? Am I clear? So this is in respect of term loan. Go into the bills discounted. So once you go into the bill discounted, obviously bills discounted is the simplest example which you can think about. Any bills which is outstanding before 31st of due, outstanding and due before 31st of December 2024 is an NPA. We don't have to bother at all. Whether it is 100% same, no. Because as far as bill discounting is concerned, if the bill discount is backed up by an LC of another bank, it need not be classified as an NPA. So, in respect of bill discounting cases, you go and see whether the due dates is before 31st of December 2024. Then automatically you will come to a tendency to classify it as an NPA. We have to examine whether it has to be classified as an NPA. No or yes, we have to examine for further details. An example which I am telling you is whether this bill discounting is backed up by an LC or not. If it is backed up by an LC, it need not be classified as an NPA.
No, if the bill is due and if it is backed by LC, why they did not...
Sir, they have given an exception, sir. Wherever the exception is available as per your circulars.
No, it will be treated as unsecured substandard asset.
That's different, sir.
Sorry, secured substandard.
Secured substandard.
If the bill is overdue.
No, sir, that is, the example, specific example is whenever the bill discounted facilities are backed up by an LC of a bank, another bank, I'm not talking about letter of credit by way of the creditors, etc. If it is backed up by another security of a bank, it need not be classified as an NPA. The exception is given. Exception is given, so that can be worked on it. I'm just telling you classic examples of those items. Apart from that, you come to a CGSTMC, CGS TME. That is wherever the loans are guaranteed under CGS, the central government guaranteed schemes in respect of small scale industries. If there is a guarantee available, to the extent of guarantee, you don't classify it as an NPA. So in this first statement which you are talking about facility wise, party wise in the breakup, you can examine whether all these informations are available, captured properly. If on that basis, you can go and verify. On the basis of that, you can classify the outstanding expenses as NPA or performing asset, as the case may be. CC accounts, go into the accounts but month-wise details of debit and credit transactions. Why is it required for month-wise debits and credit balances? Now, it's very, very clear. The NPAs need not be was on 31st of March 2025. NPA can be on any date. So, in that situation, April, May 2024, everything is okay. June, July, August, in these 3 months, the debits are more, credits are not sufficient. In that situation, it becomes an out of order at that point of time, and subsequently it becomes an NPA also. Once it becomes an NPA, the entire interest and the arrears has to be cleared. Then only it can become a performing asset. So please check up in respect of CC accounts, month-wise transactions. It need not be, but I'm not going to ask for each and every item. We are going to ask for the statement. You please glance through that. You may be able to ascertain whether any anomaly is there. On that basis, you can verify that. And if it is able to be found out, you can examine that particular area. If you have any anomaly, those cases you go into detail and verify that. So in this scenario, whether this credit CC accounts can be left with this, it cannot be left with this. Also go into the security transactions by way of stock value or book debts value, wherever it is available. In many cases, stock and book debts are being taken for the purpose of security. Certain places only stock is taken for the purpose of drawing power. We have to examine whether in each and every particular account both are taken or only one is taken. We will come to another example. In case of certain private sector banks, there is a situation wherein the loan is given by way of a CC, but the security is not stock. Security is immovable property. That is, the loan is given on the basis of an immovable property to the extent of 60% of the property. In those cases, whether the stock statement is given or not, stock statement is not taken for the purpose of drawing power. There are businesses, there are banks which are giving loan like this. That's why I am telling you, don't blindly go by the nomenclature that is a CC against stock. It is not CC against stock. CC against property, but basic businesses, stock has to be taken. So in those cases, stock statements need not be taken on a monthly basis at all. Stock statement, once in a year they can give the stock statement. There are exceptions available. In those cases, you don't have to look at the drawing power on the basis of the stock statement. I'm just telling a classic example. In Karur Vysya Bank, there is a loan proposal called Vartaga Mitra. I'm talking about the particular name called Vartaga Mitra. In Vartaga Mitra, in that loan, you don't have to give stock statement at all. Of course, it is not going to be given a loan of 2 crores, 3 crores, etc. There are limitations which are available. In those cases, in the case of Vartaga Mitra, you don't have to ask for bank stock statements, and drawing power is not determined on the basis of stock statement. Drawing power is determined on the total value of the property. But annually once at least they have to give a stock statement. What for it is to be given? To ensure that the business is carried on. If the business is not carried on, even if the security is available, it may be slipping into a non-performing asset at some point of time. This is for the monitoring that I will come subsequently. Third item is NPA as on 31st of March 2025. We have to certify. We are bound to give the certification. So go through that in a detailed manner, particularly in respect of movement of NPAs. Opening NPA is there. Current year new additions are there. Current year closures are there, and closing NPA is there. Current year closures can be on 2 counts. One is by way of settlement, another is by way of upgradation. Both you have to have a breakup. What happens is invariably current year identifications they will have the breakup, opening balance they will have the breakup, closing balance they will have the breakup. For the credits coming into the account, they will not have the breakup. They will say it's a balancing figure. Please ensure that you cannot accept any balancing figure in respect of the statements which you are signing. Why I am telling this is there are lots of fraudulent activity happens in that area for diverting our attentions in respect of these NPA classes. So we need to have that is collections from creditors. Collection from borrowers will also come as a credit note. They will say that collection from parties we will not be able to have a breakup at all. It will be there. It will be there. Only thing is we have to ask for that. For each and every item in the statement which you are certifying, we are supposed to ask for the breakup. If we don't get the breakup, we should not be satisfied with the information which is being given. Next is list of accounts where ad hoc facility is due for renewal but have not been renewed. Very, very important, because any ad hoc facility has to be finally given a full sanction. Once a sanction is given, it will be a regular account. Until then, ad hoc limit is normally given for a period of 3 months or 6 months, as the case may be. Maybe a seasonal overdraft, or maybe a temporary overdraft which has been asked for a specific purpose. For example, a person may be having a limit of 1 crore. They would have been given a 10% limit by way of an ad hoc limit for 10 lakhs. That is given for a period of 3 months. After 3 months, they have to come and close that. If it is not given within 3 months, next 3 months it will become an NPA. Because it's given only for a period of 3 months, on that day it become overdrawn, after 3 months it will become an NPA. So either that has to be closed, or that ad hoc has to be absorbed with the regular limit. For example, instead of 10 lakhs, 1 crore, you make it as 1 crore and 10 lakhs as a limit by way of a proper sanction. It should not be an ad hoc sanction once again by the same bank manager. Bank manager is authorized to give only 10% as ad hoc. Beyond that, it comes on the next authority. Next authority should give a full sanction. So once you have the statement of list of accounts with regular account or ad hoc limit due for renewal, that is available in the system. Somebody was asking me some member was asking me whether you will be able to ascertain all these things from the Excel sheets. Please understand, this audit module of each and every bank will give you all these statements available. But only thing is, we'll have to go and search for it. Honestly telling, I will also not be able to search for it. I will go through my staff only who will be able to determine that. But we'll have to give them the logic. On the basis of logic, they will be able to download that. On that basis, you can verify that. Where inspection has not been carried out in the last 3 to 6 months, all the CC accounts, they are supposed to have the inspection on a periodical basis. I am not talking about I am doing the inspection. Branch statutory auditor is not under compulsion to do any inspection at all. I am making it very point blank from the dice, saying that there is no compulsion. But you get a suspicion, you can pick up a case for inspection. Otherwise, you are not under responsibility to do any audit inspection as far as CC accounts are concerned. So in that scenario, somebody should inspect it. Who is the other person who is authorized? He is the branch manager. Whether he has done an inspection on a periodical basis, there will be a statement which will be available wherever inspection has not been done over a period of time. Once inspection is not done, there is a possibility of lack of monitoring of the accounts. So in that situation, it can slip into an NPA subsequently. Whether accounts are overdrawn beyond drawing power or beyond the limit. Drawing power as far as CC accounts is concerned, the limit of outstanding in respect of term loans. In respect of term loans, periodic installments should be required. If the periodic installments is not required, it will become a overdrawn. Wherever overdrawn items are there, please examine whether the overdrawing is beyond a period of 90 days. If it is beyond a period of 90 days, we will have to classify for the purpose of NPA. Where stock statements and book date statements are in arrear. Stock statements and book date statements has to be received at least for the purpose of NPA. I am talking about for the purpose of NPA at least till 30th of September, because stock statement taken on 30th September will determine the drawing power for the next month. Drawing power cannot be outstanding for more than 3 months. So up to 30th September, if they have taken the stock statement, that account need not be bothered about NPA classification. But the same thing will be applicable for commenting in the LFAR advances, because LFAR we are going to say whether the stock statements are regularly collected or not. If it is not regularly collected, we are supposed to give a report. There are two different angles as far as this audit of advances is concerned. One is focusing on NPA, another is focusing on LFAR. Both are intertwined, but at the same time, what is applicable for NPA need not be, what is applicable for LFAR need not be applicable for NPA. But whatever is applicable for NPA, straight away it will be applicable for LFAR also. Where stock audit is due, not done. So in respect of advances beyond 10 crores, invariably stock audit has to be given. That is what normal understanding is. In case of 10 crores and above working capital advances, stock audit will be done. So wherever stock audit has been determined, have the stock audit been done in this current year? If it is not done, why it is not done? Immediately they will come with a point that, sir, January தான் சார் கொடுத்துருவோம் appointment, இன்னும் எடுத்துக்கல சார். Yes sir. Depends on the bank's policy, sir. I am talking about on a bank policy of SBI, they don't ask for 10 crores. Depends on the bank's policy. I am only giving a ballpark figure of 10 crores. There are certain places where they, even up to 20 crores, they didn't go for stock audit. Stock audit is compulsory as per the sanction ticket. If the sanction ticket says stock audit has to be done, whether it has been done, they will immediately say that we have appointed just now in the month of February, it has not been taken up by the auditors, because as you know, all the auditors are busy in bank audit, sir. Nobody is available for the bank audit. As if everybody is busy. It's not the case. But as far as those cases are concerned, please ask for the previous stock audit report. Verify that whether any anomalies are there. Because this year it is not done, means at least last year they would have done. Ask for the report, and on that basis you can give a comment. As far as current stock audit is done, you will have to mention that stock audit has not been done in the current year. The last extra stock audit statement you can remark and leave it like that. Where no insurance or adequate insurance has not been taken. Insurance, there are 3 points which has to be very well seen. One is adequacy, next is exhaustiveness, and third is coverage. What is adequacy? The balance outstanding need not be the insurance component. The insurance has to be on the basis of the stock value. Insurance should not be on the basis of the drawing power of the balance outstanding. Because invariably what happens is, if the limit is given to the extent of 25 lakhs, they take an insurance coverage to the extent of 25 lakhs, which is not sufficient because the stock is going to be around 50 lakhs. In that situation, the average class will come into the situation, sir. Which is wrong, sir. Which is absolutely wrong, because when they do like this at this point of time, ultimately when they end up in a problem of a loss, definitely average class is affected. We will not be able to recover. Why alone this particular item? I will just tell classic examples. Take the case of textile industries. They have a limit of some 50 lakhs. Let us understand as a limit as 50 lakhs. During this period, in the normal period, they will be having a stock statement of anywhere 75 to 80 lakhs only. But during the season, they will be having stock to the extent of 1.5 crores also. But in those cases, the insurance should be covered to the extent of 1.5 crores, at least as peak insurance. They should have an additional insurance in that particular period. If it does not happen, definitely please understand there can be a loss. If the loss is there, average class will be invoked. Insurance company will not be able to make the payment. As far as bankers are concerned, they have to ensure that the insurance is comprehensively covered, fully covered to the extent of the security available, not at the level of balance outstanding. What your point is very, very valid. That is what the bankers do. From our side, we have to give a report saying that the insurance is not properly addressed to, and same way, comprehensiveness. Insurance should cover fire, insurance should cover theft, insurance cover earthquake also nowadays, because all the places are covered by earthquake, so that also has to be there. Tsunami, all this comprehensiveness has to be there. One more important item as far as comprehensiveness is concerned, wherever loan is given to manufacturers, the manufacturers give the stock statement on subcontract basis to others. So in that situation, stock movement outside the factory also should be covered. Invariably, they don't look at that. As an auditor, if you are able to give a value addition in this area, please give that value addition, it can be useful. So stock has to be adequacy, comprehensiveness, and also extending to the extent of the full value of the security. These are the items. Fourth item is very, very important, whether it is live. Because expired insurance is going to be used. Whenever insurance is, I always talk about this thing in all the places. Insurance is something like a rowdy mamul. As long as you pay the premium, you may not take any risk at all. But once you stop the premium, next day there will be a danger. Once the danger happens, we will be incurring a loss. Please ensure that it is live. Beautiful point, Sivabhadri Prasad sir, thank you very much. Insurance, there should be an endorsement in the insurance policy. If the insurance endorsement is not there, obviously when the claim happens, the money will directly go to the party. So whether the bank clause is there in respect of the insurance, very, very important.
In respect of factories, it is prudent to add a strike rate civil commercial insurance.
Good. And in fact, in certain places they have an arson insurance compulsory. Certain places they have an arson. Wherever they are very, very regular in having arsons, arson insurance happens. In Tamil Nadu, never we had a insurance for tsunami. Until we had it in 2004, we never had a tsunami insurance at all. But 2004 we had tsunami, and 2015 we had floods. Lots of people were affected in this 2015 floods. Many people have gone out of business. So we don't know what all the insurance which are possible. Power circuit issue is definitely a serious issue. Comprehensiveness can keep on expanding. Please look at it. What best we can do from our side, we can give a report. So next is extent of verification. First is statements, and next is extent of verification. What all the extent of verification which has to be done. Selection of samples. Once again, selection of samples depend on your internal control assessment. As far as a particular branch is concerned, go into the branch, look at their analysis, and then look at what all the seriousness in this. For example, you go to a branch where invariably all the loans are jewel loans. In those cases, your methodology verification itself will undergo a change. Don't presume that zero loans are the most secure loans. That is not the case. But for a moment, all the assets are mortgage. It's all available here only. It's pledged. It is not mortgage. It is pledged. Whereas a branch, if we say all the loans by way of working capital limit, there my extent of verification is going to be more. There is a branch which is having mostly housing loans. The extent of verification will be lesser. I don't say it is not risky, but it is lesser risky. So, depending upon the analysis of the portfolio of the particular branch, you have to take a decision on what are the areas which has to be verified. On that basis, your extent of verification also has to go up. But one disadvantage because of the LFAR amendment is all the loans has to be verified at least one case. Previously, what happens is the small advances we don't verify at all. Small advances by way of personal segment loans, consumer credit loans, we don't verify. But thanks to the amendment in long form audit report, we have one particular clause in the long form audit report where it is said, in respect of advances examined by you, please confirm whether the system of credit monitoring supervision has been followed or not. In case of a smallest advance, take the case of personal segment advance of less than 1 lakh also, if you don't see at least one particular account, how will you be able to determine whether the system of verification, system of credit appraisal is followed or not? So we are under compulsion to see all the advances at least one sample transaction. In case of major advances, you see a lot of transactions. In case of small accounts, at least couple of transactions during the year, we have to examine and have to report also. Report by concurrent auditors is very, very important. Report by concurrent auditors is going to determine what are the advances which are going to verify. What is my time, sir? Yes, left. What is my time? இன்னைக்கு நல்ல நேரம் 4:30 5 சார் பரவாயில்லையா ஜிஎன் ராமசாமி கோச்சுப்பார் let's go through as much as possible, but at the same time I wanted to ensure that I cover a reasonably portion of this. Report by concurrent audit is very, very important wherever concurrent audit is there. Fortunate is once a concurrent audit is there, you can have a little bit extra cushion because they are seeing on a month on month basis. Please ask for the report on all the months. Go through that if there are any variations, particularly by way of physical verification of security. What happens is, as far as branches are concerned, they do a physical verification. What is the physical verification they do? They go and meet the people, shake hands with them and come back. They don't even go through the stocks, etc., which is being maintained, whether the stocks are maintained, whether the stock register, they don't verify. But when it is a concurrent auditor covered branch, they go and verify those areas in an independent manner because they are supposed to give a specific report. Apart from concurrent auditor's report, if there is an internal inspection done by the bank's employees do an internal inspection on a once in 2 years, once in 3 years, they go for the once in 18 months, they go up for an audit. That is a very, very detailed one because they are allowed to sit in the branch for more than 25-30 days also. 2 persons will be coming, they will be sitting for 25-30 days, they go into the transaction item by item. If there is an inspection audit done in this branch, as far as you are concerned, you should be happy. If it has been done by way of, say, August or September, the first 6 months you may not be required to verify at all because they would have done a thorough verification. But the report what they have given, please examine because that's going to have a good value addition for you. On that basis, you can determine what is the extent of verification which has to be done by you. Then we'll have to see, there are 2 advances. There are elder seniors here available. All of them will know, earlier in LFAR there are only 2 questions. As far as question number 5 is concerned, I am discussing only on question number 5. One question is so big, it's something like your CA examination paper. Okay, question number 5, there are only 2 sub-questions. One is, in respect of large advances examined by you, is there any anomaly to be reported? This is one question. The second question is, in respect of other advances examined by you, do you have anything to be reported? These are the only 2 questions. Now it is not like that. Large advances, they have split into so much sub-questions. In other advances, they have split into so much of questions. Yes or no? In that scenario, we will have to first determine what is large advance. So, large advance is those cases in respect of which an outstanding amount is 10% of the aggregate advances, both fund-based and non-fund-based put together of the branch, or 10 crores, whichever is less. Unfortunately, RBI has also started reading the Income Tax Act. So they have started bringing in whichever is less, whichever is more. And also fund-based and non-fund-based. Earlier it was not, non-fund-based was not included. So as far as this particular branch is concerned, we have to determine what is the total fund-based advances, take the total of non-fund based advances both put together, they calculate 10%. That is going to be a large advance. But for determining the large advance of 10 crores, that is whichever is less, you have to take only the fund based advances. For example, I have a borrower who is having 10 crores of working capital and 10 crores of non-fund based limit by way of LCR, CC, whatever it is. In that scenario, this fellow will be covered for large advances irrespective of the branch size. Branch size may be 500 crores. For 500 crores large fund based and non-fund based, 10% will be only 50 crores. But in this particular party, 10 crores is the fund based advances, he will be covered for the large advance. So what is so special about classifying it as a large advance? Once you classify as large advance, as an auditor, we are supposed to verify all the large advances. So the extent of verification, they have already given corner notes, ready reckoner they have already given. In respect of large advances, all the large advances you are supposed to verify. In respect of other advances, you can go for sample verification. So the first priority as far as the branch audit is concerned, we have to determine what is the large advance. Depending upon that only, we will have to verify. Is there any question on this large advance? Because in most of the seminars where we have, they have questions on this large advance. Any questions? I always tell to the people that there are only two options. One is, if I have explained to you fully, there is no question. If I have not explained to you fully, no questions. In between, there is a problem. First option. Thank you very much. I have explained to you fully. If monitoring is not good or high irregularities are there, it's an extensive problem. Please identify. What is this? 3 items. One is the branch is not going on a periodical verification to all these parties, which is not available as a record. That is, they just go for an inspection. They mention inspection charges collected. That's all. They don't have an inspection report at all. They go inspected. In Chennai, if I am going to have a branch in Gindi, they come and say that they have a CC limits to the extent of 64 advances are there. And on one particular day, inspection register is covered from everybody, 1,000 rupees inspection register. 65 units covered. Is it possible in Chennai to cover 65 units in a day? One unit is in Gumudipundi, one unit is on the other side of Perungalattur. It is definitely not possible. But they charge, which means the monitoring is not proper. If the monitoring is not proper, it has to open up your eyes and you have to examine whether we have to be cautious about the reporting and cautious about the verification. Same way, irregularities. What do you mean by irregularities? Can be continuously excess given in respect of CC account. Once a limit is given, let it be 10 lakhs or 10 crores. But it should not be continuously overdone. Every day it will be overdone. On 30th of September, it will become to regular account. From 2nd of October, it once again keeps on overdone. And on the 30th of December, it will become, which is a serious irregularity. If there is a continuous irregularity in respect of advances, please ensure that you have to verify the percentage of check, you have to increase it. Wherever you are supposed to verify, the percentage you have to increase it. Sir, if I keep on increasing the percentage, I may not be able to cover the audit and complete the audit. If you have to justify, you have to justify. You don't have an option.
Sir, monitoring, does it mean only the visiting of the units?
Pardon, sir? There's only one example which I am telling you. Monitoring is obtention of stock statement itself is monitoring. Obtention of stock statement on a regular basis, physical verification of the party, frequent interaction with the party, monitoring the account, whether there are checks bouncing regularly which is happening. It will come, credit monitoring will be coming into that area. There are umpteen number of items. I am telling you one classic example which is easier to identify. For the inspection? For inspection, they have inspection register, sir. Regarding the monitoring, sir, whenever a CC account is there, it has to be annually renewed. At the time of renewal, the branch manager should come and give a report in the report saying that the regular operations are there, the credits are sufficient on a month-on-month basis, the turnover is sufficiently reflected in the accounts, all these things he has to report. If he is reporting correctly, if he is reporting the figures there, obviously he is verifying that he is monitoring. If he is not reporting, of course, the branch manager is not going to do that, sir. The field officer is going to do it. If the field officer is verifying those accounts and examining whether the turnover, for example, the current account, the turnover is reported in the balance sheet as 10 crores. If a current the CC account has only turnover to the extent of 3 crores in the account, what does it mean? It is not properly monitored. So monitoring is multiple items. One of those items is what I have talked about, inventory. So now we have gone through what are the statements. Next we have come extent of verification. Large advances we are supposed to verify fully. Other advances we can do a test check. But even if you are test check, you have to decide on the sample. How the sample is to be determined? It is on the basis of the internal controls which are available. All the advances has to be verified at least 1 or 2 cases. This is what the extent of verification. Am I clear on that? Large advances 100% we have to verify. Other advances we have to verify only to the extent of samples which you have chosen. Samples we have to choose according to the controls which are available, and all the advances has to be verified. We cannot miss out even one advances thanks to the amendment in 2023. That was the time the LFAR was amended to include that we are supposed to give a systematic reporting. Earlier, standard advances we generally don't verify. Now what has happened is, please report on 5 top standard advances. There is a question on that in the long form audit report. So in that scenario, normally we don't verify the standard advance because it is performing. Why should I verify? But now it is not like that. We are supposed to verify that and we are supposed to give a report. Even if there is no report, we have to give a report. Unless and otherwise you go through the record and say that it's not report, nothing is reportable, you cannot blindly say not reportable. So in that scenario, from your documentation side, you will have to have this particular account you have verified, you have gone through the statements, that notes your SA 230. You have to verify the notes. On that basis only you have to conclude there is nothing to be reported. Invariably, standard advances there is nothing to be reported. But there is every possibility that insurance is not renewed. There is every possibility stock statement of 2 months has not been received. That also can be a negative report. It is not required to be having the worst scenario in all the cases. Even the smallest item you can give a report. Now we will go to the stages of verification. So once it is decided, large advance has to be verified or small advance has to be verified, whatever be the accounts. But what is the stages of verification? What are the items which has to be verified? There are only 5 items which are very relevant, and the last is asset classification. That we need not bother. It's only classification which is automatically done by the system. So what are the 5 items? Pre-disbursement appraisal, sanctioning and documentation, disbursement, review monitoring and renewal enhancement. These are the 5 questions, 5 sub-questions of question number 5. Within the 5 questions, there are lots of questions available. Okay, first let us talk about each and every item. So pre-disbursement appraisal. What do you mean by pre-disbursement appraisal? Whenever a loan is going to be given, we are supposed to appraise the party whether he is eligible for that loan, whether he is capable of repaying, whether he deserves the loan to be taken, why he deserves the loan to be taken. As a chartered accountant, I am eligible for a car loan. I am eligible for a car loan to the extent of Maruti or Ford Icon, or even go to the Ducati. Whether I am eligible for that, how is it being determined? I may be eligible, but it has to be assessed. As a chartered accountant, if my turnover and my income on an annual basis is anywhere between 1 crore to 2 crore, I may be able to look out for a luxury car. If my income itself is going to be 10 lakh to 15 lakhs, in that scenario I am eligible for a Maruti car only. This first capacity. Second part, I'm just taking an example of a chartered accountant because many of us are chartered accountants here. I want all of you to buy Ducati only. Okay? Don't limit, I'm not limiting your purchasing power. All of you buy a Ducati. But for that particular purpose, you will have to have an income tax return to that extent. So what is the requirement of a branch auditor? Branch auditor is supposed to examine whether the branch has appraised it properly. Whether the branch has, I'm not supposed to appraise that. Whether the branch has appraised properly, we are supposed to verify. How do you verify that? That is going to be coming in the list of items which are supposed to be reported. So what is the pre-disbursement appraisal? I always tell this example whenever I am going for any bank branch audit seminar. The credit appraisal is phenomenal only in respect of my own friends here who are all into financing activity also. If not chartered, their family would have been there. The North Indian people who are, when they are giving funds on unsecured basis, they come to the borrower's place and give the money. They come to the borrower's place and give the money. Why? Because of 2-3 reasons. One is they come and sit in your place, monitor the movement in your organization, who are all coming, who are all going, how the turnover is happening. They ask for a couple of times tea, coffee. They don't go with one tea, they ask for a couple of, because they want to spend as much time as possible for the first time appraisal. After that, once they are giving the comfort level, they will not bother about that. They will give the loan only on the basis of their personal credit appraisal. But as far as bank is concerned, it is not possible to be done. So in that scenario, as I was telling you, in case of an NBFC, paper mukkiyam illa, ungaloda nokam mukkiyam. This is what they have mentioned in the one of the NBFC advertisement. But as far as bank is concerned, paper mukyam, nokamo mukyam. As far as we are concerned, we can examine the papers, we cannot examine the nokam. Because the loan has been taken some time back. We will not be able to ascertain whether his intention was good or bad. That is not the way. But from the papers which we will be able to ascertain whether the nokam is proper or the nokam is properly followed. For example, they have taken a loan to the extent of 1 crore. On the basis of that turnover is going to be 3 crores. But after the loan is taken, the GST return, every month they are filing and they are giving a copy to the banks also. Whether the GST is showing that sort of turnover. If it is not showing that sort of turnover, the intention was also not good. The loan also will become a sick at some point of time. For which predisbursement appraisal is very, very relevant. At the time of predisbursement appraisal, we will have to ensure these items are taken or not. Starts with application from the borrower. Invariably, application itself will not be available in many of the branches. That is going to be the starting point. Where the application itself is not there, how do you ascertain? Okay, application is available, but none of the details is filled up. That is, name of the borrower is filled up, address is filled up, what is the loan taken is only filled up, other things are not filled up. In that scenario, once again, it is not properly appraised. The branch management will come and say, sir, na sir, inspection audit pakra mari pakrika, statute audit pakra mari paranga sir. I am sure that all of you would have heard the same observation from the branch auditor. Please understand, it was an earlier occasion, as I told you 2 decades back, we can very well say that we are only seeing the branch audit. No, it is not more or less like that, because they are asking pointed questions to us. Once they are asking a pointed question, we are supposed to answer. It's something like your Form 3 CD only. They are asking a specific question in respect of advance examined by you, whether the application from the borrower has been obtained for ascertaining the credit appraisal in a proper manner. Why? Once an application is received, in the application you will be filling up all the data. What are all the data which you will fill up? Name, PAN card, GST, MSME if it is MSME number. What is the turnover? For the purpose of turnover, the GST returns which has been filed for the last year. Balance sheet, they should have given the audited balance sheet. Whether it is required to be given an audited balance sheet, that is also there. That is, there is every possibility. Your turnover may be 2 crores, they are not coming at a tax audit report. But those cases, we are supposed to do an audit. As far as the banking Joint and Core Committee recommendations is concerned, even in respect of lesser than turnover, audited. What do you mean by audited? Once again, audited balance sheet means duly audited. It should be signing as a certified as true and fair view accounts. You cannot give a check down from credit and sign the balance sheet. UDN, you now fortunately you have an UDN also. So UDN has to be there. Not only UDN, checked and found correct, put UDN put on it does not have any value. And signed by an auditor is not acceptable, which has to be signed by a chartered accountant, not by an auditor. I hope all of you know who is an auditor. A person who is practicing as a tax practitioner or something like that, they put their name as auditor. Yesterday I was seeing, I don't remember where I was seeing the board. Auditor office. Where is it? Somewhere auditor office. The name is put as auditor office. Tax filing, GST filing, and some PAN card filing. Auditor office. If the bankers go and ask for a signature, he prepares the projection and he signs also. Whether the sign is valid or not, $1 million question. So when you have the application, you will have all these details filled up. Whether those details are supported by the respective back papers. That is, once you say that my turnover is 10 lakhs, it is not sufficient. The turnover should be reflected in the financial statement which is being attached along with that and along with the GST return. I am going to buy, for example, there is a doctor who is coming and asking for installation of an ECG in his place. Obviously, he should ask whether he is a cardiologist. If he is going to ask for a dental chair, he will not ask whether he is a dentist. A dentist did not ask for an ECG, normally, I am talking about normally. If they are going to go for an EEG mission, it has to be a neurologist. So, whether this person is eligible for that particular machinery at all, how he will be able to make up that money, how he will be able to make the repayment. The repayment has to happen means they should have a projection. Whether the projection is feasible, whether the projection which is being given is feasible. All these items has to be examined at the time of credit appraisal, and particularly one of these important items is appraisal is carried out in accordance with the CMA data which has been given. So, CMA data they should give. According to the CMA data, the appraisal has to happen, and there is an item called past dealings with and of the borrower. Can somebody think about it? What is past dealings of the borrower? What is past dealing with the borrower? Pardon? credit history. What do you mean with and off? Is it different or same? If I am going to have a same, that is I am going to give to the same borrower who have been operating with me, I have to see the past dealings with him. If he is migrating from another bank, I have to see off the borrower with that particular bank. Please examine, that is I am not going to examine, please check up whether the branch has examined this. On that basis, credit report should have been taken. On the basis of credit report, if it is a corporate loan, whether board resolution has been taken, whether the financial statements are duly audited. In respect of CARO, is there any qualification? I hope 100% sure all of you understand what is qualification CARO. As far as CARO is concerned, wherever periodical stock statements is given, whether the periodical stock statement is matching with the books, there is a question in the CARO. What is that he has observed in that? If he has observed that there are differences in that, once again it's going to be a improper monitoring. Financial statements, tax statements, please ensure that it is whether it is reported by the branch. Bank should ask for the financial statements. They should say that it has been examined, and they should also give it in the form of a report. Verify the appraisal note given by the bank to the competent authority. There are lots of cases where the branch is not sanctioning authority. Somebody else is sanctioning authority. So they will say that I am not doing the sanction, sir. Please, in those cases, the branch manager should have an appraisal note. In that only it is happening. There is also certain branch where the loans are being processed by RACPC. They will say that the loan is not being sanctioned, yes, it is done by RACPC. But the branch only will be having all this data which is available. They put all this appraisal note and send it to the RACPC. On that basis, they only sanction. What happens is the sanctioning authority will say that I don't have any touch with the borrower. The sanctioning, the bank person will say that sanctioning is not done by me, it is done by somebody else. There will be a distinct ownership of a same product. In those cases, we will have to see whether the credit appraisal note is being given by the respective branch manager to the competent authority who is sanctioning authority. Whether the projection which is being given is realistic, reasonable. This year the turnover is 10 crores. They are going to say that I am going to reach a turnover of 30 crores, so give a limit of 15 crores. How is contemplated? I may open up a new branch, I may open up a new branch for the organization, or I can expand the operation. I was trading, now I may go into the manufacturing. In this situation, have the manufacturing facility been funded by you? How did he install the manufacturing facility? Earlier, I was doing trading activity. Now I am going to do my own manufacture. My turnover will go up. That's what my expectation is. Whether corresponding expenditure has been provided. All these things are available in case of a CC account facility or business loan. Net worth statement of the borrower they should obtain. That should also be, normally banks are asking for net worth also to be signed by a chartered accountant. Whether the chartered accountant has examined that and verified is another important issue. Adequacy of the security ratios. Ratio analysis is definitely going to be a very good tool for appraising the past record of the organization on the basis of which appraisal has to happen. So once you go through this pre-appraisal, these are the questions which are being asked. It is just lifted from the LFAR. I don't have to discuss about all these things because the question is, has the branch generally complied with the procedures and instructions of the controlling authorities of the bank? What in your opinion are major shortcomings in the credit appraisal, etc.? This is a question. For answering this question, I should verify the earlier things which has been listed out. On the basis only you will have to be. If you don't verify those items, you will not be able to give this answer. If you have to give this answer, I have to go through the earlier questions. Third question is very, very important. Whether in borrower accounts, the applicable interest rate is correctly fed into the system. Previously, we will not be verifying this. We only go through the sanction ticket, whether according to the sanction ticket document has been obtained, we go through the operations and leave it like that. Now they are asking us to examine whether the interest rate is correctly fed into the system. What do you mean by correctly fed into the system? Normally interest rate is given along with the IBLR, that is banking lending rate. So whenever the banking lending rate is linked, you should say that how much the link has happened, that is what is correctly fed into the system. For example, a housing loan is given at 7.5%, it is BPLR minus 4.5 or minus 3.5 as the case may be. When they enter into the system, they will have to mention as BPLR minus 4.5 because whenever a BPLR changes, automatically changed. If they go and pass an entry called 7.5, it is not correctly fed into the system. So why, sir, am I supposed to verify all the items? No. In respect of advances examined by you. Please understand, in respect of advances examined by you, whether the interest rate is correctly fed into the system. If you are verifying an advance which has been sanctioned in the last year, you may not be verifying the interest entry verified at all. But if it is a CC account, it is renewed for the current year, once again it has to be verified and entered into the system. Whether the interest rate is reviewed. Have you come across deficiencies in frequent renewal and rollover of short-term loans? Whenever a person is given a specific limit, it is only on a proper appraisal. We have gone through their past records, we have gone through their projections, on that basis only limit has been given. If that limit has been given for an X amount, and why periodical enhancement is given? Which means the appraisal itself is wrong. So that has to be examined in that area, whether correct and valid credit rating is being filled up. Once again, it's $1 million question. We will not be able to ascertain whether the correct rating has been obtained. How? We can only say that CRISIL or ICRA would have given a rating. In respect of large advances, they will be going for a CRISIL rating or ICRA rating. Whether the rating has been obtained and has been filled up, I can mention. Whether the correct rating has been obtained, how do you know? But unfortunately, there is a question which is like this, we are supposed to give a report. But at the same time, you don't have to go into how the evaluation has been done. Nobody can do that. Because they have their own mechanism of reporting. They can give a rating today as AA+, day after tomorrow they are given as BB-. They are capable of doing that. Let us not bother it about that. Once the reporting has been done, please ensure that the reporting has been properly keyed in or not. Next is regarding sanctioning and disbursement. So once a credit apply is being done, next is sanction. Once sanction is done, disbursement is being done. So in these questions, there are a lot of questions which are being asked. Let us be very, very clear. Sanctioning authority is going to be one person, disbursing authority may be a different person in certain cases. As far as we are concerned, we are supposed to examine whether the sanction is within the authorities of the bank. Sanction, once it is happening, whether the disbursement is done only after the sanctioning conditions are being stipulated. I will take classic examples. There are lots of examples available. I will take 1 or 2 examples only as far as sanctioning is concerned, disbursement is concerned. When a housing loan is sanctioned, they will say that disbursement can happen only after final approval from the corporation is being obtained. Without getting an approval, if they start disbursing, it is going to be danger. It is not a proper disbursement at all. Take the case of another business loan. The term loan will be sanctioned, will be disbursed only after the borrower brings in his margin into the bank. If the margin is not brought in, disbursement is made, it is wrong. Take another case. Capital has to be increased by the borrowers because the debt equity ratio is very, very bad. Capital has to be brought in by the borrower and an auditor certificate should be obtained. This is in sanction ticket. Capital has to be brought in by the borrower and a certificate to that effect has to be obtained from the statutory auditor. Whether it has been obtained, if it is not obtained, it should not disburse. In case of a housing loan, encumbrance certificate has not been obtained for the latest 6 months. Only after the legal opinion says, legal opinion is perfect, they are having a marketable title, except that encumbrance certificate is not obtained for the latest 6 months. Sanction ticket says, after obtaining the EC of the latest 6 months, the payment can be made. If it is not done, it is to be reported. So please check up what is in sanction ticket, whether the disbursement is made along with the sanction ticket or not. Apart from that, please ensure in case of loan and deposits, lien marking is happening. That has to be verified in the system. It has to be examined and reported also. And in case of corporate loans, charges has to be created. And wherever term loans are there, where collateral security is given, MODT should be done. Previously only equitable mortgage was there. Now MODT, Memorandum of Title Deed, is being done. Amount of concession has been given for the registration. It has to be registered. Once it is registered, advantages, we are having a encumbrance certificate in which the banker's name also will be coming into the picture. So they will not be able to dispose of the property at a later date. That is the advantage which has been brought in.
Sir, in this case, the original documents should be available to the branch property documents.
100% yes. Because it is basically a memorandum of title deeds. I have deposited the title deeds with you. I have created a mortgage. The title deeds will be with the branch only. You are not required to go through the documents literally because it is by way of an inspection department, they would have seen it. Only thing what you can do is, there is a legal opinion which will be given post-sanction, in which they will say, "Inninge president la kuda varliya pa, 5 nimisham tea ready ah? Tea vacha." 5 minutes is the time which has been given. I will require another 10 minutes. Is it okay for you? So avanga time kudutranga pa. Makkal power kuduttaanga. So, as he rightly said, a original title deeds has to be there. Without that, but we are not supposed to see the original. Once a loan is being given, there is a post-sanction letter which is being taken by the legal opinion, which will state, we have gone through the records, these documents are available at the branch, they can disburse the loan. There will be a lawyer's opinion will be there. Once you see that, it will be comfortable. And as far as corporate loans are concerned, we will have to see whether ROC charge has been created or not. As far as documentation is concerned, I don't have to bother much about that because there is a list of documents which will be given in the sanction ticket. Please ensure whether those documents have been obtained or not. And disbursement in respect of third party loans by way of housing loans, etc., payment has to go to the builder only. Money should not be given to the party. If it is given to the party, there is every possibility it is being misused by way of own utilization. These are the questions in the long form audit report. Credit facility is sanctioned beyond the delegate authority or such cases reported promptly, because whenever it is going beyond the delegate authority, I have to report to the management saying that I have given that. Somebody was asking about review and monitoring. What is called as monitoring? There are lots of questions which is available in case of review and monitoring. Any transaction susceptible to fraudulent activity has to be reported to RBI directly. They are asking us whether any susceptible transaction is there. Please report to the Reserve Bank of India directly. Please understand one thing I will have to always mention to the members. Our long form audit report is the only report which is being read by all the people. Branch, zonal office, head office, and also Reserve Bank of India. Apart from that, please understand your central statutories go through your LFAR. So this is the only report. Other reports are not being seen or verified or whatever it is. The LFAR, definitely all these people. I have a couple of central statutories also in the group. They will vouch for it. Each and every report of your long form audit report is being read by us whenever you are in statutory audit. So please give your value addition in the long form audit report. This is a very, very important area by way of review, monitoring, supervision. Whenever a turnover is there, whether the turnover is reflected, turnover and the bank credits are sufficiently matching. If it is not matching, there are only two possibilities. One is you are having, the borrower is having a bank account somewhere else, or the turnover is inflated. After 10 years, it will become a CBI case. Turnover is inflated and they have taken the money, everybody will be taken to task. At that time, if there is a branch statutory which has been done, that also going to be there. Renewal of working capital limits has to be done on an annual basis, whether it is being done. Last point is very, very important. Periodically obtaining financial statements, stock statements, and compare with the projections given. They give a projection at the time of loan obtention. Subsequently, they give the financial statement, which is not at all comparable with the projections. You have to the branch should have asked this question, and whenever it's a huge difference, they should reduce the limit. Intelligent scrutiny of bank statements. Intelligent scrutiny of bank statements has to be done for ensuring that the credit and withdrawals are properly done. I always give two examples as far as this particularly bank operations are concerned. You take a petrol bunk. In a petrol bunk, if the CC limit is given, petrol bunk will be having all the collections only by way of cash. Even though credit cards are there for the time being, cash collections are more. Whereas payments will be only by way of check, because they are going to make payment to IOC, BPCL, etc. On the other side, take the case of a company who is an oil manufacturer. He will be paying everything in cash because they are going to procure from the farmers. They will buy everything by way of cash. But their collections will be coming only by way of a check, because they are going to supply oil to registered companies. So we cannot forcibly, focusedly say that in this case cash drawing should not be there, cash withdrawal should not be there. Take the case of a builder. Builders will definitely have a cash withdrawal on Friday, because Saturday they have to do a weekly labor payment. If the cash drawings are on all the 5 days, it has to be monitored. In case of a builder's case, if they draw cash on a daily basis, it has to be monitored. If they draw only on Fridays, which is equivalent to their weekly payments, acceptable. So each and everything has to be intelligently monitored. Who has to monitor it intelligently? The branch manager. What we are supposed to see? We are supposed to intelligently check up whether the manager has intelligently monitored. Pardon, sir? They will not be. So you are sure they are not intelligent? So that is so this is more dangerous. So, come to the earlier point which I will tell you, whether something is susceptible to danger. We are going to touch on red flag accounts. At that time we will be talking about the same once again. Once again, last red line which I am telling you, financial statements and audit report to be verified in detail in Schedule 3 and also CARO 2020. CARO 2020 is giving a very good tool to you which states that wherever the stock statements and book date statements are mismatched between the books and records, they are supposed to give a report. If they have not given a report, we don't have to bother. If they have given a report, at least from that we can pick up those items. Non-corporate entities for outstanding low working capital beyond 25 lakhs, compulsory audit is required. Previously it was 10 lakhs, now it has increased to 25 lakhs. In those cases, compulsory audit is required. Sir, what do you mean by compulsory audit? Once again, true and fair view. SA 705. Checked and found correct is not an audit. Extracted from the books and records is not an audit. It has to be an audited financial statements. Even though it is not a tax audit, you will have to ask for an audit. If it is not audited, as far as we are concerned, we are poor auditors, we will only report. In respect of the following non-corporate entities, compulsory audit has not been done. That's all. Beyond that, you don't have to bother. But just give a report so that at a later point of time, we will not be in a situation. In respect of all dues, credit card dues, including everything, whether it is recovered properly, there is a question in respect of recovery and monitoring in respect of NPAs. Please check up whether the branch has a system of verifying that. OTS. In respect of NPAs, obviously once an NPA happens, it becomes an OTS. What do you mean by OTS? One-time settlement. But never it is settled in one time. The order will be a one-time settlement. The payment will be made in 3 quarterly installments of X amount each. This is what happens. Actually, one-time settlement, the intention is one-time settlement only, but it doesn't happen. It is given over a period of 3 installments because that's how the bank operate. Whether OTS scheme is there, in the OTS scheme, whether the OTS scheme is according to the sanction of the OTS scheme. More than that, in respect of 50 lakhs and above, we are supposed to give an independent reporting. Please check up whenever OTS are happening, whether it is in accordance with the system or not. These are the questions which we have already talked about that. There is an RBI circular only on this. Red flagged accounts. Indicators of frauds, irregular accounts. There is a circular which is available in the Reserve Bank of India. Go to the red flag account, circular will come. 42 items are given in the RBI circular, which includes smallest of the smallest thing. Stock statements not regularly obtained. It's a red flaggable account. Whether the branch does a red flagging, that's what the question is. If there is a frequent withdrawal of cash, it has to be reported. If there is a frequent overdraft, it has to be done. 12 months turnover is not matching with the financial statements. It has to be red flagged accounts. These 42 items, please go through that. If any of these items are there, whether the branch has a system of red flagging, if it is not there, please ensure that they are not having the system of red flagging. But for that, you have to necessarily find out gaps. You have to find out necessary gaps. If the gaps is not there, you are not supposed to give a report. Just like that generic report, don't give it like that. I am going to circulate this. This is very much available in your RBI website also. I am not going to touch on all those items, but I will tell about a couple of matters in this area. Bills, in the earlier slide it has come, I missed it, I am telling you. In respect of bills discounted, the money should be collected only from the ultimate customer. If the money is paid from the credit of the CC account, that itself is a red flaggable account. What does it mean? Either the sale is bogus sales or diversion of funds. Please ensure that the collection is coming into the account so the diversion of funds will not happen. Wherever book debts are having accumulation of more than 6 months, it's always, even though the limit is not given, limit is given only on in respect of book debts less than 90 days. But if the book debts showing is more than 6 months continuously, it's a danger. Stock, unsold stock or accumulated stock is happening over a period of time, that's also going to be a red flagged account. Renewal enhancement, you don't have to bother much about this. Wherever renewal has to happen, it has to be happen within 6 months. All the other places, 3 months is the NPA. As far as renewal is concerned, if it is not renewed for a period of 6 months, it will become. Don't believe the manager who is saying that, sir, short-term review has been done. Sir, ad hoc review has been done. Nothing is possible for more than 6 months. If the limit is expired on one particular day, let us talk about 30th September 2024. Latest by 31st of December 2024, it should be renewed by whatever manner it is happening. The final renewal has to happen. If it is not there, it is an expired limit only. I am not going to touch on asset classification, which is a routine thing, but only thing which I have to mention is there is a question which is very specifically asked. whether the branch has a system of classifying the assets in accordance with SMA 012. If it is not there, we are supposed to report. For which we have to go into the system, examine a couple of matters, and if you find an error, please check up why that error is there. There can be some genuine reasons, but there cannot be an ingenuine reason. Please go through the reason, and if you find any substance in that reason, you can leave it. Yes, sir? Not in the syllabus, but I will definitely explain. As far as restructuring is concerned, I will complete these 2 slides, sir. Then I will come to this about. I will just complete these 2 slides. Because I want to complete this slide and then I can talk about restructured accounts. Suit failed accounts, previously we will not report. Suit failed accounts, already suit failed, what is that to be reported? Now we are asked a specific question in respect of suit failed accounts, whether decree is obtained in a proper manner, and when decree is obtained, whether it has been implemented. They are asking for us. Previously that was not being asked. Now we have to go through that, examine that and report. Particularly in respect of reported accounts and collection accounts, please ensure that it is being done. One more important question which everybody will ask about this in the meeting. Sir, documents they say it is in RACP, sir, so they are not giving the documents, sir. Earlier it was a situation, they are not giving. Now they are asked a specific question. Have you asked for the documents maintained at the RACPC and have they given? If they are not given, report. What else you want as an audit tool? Fantastic audit tool. You show this question, sir, idu kudukala na report பண்ணுவேன். Please understand for which you have to give it in writing. If you give it because நீங்க ஓரலா கேட்டு அவங்க தரமாட்டேன்னு சொன்னாங்கறது எங்கே ரெக்கார்ட் ஆகாது. Please list out the items which is required for the RACPC. They should keep it ready. You should go and verify it. If they have not arranged for it, you can very well give a report. Beautiful audit tool which they have given. Please utilize it. I have a couple of checklists. I don't have time to explain that, but this checklist is very, very relevant. I am going to share the checklist with you. Particularly, it talks about portfolio of advances, large advances, what are the significant areas which has to be verified. I have classic examples, which I don't want to spend more time on this. I will skip it. I have given examples of evergreening. Evergreening we are supposed to report. Particularly, take the case of jewel loans. Last year this will not be applicable, but this year Finance Minister has given you a tool. So next year audit will be very smooth. What is it they have said? Earlier, jewel loan will be given on the year end, on the exactly on 365th day, they pay the interest, the jewel loan will be once again remortgaged, rolled over, which is not acceptable. It is an evergreening actually, which is not acceptable, but it has been happening. But only thing which I was telling in the earlier branch audit seminars wherever I am doing, ensure that the collection entry is coming in advance and after that the next disbursement happens to the party's account. So that at least somewhere it is covered. But now it is very, very clearly mentioned in the reports in the Finance Minister's observation that this is not acceptable. Loan has to be cleared. Only after 1 day the loan can be given. I am sure that all of you have gone through the circular, but that is applicable only for the next year. We will not be able to ask the same thing in the current year, but in this current year, wherever you are able to apparently understand some evergreening, please go through that. I am not touching on this evergreening. You go through these examples, it will be self-explanatory. Non-fund based advances also we are supposed to verify, but any point of time it can go into the fund based. So please see the bank guarantees and letters of credit also. So I am just coming into the take home. Before going into the take home, I will talk about this restructuring advances which you are talking about, SME restructuring advances. In case of small branches, we will not be entering into restructuring situations at all. First of all, for that we will have to understand what is restructuring. Any item of modification in the respect of the 4 items. One is change in installments, change in interest rate, change in the number of installments, or change in any of the other terms and conditions is also called as restructuring. Any changes for that matter, for a particular party, it is called as restructured advance. What is the disadvantage of restructuring? Once an item is restructured, standard asset will become an NPA only, with exceptions. What is the exception? Exceptions is in respect of restructuring, is in accordance with certain norms. But it will not be applicable in respect of normal restructuring. It will be applicable only in respect of specified advances such as infrastructure loans, etc., which will not be coming in the normal smaller branches. But scale loan branches, it will come. In those cases, there will be a appropriate sanction letter for the restructuring. If the restructuring norms has been properly followed, you can continue to classify it as a standard assets. What is the other item which can happen? In respect of restructuring of advances because of natural calamities. In respect of agricultural advances, whenever natural calamity happen, once it is ascertained and decided by the local state level banking committee, those advances will continue to be standard assets. Other than these two exceptions, whenever a restructuring happens, it has to be reclassified as substandard asset. As far as restructured account is concerned, what is to be done? We are supposed to examine whether the sacrifice which is being made by the respective banks is being appropriately accounted. What is sacrifice? It's a very, very difficult question to answer in a small seminar. It is detailed calculation, but that will be available by the head office, which is an independent department, which will be giving you the feedback on the basis of the sanction. As far as branch audit is concerned, please go to the sanction of the restructuring. If it is done appropriately, we can leave it like that. Your question is answered, sir? Thank you. This is a special points for take home. More detailed verification and assertion and commitment has to happen according to the verification. Depending upon that only your sample will be verified. Depending upon that only you will be able to ascertain and report. Proper classification has a bearing on the verification. Verification need not be restricted to current year advances only. This is very, very important. Normally what happens is current year sanctions alone will be saying. That is for the purpose of sanctioning and disbursement. But all the large advances has to be examined, which means large advances include last year sanctions also. And more importantly, we have one particular clause where it says whether any quick mortality was there. What do you mean by quick mortality? Any account which is becoming an NPA within 12 months from the date of sanction, it is a quick mortality account. What is the impact of that? If an account is becoming quick mortality within 12 months, which means the credit appraisal was wrong. The credit appraisal of the previous year was wrong. Even though we are going to hang the previous auditor may not have taken it as a sample. That's not our area. But whenever a quick mortality account is there, you have to report. Once you have to give a report on the quick mortality account, which means you are supposed to verify the previous year reports also. Head office inspection and RBI inspection reports are to be gone through thoroughly, because RBI done an AFI report, AFI inspection in respect of large branches. They go for once in 3 years. Their reports are very, very relevant, very, very critical. On that basis, you may be able to give a comprehensive list. More importantly, now in the LFAR, we are supposed to give what are all the inspection audits which has been done in this current year. Previously, only one question was there. In respect of various inspection reports which is available, anything to be observed or anything is continuing. That's all the question. Now, they are asking us, please give a report of what all the inspection done in the last year. So, which includes revenue inspection, revenue report, information technology report, head office inspection report, RBI inspection report, concurrent audit, last year's statutory audit, and local inspection report. All the reports, we have to report it. We have to examine. Without going through the report, you will not be able to go through that. Once you go through the report, pick up those items, very, very important. Verifications of operations is very, very important. Operations means the ledger account has to be seen. That will give you a lot of value addition for you, whether the credits are insufficient, whether debits are insufficient, whether debits have lots of check bouncing. Not only check bouncing of my checks, bouncing of my customer's check. I am talking about borrowers, customer's checks. If it is regularly bounced, there is every possibility that the account become NPA at some point of time. Moratorium cases, please examine it in a detailed manner, because whenever a moratorium is given, it is confused. Because moratorium is whichever is less. Once again, 18 months from the date of first disbursement, 6 months from the last disbursement, or 18 months from the first disbursement. Housing loans is like this. So, only if the last disbursement is not paid, you cannot keep it pending. It has to be from the first date of disbursement also. To conclude, please ensure these are the items that has to be done. Please document your audit observations. Documentation has to be very, very comprehensive, because at any point of time, if a question is being asked, including a peer review or including an investigation, you have to prove it that you have verified that. Only if you document it properly, you will be able to report it. Sum up the observations, discuss with officials, because officials will come and subsequently say, they did not ask, so we did not give. So please give them the information. Once they give that information, take the answer, and that also you please record it. Final report has to be given with the detailed statistics. What is the detailed statistics? Once you are talking about a comment on a borrower, you have to say what is the company's name, What is the balance outstanding? What is the sanction limit? What is the sanctioning authority? What is your observations? All these things you will have to mention. You cannot just like that say that in the following accounts there are lots of stock statement is not obtained properly. It will not give any value addition. Give it with the detailed statistics, and wherever it is required, please ensure that you give an MOC. All available in MOC will find a point in LFAR, but all in LFAR need not find an MOC. But please ensure that whenever you feel that it has to be classified for the purpose of substandard to standard or standard to substandard or secured to unsecured, please give an MOC. MOC is not going to be seen negatively as far as bank is concerned. People will say, sir, MOC varakudadu sir, I have been told about the regional office, no MOC is required. Nothing like that. If it is a genuine MOC, please pass an MOC. Your central statutory auditor will be very happy to accommodate it. Unless otherwise you are not sure of that, don't do this. If you are not sure of that, don't push it to them, saying that there are lots of accounts which is requiring an MOC, but I am not able to, due to paucity of time, I am not able to do it. Once you observe certain things, please do it fully. If you don't do it fully, don't go for this. See, NPA above 5 crores, somebody was talking about 20 crores stock audit, 10 crores NPA above 5 crores, compulsory stock audit is required, because once it becomes an NPA, normally they don't go for the stock audit, etc. But there is a compulsory situation as far as the RBI is concerned. Whenever NPA is there for more than 5 crores, stock audit is compulsory every year required.
Sir, as far as this MOC is concerned, certain banks have a cap. Below this particular value, you need not make that.
Yeah, sir. That is in respect of materiality concept, but materiality concept is not applicable in respect of NPA.
No, what is our position? They don't consider, because shall we be observed from the activity if we report in detail?
See, the closing report, in the closing report of the respective banks, they give the valuation. That is, central statutory auditors themselves give the value. You need not give an entry beyond 10,000 rupees. I am talking about. You don't have to give it. But only thing is, that is not applicable in respect of NPAs and interest classification. Interest calculation, NPA, because of the NPA, if there is an interest to be reversed to the extent of 1,500 rupees, please do it. That is not coming for the materiality. That materiality concept is only in respect of non-writing of, that is, printing and stationery not accounted, sundries which is there to the extent of 10,000 rupees is not being adjusted. Those cases, they give a threshold.
Threshold is not applicable for classification of NPA.
Absolutely no. For classification of NPS, classification of interest write-off, why going to the interest write-off? If there is an NPA in the current year, interest has to be reversed for this year as well as in the previous years. Previous year there is an amount of 1,500 not required, you have to reverse it. So for the purpose of NPA classification, materiality concept is not there. Even 1 rupee you have to write off. We have to. We are under compulsion, because unless and otherwise you verify, the provision is not. See, one important point which I would like to mention is, whose responsibility is provisioning? Generally people will say, provisioning is the responsibility of the bank. No. RBI is very, very categorically saying that the responsibility of provisioning is for the bank, authorities and statutory auditors. So, in that scenario, without seeing this primary security value and collateral security value, the provisioning may be wrong. Provisioning is not at the branch level, it is done at the head office level only. But unless otherwise we send up information from here, it is not. So, we are supposed to verify that. Yes, sir?
How they will know
what is? Yeah, they will not know. Unless otherwise we give that, it will not be known. No, sir. Sir, the problem is, sir, once it becomes an NPA, sir, you are definitely, say, particularly once again in respect of small advances, it may not be a significant impact. But once it's a large advance, anyway you are going to verify it, even if it is becoming an NPA. Even in case of suit filed account, you are going to see. So once you are going to see, definitely you will be seeing the valuation report. In respect of NPA, once in 3 years valuation has to happen. I always tell the bank managers also whenever we are going that, please do a valuation periodically, because only when you go to a valuation, you will know whether the asset is there or not. All of us definitely would have seen Vadivel's film where Kanaru Kanu Sudhitruppa. லோன் வாங்கினது கிணறுக்கு 60,000 ரூபாய், கிணறே காணும். See, in that situation, only when the branch manager goes for a verification of the asset, he will understand whether the asset is there or not. Valuation is not only for the purpose of valuation, valuation is for the purpose of verification also. So, movable property valuation, nobody bothers actually, sir. See, particularly in respect of, take the case of an agriculture advance. Agriculture advance, the stock would have been already sold. The standing crops automatically would have been already sold. Where is the question of valuation available? So, in those cases, to the extent of hypothecation facility available, they will accept as it is. Beyond that, it is not going to happen. Thank you very much for patient listening. Sir, NOC? Yeah. Absolutely mandatory, sir. Takeover, all the takeover cases, NOC is compulsory required. See, now this consortium concept is gone. Everything is multi-banking only. Everything is multi-banking. So, whenever multi-banking happens, please ensure the past dealings of the borrower with the other person. Ideal to takeover cases, NOC is compulsory as per RBI is concerned. So, takeover cases, NOC is definitely applicable. Like auditors, we take an NOC from the earlier auditor when he is particularly removed from the audit. We should necessarily ask for an NOC. Other times, its previous communication is sufficient. Whereas it is a removal auditor, you should definitely ask for an NOC. முடிக்க வச்சிட்டேனா இது வந்து I am able to hear a couple of voices which says that you have not made me sleep. I don't know whether any of you are able to sleep, but normally I will ensure that it is not being sleeping because I am seeing eye to eye for everybody. I did not see anybody losing. See, this is what I say. The entire audit is a technique. While auditing is a technique, attending to an auditing class itself is a technique. Please ensure that all of you are wake up and we are also making that wake up. So we will have a discussion across the coffee because everybody's coffee tea is held up. So thank you very much for the patient listening.
Thank you, sir, for this wonderful session.
No, he is saying wonderful session, but before that, இது wonderful session இருக்குமா இல்லையான்னு தெரியாதான் முன்னாடியே memento கொடுத்துட்டாங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். I am sure that I deserve the memento. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Members are required to have a tea break for 5 minutes only due to time constraints. Request to come.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. To have a brief summary of G.N. Ramaswami, sir. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Information Systems Auditor, and has completed the post-qualification certification courses of ICI on IFRS and international taxation. He is a registered insolvency professional having enrolled with Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. He is also a registered valuer for securities with IBBI. He possesses more than 30 years of post-qualification experience in servicing large and medium-sized clients in the areas of statutory audit, encompassing appliances of financial reporting standards, apart from advising clients on strategies for governance, restructuring, acquisition, and related valuations implications. Beyond his professional contributions, he is also an active speaker at various industry forums, sharing his insight on financial reporting, taxation, and governance. Sir, we are grateful for your presence and for accepting our invitations. I request C.A. Kalaivanam, sir, to give away a memento to our speaker as an honor of gratitude. Thank you, sir. I now request C.A. Ramaswami sir to take the stage.
So, good evening. So, after a nice session from SUNDARARAJAN, I am not sure how I am going to do justice for my session, but I have given a condition now. I have to vacate this podium by 5:15 maximum. Because they have a program at 5:30, so I will not take much of your time. See, normally in the bank audit also, whenever you go, once you complete advances, we will have a feel that we have completed the audit. That's the feel normally all the auditors will have. That's the case here also. So, having completed advances, there is nothing more to listen or hear from other sections. I'll have my talk precise. Any further queries we can discuss offline, because since they are having another program, they want us to leave the hall. That's the problem. Otherwise, we can continue even after that. So as Sundaram has given a brief about LFAR. LFAR nothing but a statement of fact. As we do for company audit, we will give a CARO report. We have nothing more to say. We have to say yes or no. If yes, some reasons. If no, what is the reason? That is all. So we can't give our essay writing and other things, some general conclusions in LFAR. That is not at all warranted. Before we start the audit, see, I am told that we are getting pressure to complete the audit in 2 or 3 days. So normally what I suggest is send a mail to the branch manager as soon as you get the appointment letter requiring the critical items which you want to review before you go to the field. So those things nowadays most of the branches are obliging. They are sharing the data through electronic media. If the size is more, they will put in a folder also. So those things you can review before going to the field, so that will reduce your time substantially, and also you can give the instruction to your team members what they have to focus when they do the work in the respective branches. That is the primary thing. As he said, we need to review the previous year reports, previous LFAR reports. I'll give a list of other items also which we need to obtain well in advance, so that will give an idea as to our planning. Because once you plan your work properly, execution is very simple. So format is prescribed by LFAR, by Reserve Bank of India, and it expects the comments from the auditors. As informed by Mr. Sundarajan sir, the comments is reviewed not only by the branch people, it is reviewed by the regional office, zonal office, corporate office, central statutory auditors and Reserve Bank of India. So any critical observation in the LFAR will have a solution also in the next year. So definitely all the regulators are very keen in looking into the LFAR contents. You should not see that it is a very small branch, then whenever any issue, but all the problems will start at a very teeny level. See, they will test the items by doing small mistakes. If this goes unnoticed, they will increase the size. The larger frauds and problems will happen. If you go to the history, it would have started long back with a very small amount. So suppose I told you timing. I have seen, based on my experience in as a central statutory auditor for more than 2-3 decades, the branch auditors will focus on LFAR post completing the main audit. They will prepare this LFAR as just a checklist or filling in some questionnaires. It's not the case. You have to parallelly do. Unless you do it parallelly, your quality of the main report or the quality of LFAR will be deteriorated. So you do the work parallelly. You have this questions mapped with your regular FSA area, and accordingly you can justice to your work. Reconciliation is more important. As MOCs we used to give for some mistakes or any issues in our audit. Modification audit report, we may give a qualification or a comment in audit report, and also in LFAR comments. So all these things to be reconciled. Whether it is a part of a branch audit or supplementary, no doubt it is a part of audit report. It is just an additional questionnaire prescribed by the Reserve Bank of India, so you need to give equal importance. As I told you earlier, it's just a statement of facts, it's not explanation of opinion, so we must be very crystal clear, so that the reader must be in a position to understand what you want to highlight. Details for items reported, that we will have it subsequently. As I told you, it's not a substitute to MOC, it is not a modification of audit report. So if you have any issues, the branch management regarding classification of NP or so, if merely by putting or writing in LFAR is not going to protect your skin. If it is to be corrected, it has to be corrected through a proper MOC. By merely mentioning in the LFAR is not going to help you in any way. Sorry, I'm moving my slide. So this we discussed. LFAR has 4 parts mainly. One is assets. Under that it has 6 subheads. Advances part is the major one. It runs into pages, which is already covered. And liabilities is the next major head. It is applicable to all branches. And the third one is profit and loss account. It is fortunately is a very small item. And general, it is applicable to all branches. In addition to that, there is a specific area that will come at the end, but may not be applicable to most of the auditors. As regards So the LFAR for branches is important for, as I told you, is for statutory auditors, branch management. In addition to the Reserve Bank of India is keenly looking into all the reports given by the branch auditors. It is mainly for compliance purposes, so it's not expected to bring transaction level issues. It is more of adequacy control. So we are not even focused only on transactions. See, for example, when you do a audit, we will take a materiality and basis that we will do select items which we need to cover in depth. But in addition to that, without looking into the materiality, we need to test the controls also. If there is, you find any gap in any of the control issues, that also you need to report. In addition to that, we are expected to check the data integrity and also the control systems and processes with a special thrust to data inputs, because that is more important, basis of which the management will prepare the MIS and other filings with the regulatory. If any mistake in those aspects, it will have an impact in the filings by the bank as a whole. So another thing is, any adverse comments in the LFAR, whether it's a qualification in the main report is required, may not be. But you must be doubly sure that whether it's only information to the higher ups or it needs any modification. That the auditor has to take his judgment call. So we'll go item by item. Let me not spend much time because I see most of the senior auditors are here, so they would have seen this. What is the purpose of this session then? Just to refresh our mind, because when we see the questionnaires again and again, we will have some new thinking and new ideas. So the reason, so that we can map this with the regular audit planning. So as you know, the cash has to be in joint custody. We as an auditor, we need to check whether it is properly effective, because most of the cases, small branches, they will give the key to the cashier itself. He will open everything. So both the keys will be with a single person. That is not permitted. And also we have to ensure whether the cash at the branch as well as ATM are physically verified at periodic intervals, because the bank will have a policy that So the cash balances has to be checked at periodic intervals, whether it is done as per the instructions of the HO. And also we need to check whether the cash has been physically verified on a surprise basis. That is more important, because if you are having a practice of verifying on every Friday, definitely the cashier will keep the cash balance in a proper way. But we need to ensure that it has been done by a other official on a surprise basis. How frequently it has been done, whether any discrepancy is noted at the time. And also we need to check the cash registers maintained both at the ATM as well as the branch level. So next one is whether the physical cash is within the prescribed limit, because it's mainly for insurance perspective. As we said, for inventories, this is also one of the area. Normally what they will do, they would have initially fixed a limit, subsequently the branch would have grown in size. There will be a lot of cash transactions, but subsequently they would not have revised the limit. In case you find there is huge difference between the physical cash and as well as the prescribed limit, then you have to highlight that to the management. Similarly, ATM records, we need to check whether it agrees with the branch records. But normally we will have challenges in checking the ATM cash, because they will say it count. But what I suggest is, what I instruct my team members is to check what is the time they will load the cash in the ATM machine. So they will close the window at the time. So half an hour or 15 minutes they will close the ATM booth to load, because they have to check the balance cash in the machine and they have to load the new cash. So definitely will be there for 2-3 days. So you will know what are how many ATMs are attached to the particular branch. If it may be 2 or 3, smaller branch it will be maximum 1. So you can check at what time they will load the cash on daily basis. So at that time you can also enter there and you can verify that VCS process. If suppose it's a small branch and they do the ATM loading on once in 3 or 4 days, then it is not synchronizing with your period of visit, then you can ask them to open and show the records. But since most of the banks are under a CBS system, the transactions also recorded on a lifetime basis. There is no lag. Previously, when we used to do 5-10 years back, there will be a time gap of 1 hour or 30 minutes to update the records. It will go to the back and come to the front end. But nowadays it's not the case. You can lively check the balance as per the ATM as well as the books on a real-time basis. Insurance, I told you that he has to check for whether it is for both cash in hand as well as cash in transit. Cash in transit is one of the fraud-prone area. I will highlight a few cases if I have time at the end. That is one of the things you have to have in mind. The next one is balances RBI, SBI and other banks. It may not be applicable for all the branches what we do. It will be only for the treasury branches or some main branches. So it is normal case. If you have done any statutory of any company, the same concept you have to do. If the company maintains a bank with other banks, you have to get a statement of accounts. You have to see the reconciliations, whether it is old pending items. What is the reason for any items which is not responded within 15 days, and where the balance of the RBI, we need to check for the transaction, because whenever the treasury, smaller branches also, there will be some accounts with RBA, because that may be head office for the 5-6 other local branches near about. Currency just if it is attached to you, you have to do it, sir. You have to do it. But normally for branches, currency will not be there. Only at zonal level or head office level, the currency will be there. It's not linked to the branch. So this is regarding RBI, SBI and other banks. Money at call and short notice. This is also will not be at all branches. It will be only in selected branches. If you have to first check whether they have any money at call and short notice. If so, get the transaction list for the full year. You are not going to verify the entire list, but you have to get the statement from the branch for the full year. Then you do decide what are the samples that you want to check and how you are going to check. And second is year-end balance, to check whether that is agrees with the books of accounts and whether it is confirmed reconciled. And we have to check whether the interest has been accounted properly for the year end. If not, you have to pass an MOC entry. And you also see the HO instructions, wherever there is a money at call and short notice, whether the guidelines have been followed with. Investment, that is also not applicable for most of the branches. Investments, if you are doing outside India branch, then that's compulsory, but this may not be relevant for this. But some of the branches may have the investment scripts for the investment held at other branch or head office, because for collection of interest or collection of dividend, they would have given the original receipts with the local branch. So definitely they will have a record for that. Normally, along with the appointment letter, they will also send the list of branches where they have the investments on behalf of head office or other offices. In those cases, you have to check physically. If it is not physically available, you have to ascertain the reason for its non-availability. They would have either sent to the treasury or they would have sent to other branches or head office. There must be documentary proof. That fact you better mention in the report. You merely don't go by oral statement of the branch manager. Please get it in writing. What is the reason for its not availability? Otherwise, you are supposed to check it in physically. And also check whether the valuation is in accordance with the prescribed guidelines. This may not be applicable for all the branches, because it will be done normally at central office level. So only the quantity reconciliation will do. Also, we need to comment on any matured or overdue investments. If so, we need to report on that. Suspense accounts and sundry assets. This is one of the main items where there may be some issues or frauds just may trigger. Whenever there is a small anomaly, they will proc everything in the suspense accounts and sundry assets. That's why Reserve Bank of India also is keen on these accounts. Even at our central office level, we will be asked to review these accounts thoroughly. That is the expectation of the regulator. So we need to check whether these accounts are being cleared at a frequent interval. Instead of walking certain items for a longer period, we need to check whether that is being closed on a periodical basis. If there is any items pending for more than 90 days, we need to analyze that in depth to understand the reason. So if any of the items are not recoverable, we have to pass an MOC, whether we have to provide or write off. Accordingly, we can give an MOC for that. Any unusual items that on seeing that, suppose for example the cash lost or something, the cash in transit, there is some issue or something which you feel that is not akin to the banking business, definitely we have to probe in detail. So that may give some light for you for some other issues. Any intangible assets or losses that to be provided, that you have to check. Next to advances, deposits is one of the major area. So we, as an auditor, we need to check whether the deposits have been properly classified, whether it has been interest has been properly accounted, because that's it's an expenditure for the bank. As regards advances, we will be checking the accuracy of the income. Here we will be checking the accuracy of the expenditure. So we need to check whether there is any dormant account, inoperative account, what is the internal control the bank have. Normally what will happen regarding this dormant account, inoperative account, you get the list, and now we have the system, so we take the dump and check whether there is any movements at the fag end of the year. Branches, what they will do they will pass one entry from this account to the loan account, which is likely to slip and again reverse that. So we will check whether there is a credit in the account, that account automatically skip the test of NPA and we will classify it as standard asset. But this is not from the same party, it is from these accounts. So we need to have vigilance, but we can't check 100%. So but at least on a sample basis you check these transactions to ensure that you have done a quality audit. So we need to check whether the guidelines of the head office has been followed. So that you have to check. If there is not, you have to report that. Unusual large movements, both decrease or increase in the deposits. Just for indoor dressing on 31st March, they are getting some huge deposits and returning on vice versa. Then we have to report that. We can't prevent that because we are going to do a post-mortem. So if at all there is any such transactions, you ask for the details. If your branch classification is okay, then you agree with that. Otherwise, you ensure that that is reported in the LFAR. Similarly, for foreign currency non-resident account, as per the RBI guidelines, we need to check whether the person is a non-resident at the time of acceptance of deposit. So some of the branches, banks will do automatic renewal. The person would have come back to India, so they need to get the declarations regarding the residency status. As an auditor, it is an obligation on our part to check whether they still fulfill the criteria. Because for the new deposits, we will be checking on a sample basis. If the bank has an automatic renewal policy, then you check those cases. And similarly, it's also a fraud-prone area, because the person would have deposited and staying outside India for a longer period. How this renewal deposit receipt has been sent to the party, whether to electronically or physically, how it has been done, whether any transfer of funds from this account to other accounts, that also you can check. Similarly, RBI is now particular about the minimum balance requirement. They have issued 2 circulars, one in 14 and the latest one in 24. Talks about what are the time you can levy the penal interest for non-maintenance of levy of for minimum balance requirement, and how frequently you can do, up to what amount you can do. These are the things the RBI has specified. Just go through circular, it's only 2 pages. So we ensure that there is no overtaxing on the customers. So other liabilities, the bills payable, sundry deposit, etc. Here we need to get the list and see whether there is an old item pending for more than 1 year. If it is so, we need to analyze and give details in the report. And also we need to check on a random basis on unusual items or material withdrawals in these accounts. So this is also some sundry deposit with that, they will just withdraw that, then it may be not for the actual purpose. Liabilities, contingent liabilities, other than the constitutional liabilities like guarantees, LCs, assurance, endowments, etc., because these things will come under regular balance sheet item itself, but this is not acknowledged by the bank as debts. For example, in the branches, we will have that rent increment or some local taxes due like that, which would have been disputed by the branch. So we need to check whether any provision to be made, because the banker, landlord would have asked for the increase, he would have filed a case, the court would have decreed it in favor of the landlord. So now obviously the bank has to make the provision, but some of the branches they will not follow that, they will simply paying the old rent. But in the case, it's an obligation on our part to escalate this matter, ask them to pass an entry, otherwise we need to report in MOC. This is one of the things. Example I am giving, but there are so many items which can trigger from contingent liability to main liability. Profit and loss account. So obviously we'll do, that is one of the major items. Obviously as a part of our audit we would have done everything, but parallelly you document this also, because we need to check the interest, test check, basis, discount, commission, fees, etc. Whether these test checks reveal any excess or shortage. In case of excess or shortage, whether it is more than the threshold fixed by the branches or the banks for passing a MOC. So if this mistake is on account of system control issue, then we have to report irrespective of the materiality. So if it is a one-off transaction, there is no issue, but there may be a series of mistakes on account of any system bug or anything, then you have to make sure that that is reported properly. And similarly, you analyze the latest revenue audit report or income and expenditure audit report or concurrent audit report. That will also give some idea to you to determine what are the areas to be focused as far as P&L is concerned. And also we need to check the exceptional reports, because now all the banks are under ERP. We can download the exceptional reports, then that you can check for the issues, if any, in the P&L items. And loan processing charges, interest charges, etc. We need to check whether that has been properly accounted and taken to the P&L as per the terms. Compliance with IRAC norms. So though the debit part is covered, credit part is more important. So we have to see whether it has been taken properly, and whenever there is a non-performing assets, subsequent credit to P&L can happen only on actual realization, whether it's actual realization or only a book entry. Similarly, interest on deposits, we need to check, test check, and if there is any excess or in shortfall, that also we have to take for. System of providing interest on matured overdue unclaimed deposits. Most of the branches will not pass this entry, that will be done at head office level, but you see whether any the bank has a policy to provide at local level or head office level. If it is done only at head level, mention that fact. Regarding the overdue deposits or matured deposits, the interest is not account branch level, that is done at head office level. If it is done at branch level, then ensure that that is properly accounted. And also we need to do a variance analysis, that is more important, and check what is the reason for the variances, discuss with the manager, and see whether that is the explanation given is acceptable. If not, you have to take it forward. Gold bullion security items, it is not the jewel loans gold, it is the gold as an investment held by the bank as an investment. So these are also just like cash, it is a highly liquid item, so to see whether it is in joint custody with the 2 or more officials as per the policy of the bank. If not, you have to report that. And they have to maintain proper records for purchase and sale of goods and transfer to other branches, whether that is been properly updated regularly, because that just like cash tally book, it has to be maintained on a real-time basis. Whether periodical physical verification has been done in these cases, that is more important. And what is the internal control policy for the custody of TDR receipts, drafts, pay orders, etc. Here I want to highlight one thing. In a recent branch audit I have done, not a branch audit, it is a bank audit for which we have done a branch audit. The cash officer with the convenience of the assistant manager, they issued deposit receipts for money not collected with the bank. So they told the party that, for example, the rate of interest offered by the bank is 8%. They told the party, we will give 15% interest on the deposits if it crosses a high amount. They will lure the high net worth individuals who have maintained the deposit account, the current account, the savings account in the branch. So they will issue the check in favor of X, is also a bank customer. The amount will be deposited in that account, for which the party will give a receipt, bank receipt. So on the day, due days, the interest will come to that account. That will be carrying at around 15, instead of 15% will be 30%. So this party will sanction of 15%, balance 15% pay to the original depositor. Things were going smooth. Suddenly one day that person has come to the bank with a receipt for a renewal. At the time this person was not there, so they came to light. When we checked the huge amount of transactions happening, now that matter is being taken up with Reserve Bank of India, so we need to be extra cautious whenever there is any movement from inoperative accounts or account from non-connected persons. That also, as a sample or exception report, you can generate the report and see whether there is any movement of funds with non-connected people. That is one of the areas which we need to focus. So this is more relevant for checking the term deposit receipts. So we need to physically see term draft PR. There is a document for that we have to check. As regards general books and records, we need to see whether any of the software systems, either manual or otherwise, not integrated with the CBS. What is the reason? So then definitely there will be a manual intervention. We will be passing the entry in the main books on a manual basis. So definitely there will be chances for error. We need to enter into. Now Reserve Bank of India is very particular about reducing the manual intervention. Manual intervention happen in any banks. You can't avoid it. You can't make it zero. But some cases we need to do certain transactions on a manual basis, or we need to stop the system from doing it online. So those cases we need to analyze fully to check whether that is a genuine transaction. Whether any IS audit is conducted during the year, it may not be applicable for small branches, but larger branches is possible. If so, you review the report thoroughly, and whatever the adverse comments given by the auditor, see whether that has been addressed properly. If not, you mention that in the comments. So as a branch, we will be generating and reviewing the report, that we have to check whether they have policy to do it on a periodical basis as prescribed by the HO, that we have to check. Regarding the bank warrants, we need to ensure the compliance, and also major observations in the exception report. That is one of the point we need to take. Manual intervention I told you. And regarding the data integrity, in the first slide itself I told that is more important, because basis on the information provided by the branch, the central office will submit the reports to the regulators. So if any mistake here, obviously the final report will be wrong. Inter-branch accounts, previously used to be a lot of issues. During 10-15 years back, we used to have a long list of pending items. Now fortunately, thanks to the computers and other proper closure, there is no much issues in this inter-branch, but we need to check whether all the items are properly accounted in subsequent period, and what is the, if there is any long pending items or any issues, we need to escalate that to the head office through your LFAR. Any unresponded items pending for more than 7 days, we need to check the reasons, and we need to give the details in the LFAR. Frauds. So frauds detected or classified by the branch has to be communicated to RBI as per the circular of RBI, but most of the cases they will not do that. There will be a lag. Even at central office level, we have challenges in reporting of fraud, but at branch level definitely I have faced these issues quite frequently. Ensure that this is being properly done. If it is not reported properly, you have to highlight that in the report. So, also when doing your audit, if you suspect or likely case of any fraud, If so, you have to provide the details on the state of investigation. Suppose the branch has identified some transaction as a fraud, then if the investigation is not over, they are not yet classified as a fraud, but as of now, they suspect. In that case, you have to ascertain the status of investigation, that you have to escalate to the head office, so the central statutory auditors will be in a position to review and see the impact, whether it will warrant a report in their final report. So, early warning framework, most of the banks have, so we see whether how effective it works. KYC and AML guidelines, Reserve Bank of India is very strict nowadays. They have issued the proper circular. We need to check whether they have been followed properly by the banks, mainly to avoid money laundering and terrorist financing. So we have to see whether the bank follows the KYC and AML guidelines prescribed by the Reserve, Head Office and the Reserve Bank of India. MIS, as I told you earlier, we need to see whether that has been properly taken care. So this is the one I told you. You have to consider the major adverse comments in our following reports. Previous branch audit reports, that is the first item we need to check, and also LFAR, that give an idea as to what are the areas we need to focus in the current year. Internal audit, snap audit or concurrent audit. So we have to ask for the reports. Credit audit report, some of the branch will have the credit audit report also. Stock audit, definitely all the branch will have. RBI inspection, if such inspection is taken place, because normally the small banks RBI will not go, but larger banks RBI will do an inspection and they will give a report. It will take 2-3 months, depends on the size of the bank and observation. But if it is done, you have to first ask the manager whether any inspection has been done by the RBI. If the answer is yes, ask them to produce. And second is income and expenditure revenue audit, that's quite frequent, it will happen. IS/IT computer system audit will happen once in a while when they migrate. At the time we have to check the report. Any other special inspection or investigation, any fraud has happened, they will ask for investigation or due diligence, anything has happened, then you have to ask for the report. All these things you, as a first mail, before you start the audit, as soon as you get the appointment letter, you send a mail to the branch manager asking for these details. They can share the soft copies, basis which you can plan the audit. If they say no audit has been done, get it that in writing, because orally they will say it's not done, but definitely if it has anything has done, and then you will be in trouble at a later date if any issues crop up. Because one of the cases, after 6 years, RBI raised a query to the branch auditor seeking certain information. You will not get any single paper from the branch after you complete the audit. Please note that you have to complete the documentation then and there. You can't expect that the branch will give the paper after whenever required. This is not going to happen. Even at central statutory level, they will not give any paper post completion of the term. If you are auditor for 3 years, within 3 years you will get everything. After 3 years, we can't get or expect anything from the branch people, because that is the business. The people are changed, and depends on the issue, they will not be in a position to take additional risk by sharing additional information with the auditors. So your documentation must be complete in all respect. Collate those documents before you sign off. That is the most important thing. The manager will say, I'll give it to you tomorrow, sir, day after tomorrow to your office and all. Those things, please don't agree. You can say that I have completed the audit, give these papers, then I will sign off my financials. So in addition to that, the LFAR has 3 additional circular items. One is for the foreign exchange transactions. This is for specialized branches. It is not applicable for all the branches. Clearing of transactions, that is service branches, they will say. And recovery, NPA assets, that is asset recovery branches. So those branches will have monitor the NPA accounts of those bank or in the particular zone or region, and they will handle only those accounts. They will not entertain the customers. This will be just like a back office. So they are given additional checklist for these type of branches, which the auditor need to review thoroughly and comment. So just a conclusion, you have any query till now, I can answer that. Any specific area you want me to cover more? Fixed assets, sir? LFAR, there is no basis on fixed assets, sir, because that's more of tangible. So that's part of your routine. And most of the branches will not have much of the assets also. As a main audit process, if you have any amount, you can mention that. If there is any loss, you would have passed MOC also, then and there. But from LFAR perspective, that is not that, because here they are focusing mainly on liquidity, because which are prone for fraud or any dilution, yes, misappropriation. So we need to be thoroughly strong in our auditing techniques. Now everything is computerized, so at least a couple of the team members must be good in Excel, because everything has to be done in Excel nowadays, because they will generate the report and give the dump to you. You have to do all the thing. And we need to good knowledge of banking. Even if you have done the banking for last 5-10 years, it is nothing wrong in reading the circular once again, because every year you have to refresh our mind. That is more important. After seeing the issue, if you are going to read, no, we may skip some of the major items or some of the key items. So I suggest everyone to read the circular in depth before going to the field. And also the instruction of HO. All the banks will give a detailed instructions that is applicable for that bank or branch. So kindly go through the circular in detail. If you have any doubt, cross-check with the Reserve Bank of India guidelines also, because that HO circular should not contradict with the Reserve Bank of India guidelines. Overall understanding of IS work, because we need everything is through automated, so we need to engage IT team also. For larger branches, large corporate branches, definitely we need to do IT audit or IFC audit. So we may have to engage our IT team members also, because we may not be fully equipped to do the transactions. There's nothing wrong, we have to engage our other side of the members. ND, that is the most important thing. No documentation, not done. If your work paper is not having the details, then there is no purpose saying that you have done the work. So as simple as that. So we need, whenever the regulators call for the details, now our institute also doing the review for various purposes. So if they review or ask for the papers, we need to provide immediately. If it is not that, then it will be treated as a not done. So ensure that you have main document everything, because they will not give the copies of all the documents from bank because of KOC and other regulation. But you can document whatever you feel that is more important. That will prove that you have done the work in a diligent way. MRL is not sufficient. See, most of the branch managers will be reluctant to give MRL. So, but you have every right to insist on getting MRL, because that is more important. But that's not going to save your skin, but it's only additional documentation. So as an auditor, we need to document our observations in a proper way. Summing up under discussion with branch officials. Before we close, have a detailed discussion with branch people, because most of the time they will say that this was not discussed. You could have informed me well in advance, I would have given the details and all. So ensure that that is discussed, and the document also. After discussion, you can send a mail as a documentation. So if at all he is not agreeing, then he has to revert to his mail. So review of after discussion follow up. So basis the discussion, there will be some additional submissions that we can consider and document appropriately. Final report to be drafted with detailed statistics. It should not be just yes, no, or giving comments. We need to have a proper back paper for the report. Whatever you are going to comment, ensure that you have the back paper. So wherever required, provide for MOC. Previously, during the old days, no, to avoid the conflict with the branch manager, we will not give a MOC, and we will put those things in LFAR. That is not permitted. So if at all an item requires a correction in the financial statements, better give an MOC, and that alone, putting that matter in LFAR is not going to scare your skin. So wherever it's not possible to commit, generally give a disclaimer. As Sundaran said, if they are not going to share any information, better mention that fact. So that to the extent I have no privy to this information, so I am able to comment the possible impact. We are not able to quantify that. So definitely we have to say that it's not possible for me to say whether it will have an impact in the financials or not. So we have to mention the fact. So follow circulars of RBI guidance of ICA in true spirit. If warrants, you can have full liberty to discuss central statutory audit also. So normally in issues, if a branch manager is not to give a proper conclusions and you are not convinced with this reply, then definitely you can escalate to the zonal head or to the central statutory auditors. Central statutory auditors will be always open to discuss, but trivial matters they will not have time, because they have to close the accounts within the timeline. So obviously you can definitely take it up with the central statutory auditors. If it is a policy related or any control related issue, they will be very more happy. As regards the timelines, Sundaran said we need to force complete 5th or 6th. That's mainly because of previously, though the RBI permits a longer period, most of the banks, due to peer pressure, have to have the board meeting by 28th or 29th of the next month, that is April. So once the central audit has to be completed by 28th or 29th, obviously 7 days before they have to close the final financials. Then for that they have to have the accounts by 14th or 15th. If 14th, 15th the central results will be ready, then at branch level 7:30. That's the reason. So you will have time till 10th or 12th. Normally most of the banks will permit if it really justifies the requirement. Don't compromise on the quality. Ensure the quality is being taken care. The timelines 1 or 2 day delays is not going to matter much, but don't delay on because of lack of manpower. That is because once you ask the audit, you have to do the audit. There is no excuse. So put the proper manpower. Ensure that that is delivered on time. That is all from my side. If any questions, I'll be happy to answer. As I'm given a very short time, I have to rush up. I have not gone into certain items. Yeah, please. See, for example, all the items you can take exception items. The system itself will have a list of exception items. You can go through that. In addition to that, for example, for deposits, inoperative accounts, you can take exception report. Any transaction in inoperative accounts, you can take exception report. Whatever you feel as a general audit, as an auditor, what you feel you want to take from the systems. Any debits, any transfers from accounts within a short period, that also you can check. Two unrelated party transactions, that you can take a report. So those things depends on your review if you feel something to be taken. But there are standard list of exceptional report that mandatory they have to see. Head office will prescribe that. You can take the report and see whether that has been reviewed properly, and you can also go through that. In addition to that, as an auditor, you have a right to ask for certain additional exceptional reports. Or you can get the dump and do the analysis at your end through Excel. For example, one thing, sir, I take liberty in advance also. Recently, I had an issue. For example, main borrower, co-borrower. If a main borrower becomes an NPA, automatically co-borrower, if he has account, it will become NPA. But the branch level, no, we will skip that. So you would have flagged that account as NPA. When we do the filter at head office level, we will flag this account as a NPA for a co-borrower also. There was an issue whether how many items you have to go for. Suppose co-borrower become NPA. Co-borrower is another loan with another co-borrower. Whether no, not the case. Initially, some of the banks used to be very conservative, but RBI has clarified that is not required. But if you miss that classification of the co-borrower at branch level by passing MOC only for the main borrower, RBI may take you to task. So we have to be extra cautious whenever you are going to give an MOC. Ensure that you take care of the requirements of the Reserve of India as regards the Prudential Norm Circular. 10 years back, now the National Bank of NA for branch audit, one accountant maintained a parallel customer book. So you used to run the banking operations. You will collect, put in the entry in that book and give the transactions. And he has not taken leave. So as an auditor, you have to check the scroll book of the employees whether they have taken leave at regular intervals, because most of the banks have policy nowadays. Compulsory they have to take 1 week, 10 days leave, whether they can leave. That case has come to light when he refused to take leave. New manager has come. Previously the manager used to be very happy because he is so efficient, he has not taken a leave on a single day and all. But new manager insists that he has to go on leave. When he went on leave, one customer came for a transaction with the bank that is not reflecting the bank book. But everything through banking channel. So the fraud, no, unless it comes up as an auditor, it is difficult for us to find it out. So if you find some lead or some disconnect, better check in detail or escalate to the higher ups. Automatically they will take it. And money in transit, that is also one of the most prone area, because the money, some of the banks will have the facility to collect the cash from the customers directly. That will not be deposited to the chest on the same day. So now everything is automated through the apps, so they are doing that, but if in most cases that will not be done. So cash will not come to the branch at the next day. In one of the cases where we went for an audit, no, that person met with an accident. So the customer has given the money, that is recorded in the system, but is not reached the bank office. So obviously he met an accident, he was serious. So that proves that there is a lack in system. So what is the step the bank is going to take in those cases? So amount involved also very high at the time. So they have to escalate the matter. Then they put some additional checks and balances. So permitting the branch manager to or cashier to collect the cash after office hours is not a permitted thing. They have to do it in office hours with the proper control, and the money has to reach the bank within the same day.
I cannot recollect the exact words in LFAR. There is a clause for which we have to comment. Generally speaking, of all the transactions that we have come across, or according to law, no clear declaration.
No, sir. There is no such blanket declaration nowadays. Now it has been removed. But the thing is, any other observations, if you want to comment, that you have to comment as an auditor. All loss compliance is not a part of our audit. How will you ensure that whether you comply with all the laws?
So in companies we we are supposed to do that.
No.
LFAR also.
No, sir. Company have, there is no such a. It's not there. It's practically not possible, sir. Because the company, for example, manufacturing industry, they have to comply with so many laws. As an auditor, is not necessary. Whether it has a vital or impact in your financial statement, then you have to check. Otherwise, you will not do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for this insightful session. We sincerely appreciate your presence and contributions to today's session. We are truly grateful for your time and effort, sir. On behalf of SARC, we thank you once again, sir.